In the episode Accidents Will Happen, Squidward feigns a workplace injury at the Krusty Krab, forcing Mr. Krabs to pamper him and triggering an over-the-top investigation. The storyline is packed with sly nods to past SpongeBob moments, so let's get into those. For starters, Mr. Krabs' solution to uncovering the quote-unquote truth behind Squidward's accident is to review the surveillance footage, using cameras that he claims to have borrowed from the airport.
What? I forgot! I borrowed that from the airport.
Now I'm gonna get to the Easter egg, but just saying, stealing from the airport is like insane. Mr. Krabs is like wild for that. I'm surprised he isn't in jail. But anyways, this throwaway line is a direct reference to the classic episode Life of Crime. In that episode, SpongeBob and Patrick learned from a hypocritical Mr. Krabs that borrowing without permission is another word for petty theft.
What about all the stuff you stole?
What do you mean?
Like that barrel.
Oh, that's where I rent me pickles from.
Are you renting the barrel too?
No,
Then you bought it.
no.
Then isn't that stealing?
All that stuff is, borrowed.
Here, Mr. Krabs hasn't changed a bit. He still acquires things like security cameras through borrowing, echoing that earlier gag and potentially making for a reference. I mean, at the very least, it's a clever bit of character consistency, but this also could have totally just been a coincidence. You know what I mean? Like one of the writers it just could have been an accident, who knows? This next Easter egg though was definitely intentional. It comes when Squidward demands that Mr. Krabs pops the barnacles on his back as part of his treatment. The sight is so gross that customers in the Krusty Krab recoil and abandon the restaurant. And as they flee, you can hear one customer disgustingly ask, "Is that the secret ingredient?" While another one mutters, "Hold the special sauce, man." This dark little joke plays on the show's long-running gag about the mysterious Krabby Patty secret formula, and it's very meta that they're acknowledging it more. I know Plankton wanting to steal it is a big plot point. You don't hear other characters reference the secret formula very often, or question what's in it, but let's keep it going. Patrick Star contributes his own goofy reference during the investigation scene. When SpongeBob brings in Patrick for expert help, Patrick babbles nonsensically, saying the following.
I needed help investigating the accident. Right, buddy?
Breakfast, Green, Finland.
Did that sound familiar? As him saying Finland is actually like a direct reference to one of my favorite episodes. Who remembers the character Doodlebob from the episode Frankendoodle? Such an iconic episode. Well, in that season 2 episode, Patrick was struck by a bowling ball dropped on his head by Doodlebob and said something very similar.
You okay, Patrick?
Finland!
Well, Accidents Will Happen recreates the joke, with Patrick once again uttering, I guess, his famous catchphrase. I mean, what's more famous for Patrick, him saying, "Finland," or him asking if mayonnaise is an instrument? Let me know in the comments. But we're almost done with this episode. I've got a little bit more though, and here's some behind the scenes details about this episode. I know I'm going on about Easter eggs all the time, but as you guys have probably noticed, these videos are about facts, Easter eggs, and trivia, with Easter eggs being the priority. But anyways, towards the end, when Mr. Krabs exposes Squidward's fraud and his lie, we get one more behind the scene Easter egg, as I mentioned. As Squidward lounges, Mr. Krabs storms off to fluff Squidward's pillow in anger. Squidward deadpans under his breath, "Oh, just fluff it," in a perfectly bitter tone. I mean, listen for yourself.
Okay, if that's all, I'll just get back to me.
Fluff it.
What did you say?
I said, fluff it.
I'll fluff him.
Well, this line wasn't in the script at all. Voice actor Roger Dumpass ad-libbed fluff it during recording, going off script and adding to the episode. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I like covering everything and it's an interesting behind the scenes detail. But let's head over to another episode. Let's talk about the Patrick Star Show, specifically the episode Bummer Jobs. In this one, the Patrick Star Show delivers a flurry of SpongeBob callbacks. Just to give you guys some context of what this episode is about though, it's pretty much about Patrick and SpongeBob looking to get a job. Patrick wants to find his purpose in life, and this turns into him looking for a job. We see their struggle of going through different types of day jobs. For example, they work as grocery baggers at a grocery store and unfortunately get fired. From here, they look for another job. As they pick themselves up, still enthusiastic, they see an old lady struggling to paint her fence. Now, if we rewind back to the episode Idiot Box, there's this scene, and it's a very iconic one where SpongeBob uses his hands to draw a rainbow and says the word
imagination.
Well, this is referenced like 20 plus years later in Bummer Jobs, as when SpongeBob and Patrick go to help that old lady, he does a very similar gesture. I love this so much. You guys know I'm like a massive nerd when it comes to the Steven Hillenburg era. I always ramble on about it in these videos, so any reference to, a season 1, 2, or 3 episode, especially Idiot Box, is gonna warm my heart. And we've got more. Who remembers the episode Sailor Mouth? We've talked about this one many times before, but in this episode, Patrick and SpongeBob learn to swear, and they're taught not to. But the main thing here, as you guys know already, is whenever SpongeBob characters swear in SpongeBob, they make this sound effect.
There are 13 bad words you should never use.
Don't you mean there are only 7?
Not if you're a sailor.
Wow, 13.
That's a lot of bad words.
Well, at one point in Bummer Jobs, listen to what the porpoise says, as it sounds very similar to bad word number 11.
Let me go, you little...
Hey, watch your language.
Did you hear that? It happens closer to the ending of the episode, and that is 100% a reference to Sailor Mouth. So that's 2 classic episodes referenced in one The Patrick Star Show episode. People like to talk smack about The Patrick Star Show, but this is really good. Like, this is a good sign that the writers actually are passionate and know what they're talking about. But yeah, I've got one more Easter egg from this episode, and it happens in this next scene. In a hilarious segment, Squidina rolls out a TV and says it's time for some noir sense.
While they take a break, let's all watch another hard-boiled episode of Noir Sense.
Suddenly, we're now in a black and white detective parody where Fred the Fish is being interrogated. And if you listen to what he says, it's a very clear reference to, his entire character. This is the whole point of Fred the Fish at this point in the show, is to scream the following. This is a brilliant send-up of the running gag, my leg, usually heard whenever Fred gets hurt in classic episodes. For example, here's like a couple of times in older episodes where we hear him say it. Here's a little compilation, a little montage.
My leg! My leg!
Thank you!
My leg! My leg!
It is crazy how many things they hide in these SpongeBob episodes, how many references there are to older episodes, and I love it. The episode Bunny Hunt is a later season gem loaded with background Easter eggs and continuity nods, all wrapped in a silly plot about a wild sea bunny infestation. The episode finds Squidward's garden overrun by a cute but destructive sea bunny named Bunny Wunny, leading to ever-escalating chaos. Like, this bunny is a troublemaker. But let's get into the Easter eggs, as longtime viewers will recognize Squidward's backyard setting from an earlier episode. At the climax, dozens of bunnies swarm and even pop out of a wooden shed behind Squidward's house. And it might just seem like some random shed, but that shed is a blink and you'll miss it reference to another episode, The Curse of Bikini Bottom from season 7. In that episode, a shed randomly appeared in Squidward's yard for a gag.
Let's go look for something to do in Old Man Squidward's shed.
But it isn't actually a part of Squidward's actual house layout. If we look at other episodes and we see his backyard, the shed isn't there. So its reappearance here years later is a delightful continuity nod for fans who remember the one-off structure. The interiors of SpongeBob's pineapple in this episode are also a treasure trove of callbacks. When SpongeBob temporarily adopts the Sea Bunny, we see his living room shelves decorated with familiar mementos. Notably, this ball right here, which is Gary's toy ball, which is actually from an episode, Gary's New Toy.
Okay, that's just creepy. Gary, I think you need to spend some time away from this ball. This isn't helping your case.
It's right here on the shelf, making for a cool reference. Here's a side-by-side. And nearby is SpongeBob's ukulele from the classic Fun Song and the episode of the same name. SpongeBob even has a framed photo of a baby Gary the Snail. However, this little touch actually created a little bit of a continuity puzzle. How would SpongeBob have a baby picture of Gary if, according to the new canon, he met Gary as a kid at Camp Coral? We've talked about this before, but let me clarify. As Nickelodeon has also ultimately confirmed that Camp Coral exists in an alternate timeline from the main series. In other words, the main SpongeBob from the core SpongeBob universe likely raised Gary from a young age, hence the baby photo here, whereas Camp Coral is a separate take on their origin. It's interesting stuff, but just wanted to clarify it. But let's keep it moving because there's a lot of references in this episode. Even if we pop over to Squidward's house, as hanging on his wall is a painting that spoofs another famous painting called The Scream, created by Edvard Munch. I hope I said it correctly. I'm sorry, Edvard Munch, if I said your name wrong. Just this time, as you guys can see, it has a more Squidward touch to it. Here's a side-by-side. Even more surprising, though, is the cameo of an extremely obscure character. This human supervillain with a clam on his head appeared once in the very first Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode, back in 1999.
Oh no! A raging whirlpool!
But after an 18-year absence, he actually shows up again in this episode, on a comic book cover that SpongeBob shields from Bunny Wunny's destruction. It's a blink and you'll miss it detail, but a really cool one that's also pretty rewarding to fans that know their SpongeBob lore. I mean, clearly some of the SpongeBob staff are just as obsessed with SpongeBob lore as I am, as Clamhead Candy Cat's inclusion, however brief, acknowledges the depth of the Mermaid Man universe, and is a treat for any of the nerds out there that remember all of the different villains from SpongeBob. But Bunny Hunt doesn't just reference SpongeBob's past. It throws in a bit of real-world culture too. Squidward, ever the sophisticated squid, drops a couple of French phrases during this episode. And if you were ever wondering what he said, I got you covered. At one point, he exclaims, "Sacre bleu," when speaking to a wooden dummy, a mild, old-fashioned French curse equivalent to the word damn it. Later, during a melodramatic funeral for his garden, Squidward sighs, "C'est la vie," meaning that's life in French. Some more fun facts for you guys right there. And I guess it's canon that Squidward can speak French, which is kind of fitting to his character. It's also kind of a smart way to sneak in a swear. Damn it is kind of like an edgy word, and you don't see a lot of characters from kid shows saying it, so it being in French was a way for Nickelodeon to sneak it in. At least that's my theory. A game theory. And let's head over to another episode. Our next episode is Cabin of Curiosities. On a dark and stormy night at Camp Coral, SpongeBob and Patrick stumble upon a creepy cabin filled with even creepier kid campers. In one of them is a familiar fiend from SpongeBob's past, or I guess his future, albeit in a pint-sized form. Cabin of Curiosities plays out like a kid-friendly horror homage, as our heroes meet a gang of monster kids in the woods.
You are either very brave
or very foolish to venture into this dark domain.
foolish, definitely foolish.
Jake?
Yes, we are. My name is Predatori. That is my web. I spun it this morning.
The star of these odd campers is Kid Furatsu, who, as his punny name definitely implies, is the child version of the iconic SpongeBob character and just classic horror character in general, Nosferatu. It's crazy that Nosferatu is like literally like a canon SpongeBob character. Like, he's appeared on screen many times in the show. I mean, I guess this one technically isn't actually an Easter egg if Nosferatu is a regular character now. Camp Coral is a prequel show and shows a lot of the characters' younger forms, so I guess it makes sense that we would see Nosferatu's kid form, but I do think that this overall is a cool little homage at the very least. Our next episode is Call the Cops from season 11. This episode flips the script by putting SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs on the other side of the law. Plankton actually gets himself arrested after yet another failed formula theft, and the secret formula is locked up at the Bikini Bottom police station as evidence. To retrieve it, Mr. Krabs convinces SpongeBob to go undercover as police officers and infiltrate the station, a recipe for hilarious antics.
Have you got a license to sell these cookies?
Officer SquarePants, I don't think we ought to.
Let me handle this, Officer Mr. Krabs.
I don't have a license.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
As soon as they step into the station lobby, the background art delivers clever gags. For one, there's a framed photo of a donut on the wall, poking fun at the classic trope that cops love donuts, but right beside that is a wanted poster bearing a very familiar face, that of the Tattletale Strangler. I love references like this. Fans will remember this villain from SpongeBob Meets the Strangler, a legendary iconic episode, and apparently the Bikini Bottom PD is still on the lookout for him. The fact that his wanted poster appears here is a continuity nod, as if the events of that episode have been filed in police records. And the station's back room holds another Easter egg for the observant. Pinned up on the wall is a wanted poster for another iconic SpongeBob villain. Roll the clip and I'll let you guys catch it.
You can interrogate the suspect.
I don't know how to interrogate.
Then just ask questions.
Come on, you guys gotta know this one. That's Dennis, the fearsome hitman from the original 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
Name's Dennis. I've been hired to exterminate you.
Dennis's rugged mug is instantly recognizable, connecting the series to the first movie storyline even more. These background posters subtly expand the world building, implying that all of these notorious baddies share the same criminal universe. Really cool stuff. This next episode finally brought Gary the Snail to Camp Coral, and with him comes a barrel of references spanning the SpongeBob universe. In our next episode, Camper Gary, SpongeBob discovers his pet snail has stowed away at camp. Rather than send Gary home, SpongeBob disguises him as a new camper to keep him hidden from the staff, particularly from Mrs. Puff, who turns out to hate snails. Which is kind of weird because she literally has a snail in the episode The Sponge Who Can Fly, like SpongeBob helps save her snail. So this is a little bit of a continuity error, but anyways, the premise of this episode alone parallels a classic SpongeBob plot. It's essentially the summer camp equivalent of My Pretty Seahorse, where SpongeBob hid his pet seahorse mystery at the Krusty Krab.
SpongeBob, thanks for finally getting rid of that horse.
You're welcome, Mr. Krabs. It worked, girl. I'll just keep you back here until Patrick finishes that stable I asked him to build.
Years later, in Camper Gary, we see SpongeBob do something very similar to that scene from My Pretty Seahorse. As a matter of fact, the entire plot of this episode is very similar, which a lot of people think is a reference. Here's another Easter egg though. Of course, Gary eventually runs loose, and Mrs. Puff goes into full monster hunter mode, chasing the beast snail haunting the camp. She doesn't even realize that it's Gary and actually thinks that there's a real threat here. But in a very funny twist, during the chaos, Mrs. Puff offhandedly mentions the following line, and if you listen closely, this is a reference.
Mom always said I'd go out like this. Oh well, better than being dragged back to prison.
As you heard right there, Mrs. Puff refers to being dragged back to prison. And this is a reference to the fact that Mrs. Puff has gone to prison many times in original SpongeBob. For example, in No Free Ride, she goes to jail. So it's very in character that even years before original SpongeBob in the prequel show, she had already been to jail. It seems to be a running theme in her life. There are some more Easter eggs in this episode, and I'm gonna rapid fire them. They're really cool. For one, if you look closely in SpongeBob's bunk, there's this poster right here of Mermaid Man on the wall. We also see a jar of mayonnaise amongst SpongeBob and Patrick's belongings, perhaps a wink at the famous "is mayonnaise an instrument" joke, since what camper packs mayo for a trip? Only Patrick would do that, I mean, come on. And if you look closely right here, we can find canned bread again. We've talked about this in a previous Easter egg video, and if you guys remember back in the episode Squidville, okay, where Squidward moves to go and live in like a town where it's all people exactly like him, he finds one of his favorite things that he's always been looking for.
Canned bread! This town is great!
So yeah, this is a really cool Easter egg and shows that whoever wrote this episode knows their lore. This is like a deep cut of a reference, canned bread, really cool. Let's keep it moving though. In Chatterbox Gary, SpongeBob acquires a pet translation collar that finally lets his beloved snail Gary speak his mind. Imagine getting one of these for your dog or for your cat or for your hamster. It'd be pretty cool.
Hello there, Papa Bob.
Now, we're gonna get into the Easter eggs. I know that's what you clicked on this video for, but I gotta give you guys the context. That way they make sense. SpongeBob excitedly shows off Gary's new voice to his friends, but when they visit Squidward's house, the real fun begins. Gary surprises Squidward by complimenting his interior decor, revealing that he's actually a really classy snail, you know? He's got a sophisticated sense of design, as Squidward puts it.
Come, Papa Bob. Let's get out of here before this bad taste rubs off on us.
Oh, gee, do you have to?
Don't be sad, Squidward. We'll be back soon.
From here, this is where we get to our first couple of Easter eggs, and they're really cool, as this leads to a gallery of in-jokes adorning Squidward's walls. And eagle-eyed fans can definitely spot some of these portraits here and the references that they're referring to. For example, this one right here of handsome Squidward, referencing Squidward's briefly beautified form from the episode The Two Faces of Squidward.
Squidward, you're even more handsome now!
If we keep it moving, in another framed piece, Squidward is shown grappling with a sea bear. And this one is a very specific reference. Like, I really like this one. This one's really cool. It kind of brought back some nostalgia for me, as if we rewind to the episode, the camping episode, where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward all go camping. There's this scene where Squidward refuses to heed SpongeBob and Patrick's anti-sea bear precautions. And yeah, this happens.
No, like that.
Here's a side-by-side, and yeah, this is a really cool callback. If we head back to Squidward's gallery, there's even this painting of a very specific sculpture. It's right here, I'm circling it, and it's a reference to Squidward's sculpture from the episode Are You Happy Now? Again, here's a side-by-side, and yeah, this one's also really cool. And there's more, so let's keep it going. For example, this image right here references the episode Not Normal, specifically this scene, or how about this one? This one references the episode Gone. Here's a side-by-side with the episode Gone and the picture or the portrait, and as you can see, this is a reference, really cool. There's like 3 or 4 more, but I'll let you guys talk about them in the comments. What other portraits here are references to older SpongeBob episodes? To be honest, you shouldn't even be answering this because you should be sleeping, but if you aren't sleeping, it's okay. You can answer this one, but then go like right back to sleep. Alright? Anyways though, the Easter eggs continue when Gary snoops in Squidward's closet. And guys, this is a big one, especially if you're an old school SpongeBob fan like me. I've been watching this show since I was a little kid, even during the Steven Hillenburg era, and this Easter egg really hit me in the heart. Who remembers the episode Band Geeks? In this one, Squidward's arch rival Squilliam shows up, and things get very competitive between Squidward and Squilliam, with it basically leading to Squidward having to form a band and perform at the Bubble Bowl. Well, take a look at this scene where Gary snoops through Squidward's closet.
Oh, tacky.
Hold on now.
You may have missed it, but look. Hanging inside is Squidward's marching band uniform from that episode, Band Geeks, complete with everything. Like here's a side-by-side, and this is a very clear reference. It's a blink and you'll miss it tribute to Squidward's triumphant Bubble Bowl performance, and it's pretty awesome. Altogether, Chatterbox Gary cleverly weaves these references into the scene, implying that Squidward has kept memories of his many adventures, from the good to the bad, and even the handsome. But let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Another spooky episode is Curse of the Were-Doodle. This Halloween special brings back one of SpongeBob's scariest creations, Doodlebob. But honestly, Doodlebob's one of my favorite characters. Like, he's awesome. Take a look at this funny clip from his original episode. But yeah, in this episode, Curse of the Were-Doodle, SpongeBob is bitten by Doodlebob, the wicked pencil-drawn duplicate of SpongeBob from Season 2's Frankendoodle, and this transforms him into a were-doodle. This happens whenever the moonlight hits, and it's essentially a werewolf-like doodle version of himself. Take a look at this clip. As a tribute to his pencil-drawn roots, the episode is overflowing with references to Frankendoodle, and even a recent Doodlebob cameo, making it a gold mine for fans of SpongeBob lore. Once SpongeBob's Were-Doodle side starts wreaking havoc, the homages come fast and furious. For example, take a look at the way the Were-Doodle repeatedly body slams Mr. Krabs in this scene right here. Dude, he's just like flinging the poor crab back and forth like a rag doll. But this is a direct visual callback to Doodlebob's infamous beatdown of Squidward in Frankendoodle.
Doodleboy, stop!
Did you guys catch that? As in that 2002 episode, Doodlebob pounced on Squidward and smashed him flat in the exact same manner. This has also happened before. If we go back to the episode Squiddiot Box, Doodlebob does the exact same thing. Take a look. Yeah, really cool references here, guys, and there's more. Let's keep it rolling. As the Were-Doodle's next rampage moment is another scene ripped straight from Frankendoodle. As you guys just seen, the Weredoodle took that long wooden beam and turned it into a pencil by chewing on it. And longtime fans will immediately recall Doodlebob's tactic in Frankendoodle, where he grabbed the magic pencil and did the exact same thing after it snapped, complete with the same frenzied sharpening sound effects. Seeing the Weredoodle do this with an entire wooden post is a hilarious escalation of the reference. And the episode doesn't stop there. During the climax of the episode, during the chase, the Weredoodle defeats Bubble Bass by drawing a quick hole on the ground, which results in this happening to Bubble Bass. Roll the clip. This trick is a carbon copy of Doodlebob's strategy from Frankendoodle, of course, where the villainous Doodle sketched a pit to trap SpongeBob and Patrick. In Curse of the Weredoodle, the context has changed, with Bubble Bass being the unlucky victim this time. But the visual gag is an instant whole, complete with the scribbled edges and Bubble Bass's shocked expression as he drops through the hand-drawn void. This episode, Curse of the Weredoodle, is very good. So many cool Easter eggs in it. In the episode Enemies a la Mode, a Patrick Star Show episode, Patrick is supposed to host his variety show, but becomes obsessed with getting ice cream. And I can't really blame him. Ice cream's pretty good. I could go for like an Oreo McFlurry right now, but nonetheless, this episode's premise revolves around Patrick's family members confronting absurd rivalries. Well, Patrick himself is just more concerned with ice cream, with him chasing down an elusive ice cream truck. And this innocent setup actually hides a bunch of Easter eggs. For example, at one point of this episode, we get this like black and white segment, where it's a flashback featuring Grandpat recounting the ice cream prohibition era, a spoof on real life prohibition, where he frequented secret sweet easies until he was caught in jail. Now, during this flashback, eagle-eyed fans can spot a blink and you'll miss it Easter egg. As Grandpat is hauled into a paddy wagon, we can see this eel inmate inside of the truck right here. Now, he may just seem like a random character, but it's actually been confirmed by SpongeBob's staff that this character is related to another SpongeBob character. It was deliberately designed as the grandfather of Carlos Eel, a very obscure character from the SpongeBob episode Walking Small. In this episode, Walking Small, from all the way back in season 1, Carlos Eel steals SpongeBob's ice cream cone at Goo Lagoon by sliding straight through SpongeBob's body to snatch the cone. Plankton then forces SpongeBob to be assertive, famously shouting through SpongeBob's mouth. Terrified, Carlos bursts into tears and flees, tossing the ice cream back at SpongeBob.
Surrender that ice cream cone, or every waking moment for you will become a swirling torrent of pain and misery.
Well, this flashback in Enemies a la Mode cleverly mirrors this history. And it's also just a really cool reference. I mean, Carlos Eel is like the most random deep cut character ever from a season 1 episode. So the fact that the art team and the writers went out of their way to include a character that's related to him is really cool. Another fun fact about this is that Grandpat's eel cellmate got jailed for ice cream related crimes, which is very funny because if you remember, Carlos Eel stole SpongeBob's ice cream. So there's even some really cool continuity there. Like, this writer and artist who did like all the conceptual art for him is a true SpongeBob fan. Like, that's a true SpongeBob nerd just like me. Speaking of ice cream though, Enemies a la Mode features another rare character return. This guy right here, the ice cream truck driver himself, or the waiter from the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Early in the episode, Patrick chases down a cheerful ice cream vendor named Walter, who upon seeing Patrick approaching is struck in with horror. And through a flashback to their childhood, we learn why. As a kid, Patrick tasted Walter's ice cream and went absolutely ballistic, like the dude just went completely feral. Now, longtime viewers will recognize Goofy Goobers as the ice cream parlor from the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. In fact, Walter appears to be the very same green ice cream man who has repeatedly suffered at the hands of Patrick and SpongeBob in the past, with them just covering him in ice cream. For example, this scene right here from the SpongeBob SquarePants movie from 2004.
Why do I always get the nuts?
A similar gag like this occurs in the season 11 episode Pat Nokia, where Patrick, under Plankton's influence, orders this crazy massive ice cream order of sundaes. And being the clumsy starfish that he is, he flings one right into the same vendor's face. Our poor guy Walter is just always getting hit with ice cream. Well, in Enemies a la Mode, it's implied that Walter is the very same vendor, with a very traumatic past with Patrick. Patrick even kept a childlike crayon drawing of the mean old ice cream man again as his sworn enemy. This continuity makes the scene extra hilarious for fans. The poor ice cream man thought he'd seen the last of Patrick's chaos years ago, only to have the pink dude return wanting more ice cream and chasing him down throughout like the whole episode. And those aren't the only Easter eggs here. In Grandpat's Prohibition flashback, many character designs reference 1930s animation, and Squeedina's popsicle in the present day is actually a reference itself. It's shaped like a bomb pop, a nod to a real-life frozen treat. The episode's title itself, Enemies Ella Mode, echoes the season 5 SpongeBob episode title, Krabs Ella Mode. Another really good episode, by the way. All of these layers make this a really good episode filled with tons of references. Like, they're really cool. Let's talk about the episode Exchange Student Driver, a new one from season 16. When Mrs. Puff enrolls SpongeBob in a faraway driving school exchange program just to get rid of him, can't really blame her, our absorbent hero finds himself in a familiar location, Clopnod, a bizarre town where reckless driving is the norm, so SpongeBob fits right in. The premise flips the usual boating school formula, where SpongeBob's chaotic driving style, which is normally a nightmare in Bikini Bottom, like this guy has nearly killed people before, turns out to be perfect in Clopnod. In fact, he performs so well and is such a standout student that the Clopnodian instructor awards SpongeBob with a driver's license, carved on a turnip, no less. And this is where our first Easter egg, well, I guess this is more of a fact, comes in. And don't worry, just saying, there are a ton of Easter eggs coming up, so stay tuned. This one's just really interesting, and it's actually kind of controversial. As if you go to the comments of the fandom page of this episode, you'll see that there's a lot of people upset at the fact that SpongeBob received his license, and I'll explain why. Creator Steven Hillenburg, the person who created Bikini Bottom, made SpongeBob like the OG of SpongeBob, famously said that SpongeBob should never permanently earn his license. Why? Well, to preserve the comedic tension with Mrs. Puff, which is a big part of many episodes, including this episode, Exchange Student Driver, but also to fulfill Nickelodeon's mandate that the show should revolve around a school setting and a teacher character. For those of you who don't know this, Mrs. Puff was a character that Nickelodeon pretty much demanded. They basically told Steven Hillenburg that if you're going to make a show like this, there needs to be some educational aspect to it, which is why SpongeBob goes to boating school and learns, though if you really think about it, the dude never really progresses. Well, at least he does in this episode, but that's the issue here. However, there's actually a workaround for this. By giving SpongeBob a license only in Clopnod, the episode cleverly skirts Hillenburg's rule without technically breaking it, since SpongeBob still isn't licensed in Bikini Bottom. He got his license in Clopnod, a completely different location. Let me know what you guys think about this one in the comments, but do you think that because it happened in a different location that it makes it okay? But yeah, a fun fact about this episode I wanted to talk about, but let's get into an actual Easter egg here. As throughout this episode, as it progresses and we see SpongeBob at Mrs. Puff's boating school, longtime viewers may catch a classroom callback in this episode. This thing right here is the Good Noodle Board, Mrs. Puff's star chart, or basically like a chart for how she tracks the behavior of her students. It made its first appearance years ago, like 25 years ago, back in the classic episode, one of my favorites, New Student Starfish, where SpongeBob shows Patrick the board and explains its function before class.
Those drinks are recorded here on the Good Noodle Board.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
SpongeBob in this episode eventually actually gets in trouble thanks to Patrick and loses one of his stars.
Turning, it is important to signal at least 40 feet from the
Big
turn.
fat meanie, you can't do that. She's the teacher.
What about the teacher? What? As if I really look like this.
Well, it's really cool to see it pop up again in this episode, and it shows that whoever wrote this episode knows their stuff. They're a real SpongeBob fan. As there's been other episodes that have shown Mrs. Puff's classroom, like the classroom at the boating school, and the Good Noodle Board is not there. So this was intentional. Also, just saying, I don't normally do this, but if this Easter egg sounds familiar, it's because there's a very similar one in another episode that I covered recently, where the Good Noodle Board popped up again. So yeah, just saying, this was a new Easter egg. Moving on though, I've got some more Easter eggs for you guys in the form of character cameos. And of course, all the cameos here are characters that are pretty rare. We're gonna be covering more cameos in other episodes in this video, so stay tuned. But let's get into it. As I mentioned, Mrs. Puff sends SpongeBob on like a boat driving exchange student thing, where he's being sent to Clopnod. And we get this scene where we see the travel there with a map. And there are a bunch of deep cut references on here. And I'm very proud, as they're ones ones that the SpongeBob fandom wiki hasn't even found yet. For one, just as the boat is approaching no man's land, we'll see right here that these are the trench monsters from the 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Now you might not see it right away because there's just eyes, but this is specifically a reference to when SpongeBob and Patrick are walking through right here, and as you can see, there's all of these different eyes. Also, they're very clearly like on the map in trenches, so yeah, this is a subtle reference right here, but it's definitely a reference. However, the next two are way more blatant. For example, just passing no man's land, we can see the Cyclops character from the same 2004 SpongeBob movie. This character right here, we can see that his leg or his boot is put down on the no man's land area of the map. Pretty cool. And if you were questioning the last two, here's one that absolutely confirms it. In that 2004 SpongeBob movie, we were introduced to Maximus, this character right here. And what I really want you to pay attention to is the small traffic light at the top of his head acting like a lantern of a glowfish. As if we go back to that same map part, look, Maximus is right here. The colors are slightly off as you can see in this side by side, but the reason we know for sure is that traffic light on top of his head right here, which basically reaffirms the other two Easter eggs I was mentioning of the trench monsters and of the Cyclops, who also all appeared in that original 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I imagine that whoever, like the production team around this episode, exchange student driver, one of them probably worked on the movie or something in the past, but who knows. One other thing I want to talk about real quickly, and then we'll head into more Easter eggs in another episode, guys. Stay tuned because I've got some of the coolest Easter eggs coming up. But here's some behind the scenes stuff about this episode. As remember how I said SpongeBob got his license on a turnip? We actually got to see the process of how this came to life, with Shane Richardson, Hannah Hong, George N, and Amy L sharing these drawings online, where we can see the first process of the photo, the second process of the photo, then we can see the shot in the episode where it's blank, and then finally this shot where we can actually see the driver's license text. And fun fact, these were originally painted before being scanned in with the lines drawn digitally. So some really cool stuff right there, but let's head over to another episode. So as you guys have probably heard, the consensus for SpongeBob's spin-off show, Camp Coral, is pretty negative. I mean, if you just search it on YouTube, there are tons of videos of people criticizing it, and I get it. The show definitely was a little bit of a cash grab, but if you ever hear somebody say that Nickelodeon went against Steven Hillenburg's wishes with Camp Coral, or that he didn't want the show to happen, it's come out that that is not true. And let's talk about that for a second, and then we're gonna get into more Easter eggs in a Camp Coral episode. But this in and of itself is a fact and is some trivia. In a 2001 interview with multiple SpongeBob production members, it was revealed that Steven absolutely knew about the show. He was weary about the CGI aspect of the show, but he was working on it and knew it was happening. Furthermore, Vincent Waller, another big member of SpongeBob's production, also went on to say that Steve absolutely knew about the show. The only thing we don't know is how he would have felt about the final product, as unfortunately he passed away before he could see that. But Vincent explains that Steve specifically left him and the rest of the team in charge and trusted them to guard his creation to the best of their ability. And it seems like they're doing that. So there's a little bit of trivia about Camp Coral for you right there. Nickelodeon didn't just force this show to happen like a lot of people think, but let's get back to the original Easter egg I was going to talk about. And it's from the Camp Coral episode Game Night, which is actually a really good episode and a good example of how good this show actually can be. This episode shifts the spotlight from SpongeBob to SpongeBob's summer camp counselors, youthful versions of Mr. Krabs, Mrs. Puff, and Plankton, as they sneak away from the campers for a grown-ups evening of board games. Well, this episode is a treasure trove of playful references, especially when it comes to the board games that they choose to play, with each one spoofing a real-world classic in a character-appropriate way. It's actually some really good writing here. Plankton excitedly suggests a game called Peril, the game of undersea conquest, clearly a parody of the global domination board game Risk, a perfect fit for Plankton's world domination obsession, and a cool reference to a real-life board game. Another reference can be found when Mr. Krabs counters with Money-opoly, a not-so-subtle nod to Monopoly, with the mascot looking exactly like Monopoly's Mr. Moneybags. He also looks like somebody else you guys may have noticed, but he looks familiar to a certain Spongy dad. I mean, if we do a side-by-side, like, the mascot looks almost identical to SpongeBob's dad. A potentially intentional Easter egg that suggests that Harold SquarePants has another job in this universe. But moving on, Mrs. Puff shoots them both down, grumbling that Mr. Krabs always plays the bank and always wins, a wink to anyone who's caught a cheater swiping extra cash when acting as the banker in real-life Monopoly. Funnily enough, in the dialogue, it's recalled that the last time they played Slot Boat Racers, Mr. Krabs accidentally ran over Plankton's leg. This setup delivers a double Easter egg. As Plankton gripes about his still healing leg, we suddenly get a close-up and hear the famous line, "My leg," coming probably from the character Fred.
My leg is still healing. His leg!
But beyond the games themselves, the episode Game Night hides a sweet callback to SpongeBob's childhood comforts. When SpongeBob barges in on the secret gathering with an emergency, we learn that he's upset because his teddy bear is missing, only for it to turn up under his bunk bed covers later on. What a waste of time. But the teddy bear's design, a cute brown stuffed bear, will probably ring a bell for fans of the episode Skill Crane. In that episode, SpongeBob wins a very similar looking teddy from a carnival crane machine. The Camp Coral teddy isn't explicitly named, but its appearance feels like a tip of the hat to Skill Crane, showing that SpongeBob's affection for cuddly bears spans across his life. That, or it was just written that he would have a teddy bear, and because it's a generic teddy bear, it just turns out to be an Easter egg. But good job, because they accidentally made an Easter egg here, and it's actually a pretty cool one. Now, I'm almost done with this episode, but one more cheeky detail in Game Night is that there's a lot of jokes that are aimed primarily at grown-ups in the audience, as opposed to kids. For example, as the counselors set up their game, Mrs. Puff pours drinks into plastic solo cups. And there's another scene where Mr. Krabs conveniently sips on his cup, remarking that these child-free evenings are the only thing keeping me sane.
You know, sometimes I think these adult-only nights are the only thing keeping me sanity in check.
Though never clearly stated, the scene strongly implies that the adults are enjoying some camp punch. I don't know for sure, but I do think that this was meant to be one of those types of jokes right here. Let me know what you guys think in the comments though. The episode Hog Huntin' follows SpongeBob and Patrick on a wild countryside adventure, tracking down Old Man Jakin's prized worm hog, a pig-like critter, after it goes missing.
You keep your hands off my beautiful Beulah!
I wasn't touching her, I was just, admiring her beauty.
This episode dives into a ton of good humor that plays into the whole countryman stereotype. Think barnyards, beards, and backwoods shenanigans pretty much. It's a good episode. But it also hides a couple of clever pop culture parodies. One of the first gags comes when SpongeBob stumbles on Old Man Jenkins watching his favorite soap opera, Days of Our Styes. For those of you who don't know, this title is a really funny little goof referencing the long-running soap opera, Days of Our Lives. The show's writers are clearly winking at the audience here. Bikini Bottom has its own version of Days of Our Lives, only with hogs instead of people. And if that sounds familiar, it's because SpongeBob has spoofed this exact soap opera before in the episode Wary Gary. This one is a snail-focused drama called Snails of Our Lives, played on TV as a pet parody of the same series. Later in this episode, Hog Huntin' treats us to a musical Easter egg that's perfectly in tune with the episode's country western vibe. SpongeBob and Patrick end up literally living in Old Man Jenkins' enormous beard for a while. Long story short, hiding from an angry Jenkins after a failed hog catching attempt. During their cozy exile in his facial hair, and sings a delightful ditty titled Home in a Beard. Take a listen, but we can't play it for too long because I'm not trying to get destroyed by copyright.
Home in a beard, where the whiskers and stubble are weird.
If the melody and theme sound old-timey to you, that's by design. Home in a Beard is a direct parody of the classic American folk song Home on the Range. The original 1972 song famously yearns for life on the open prairie, whereas SpongeBob's version yearns for, well, the comfort of living in a bristly old beard. I cannot relate. Between the soap opera spoofs and folk song parodies, Hog Huntin' shows that even in jellyfish fields and barns, SpongeBob's world is never far from ours, or from its own past jokes. Next up is Hot Pearl Tato, another episode from Camp Coral. When a baby Pearl Krabs shows up at Camp Coral, SpongeBob and friends struggle to babysit the mighty infant. I mean, considering how much of a pain Pearl is like in regular SpongeBob, just imagine like baby Pearl. This girl one time almost flooded the entire Krusty Krab because she couldn't find a date to prom.
Here, take SpongeBob!
The fry cook? Do you know what that would do to my complexion? People will mistake me for a planetarium.
What do you mean?
I don't No!
So just imagine a baby version of her, oh my god. As I expected, she's a handful, crawling off into the woods, which leads to some wild encounters with mythical camp critters. In one scene, SpongeBob's camp buddies, Bubble Bass, Kevin, and Harvey, break out a board game called Escape from Mom's Basement. This hilarious fictional game is a wink at adult Bubble Bass's well-known living situation. I mean, also here's a side-by-side, as this game, Escape from Mom's Basement, basically looks exactly like adult Bubble Bass's actual setup in his mom's basement. And yeah, this is definitely the writers having a little bit of fun here. Later on in the episode, as SpongeBob and Squidward chase baby Pearl through the kelp forest, they bounce off a slumbering giant creature. And this thing should be familiar to you guys. It's a sea moose, also known as a moose snail. Now, eagle-eyed fans may recognize this beast, as it first appeared in the main series episode, A Cabin in the Kelp, blocking the Gal Pals road trip. Seeing it here marks the creature's return, now in a CG form, as it swats at SpongeBob and Squidward until Pearl shows off her inherited strength. The episode even brings in a campfire legend, a sea bear. And for those of you who don't know, the sea bear first appeared in the episode, The Camping Episode.
Maybe it's because you're not wearing your sombrero in a goofy fashion.
You mean like this?
No, like that.
It's had a few brief appearances since then, but its main role has been in the camping episode from season 3 where it beats up Squidward. So it appearing here is definitely some sort of reference. So yeah, lots of interesting Easter eggs in this episode, and let's keep it moving. Next up is the episode In Search of Camp Nudist. In this episode, SpongeBob and friends hear a rumor of a secret nudist camp in the woods. Yes, you read that right. So the group set off on a curious quest to find it. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Sandy tromp through the forest in search of the fabled Camp Nudist, while camp counselors Mr. Krabs and Squidward chase after them in a panic. I mean, they definitely don't want a bunch of kids stumbling onto naked campers, right? As the hike wears on, Squidward grows exhausted, and this is where we could find an Easter egg. In a dramatized moment, Squidward collapses and wheezes for Camp Master Krabs to go on without him, and what follows is a cheeky nod to SpongeBob's own theme song. Mr. Krabs shrugs and immediately marches ahead while whistling this. Roll the clip.
You'll have to go on without me.
Okay.
What? What? Wait, hey, don't leave me alone out here!
It's a blink and you'll miss it Easter egg that longtime viewers instantly recognize, as Mr. Krabs just sang the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song, or at least a very similar version of it. I'm gonna keep these clips short just because I don't want to get destroyed by copyright, but here's like 2 seconds of the SpongeBob theme.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
And if you listen here, Mr. Krabs plays pretty much the same thing. I'm gonna play it again. Here's like 2 seconds of that. Really cool, but let's head over to another episode. Just a little reminder that if you're still awake, you should be sleeping. And if you're still awake, you might as well grab your phone and subscribe to us. Please do it. I'm trying to hit 10K and we're really close. So if you enjoy my videos, I'd really appreciate it. At least I'm not like all those other crappy AI SpongeBob channels. I'm a real person. I'm gonna be doing my face reveal soon. This is my actual voice. Blah, 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 blah. There's no AI. All right, go and make AI do that, but I'll do it on camera soon to prove it. But make sure to subscribe, guys. I love you. And back to the video with some more Easter eggs. Next up is Insecurity Guards. In this one, SpongeBob and Patrick become watchmen at the Bikini Bottom Museum of Everything, and their security antics wreak havoc on the exhibits. But throughout all the museum chaos, a refined figure from SpongeBob's past is hiding in plain sight. If we look at this one scene early on, the camera pans across a crowd of museum goers. And if you're a true SpongeBob fan, you should be able to catch who's in this shot. Roll the footage.
Now, rule number 1 of guarding is don't let visitors touch stuff.
No touchy, no feely. Aye, aye.
For those of you who don't know or missed it, this guy right here is Monty P. Moneybags. And if we rewind all the way back to season 2, there was the episode Artist Unknown. Monty P. Moneybags is a wealthy art collector, and Squidward wants to impress him. But as you guys can imagine, this does not go very well.
Good day, sir. My name is Monty P. Moneybags, the world-famous art collector. Do you want to know me? I'm on a shopping spree, buying art for my new museum.
Your search is over. How about this one? I call it bold and brash.
More like belongs in the trash.
Sorry, I must have missed that one.
Auntie Moneybags hasn't appeared in an episode in like 20 plus years. His last and only appearance was back in 2001's Artist Unknown. So to see him again in season 12, silently touring a museum as a background character is a deep cut Easter egg that really caught my attention. And there's more. If we head back to the 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie, we were introduced to this version of King Neptune. And as you guys know, his crown was a major aspect of that episode, with it hiding his baldness. This thing was very important to him, but it seems that even years later, it's still missing as a look.
Hey, Patrick, I think that guy's trying to
touch that painting!
If we pause right here, we can see that it's still missing, and it can be found in the museum as one of the things that the robbers stole. This is a really cool Easter egg. I mean, that movie came out in 2004, so considering that this episode came out in 2019, it shows that the writers were really paying attention. Also, a fun fact, in this episode we were introduced to this painting right here, and we would not see it for a long time after this. It seemed that originally it was going to be exclusive to this episode and security guards, but if we fast forward years later to the Camp Coral episode, Revel Revolution, it actually appears in this scene right here.
No one wakes us up like you, and I should know. I'm your biggest fan. Yeah, I go. I have all your albums.
Here's a side-by-side, and that's definitely the same painting, right? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. On top of that painting, there's a couple of other paintings in this episode that seem to be references. For example, this one painting here with Mr. Krabs and the Krabby Patty, it's actually a reference to The Creation of Adam, a painting made by Italian artist Michelangelo.
What you doing? I'm cleaning centuries of dirt from this priceless painting.
Going too slow.
I think I know how we can speed things along.
Or there's also this painting with Mrs. Puff right here, and it's actually a reference to the Mona Lisa, obviously, one of the most famous paintings ever. And there's actually a bunch of other cool references throughout this episode to famous statues and paintings, but we can't cover them all. So let's head over to another episode with more Easter eggs. So the continuity of SpongeBob's universe definitely gets like messed up a little bit in this next episode, Kitchen Sponge, or maybe it was fixed, depends on who you ask. In this Camp Coral episode, young SpongeBob volunteers to help Plankton, who runs the camp's mess hall, and the goal is for him to help Plankton improve his menu. Disaster strikes in a scene that is very similar to the show's very first episode, Help Wanted. Plankton's kitchen is overrun by a ravenous swarm of fish campers. A chaos that directly references the anchovy feeding frenzy from Help Wanted, the 1999 plot where the Krusty Krab was pretty much attacked by hungry anchovies. Here in Camp Coral, it's a fun reversal. Plankton experiences the same sardine-style stampede that Mr. Krabs once did, a really cool nod to SpongeBob's origin episode. Later, Plankton decides quantity is the answer and concocts an army of Krabby Patty creatures to serve everyone. And this is another reference, as these living patties are nearly identical to the patty monsters from another SpongeBob episode, Dream Hoppers. Here's a side-by-side, and it's not exact, but it's pretty close, and I think this is a reference. In fact, the concept of sentient Krabby Patties causing mischief first appeared in Dream Hoppers, and Kitchen Sponge brings it back, showing Plankton unleashing a legion of googly-eyed burgers. Now I'm hungry. All of this, though, is light compared to this episode's ending, which has a very big moment for SpongeBob continuity. One big debate at this time was how Sandy could have been a part of Camp Coral, right, which is a prequel series to SpongeBob, when there's an entire episode in season 1 of original SpongeBob showing how Sandy and SpongeBob met. And in that episode, it's very clear they've never met before.
So, what's your name?
Sandy?
Well, in the climax of Kitchen Sponge, when SpongeBob inadvertently invents the Krabby Patty's secret formula and nearly changes history, Sandy steps in by literally calling her future self. In a sci-fi twist, adult Sandy appears via video to her younger self, congratulating her on a successful plan to keep the formula out of Plankton's hands.
Affirmative, little cheeks. This is Big Cheeks, receiving you from the future. The formula burned out before Mr. Plankton could nab it. Now it can be safely rediscovered in the future. I knew sending you to Camp Coral was the right thing to do.
Okay, so this is important. That clip right here implies that Camp Coral exists in an alternate timeline, where Camp Coral is still canon and is still a prequel, but because it's in an alternate timeline, it explains how SpongeBob meets adult Sandy in the original SpongeBob show, but also already knew her back in Camp Coral. This is a very complicated one. I hope you guys got it, but yeah, it's really cool. By having future Sandy orchestrate the events, the show winks at viewers and suggests the following. The original series and Camp Coral now diverge into separate universes. It's pretty cool, but as you guys know, let's head over to another episode. Our next episode is a really good one from season 9. Like, I can't even believe that this episode released all the way back in 2016, which was 10 years ago, but the episode is Lame and Fortune. And this is a SpongeBob episode with an unusual premise. Fortune cookies and Bikini Bottom start accurately predicting the future, which Plankton naturally tries to exploit. And I mean, I can't blame him. Imagine if you could get a fortune cookie and know your entire future. That'd be very convenient. Well, as SpongeBob and Plankton duel with fortunes, the episode slips in numerous visual gags and callbacks that reward hardcore SpongeBob nerds just like me and you. I mean, if you clicked on this video, you're just as much of a SpongeBob nerd as I am. But yeah, early on, Plankton gets accidentally squished under a customer's boot.
I have had enough!
Now, when he peels off the sole, his gooey splat is actually shaped like the old Nickelodeon Splat logo. And this might have been an accident, but I think that this one's intentional considering that SpongeBob is a Nickelodeon show. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, but this orange splat-shaped logo was Nick's iconic branding from the 1980s through to 2003. So it's very likely that the animators snuck in a cheeky network reference. And I love these types of references, as it's the kind of background joke that only fans with sharp eyes and nostalgia will actually catch. I mean, I remember watching this episode as a little kid and I didn't even realize that this was an Easter egg. Nonetheless though, it's really, really cool. And let's keep it going, as the fortune cookies themselves set up a darkly comedic sequence where Mr. Krabs imagines his own death.
You will die.
Oh, I'll miss you, Daddy! But I really can't wait to spend all your hard-earned money on shoes!
Me money!
In Mr. Krabs' daydream of his funeral, the show slips into very deep-cut references, or I guess you'd call these cameos. First is Grandpa Redbeard Krabs, the old pirate grandfather of Mr. Krabs. Redbeard hasn't been seen since the 2008 episode Grandpappy the Pirate, nearly a decade ago. In that episode, he came to visit, and Mr. Krabs pretended to still be a swashbuckling pirate, just to impress him, as Redbeard thinks that Mr. Krabs should be a pirate. He doesn't want him to own a restaurant.
What kind of ship are you running here? Just a second. I've smelled a lot of stinky things, but nothing smells stinkier than a lie.
Redbeard's quick appearance among the funeral attendees in Lame and Fortune is a reward for dedicated fans. For one, it confirms that Redbeard is alive and well in canon, and actually cares about his grandson. It's good to know that he'd go to the funeral. But yeah, also, a fun fact, this was only Redbeard's second ever appearance, making it a true deep cut. But there's actually more going on here. I wonder if you guys already spotted it, but don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. As during that same funeral, we can spot one of Mr. Krabs' 3 little nephews. These nephews, a nod to classic duck nephews, Huey, Dewey, and Louie from DuckTales, were seen extremely briefly in the episode Stanley S. SquarePants as part of like a quick throwaway gag. Like they weren't like actual characters, they were just there for a joke.
I even turned down my own 3 adorable nephews. But Uncle Krabs, they solve mysteries. How go solve the mystery of why you didn't get the job?
In Layman Fortune, one nephew, I don't know what happened to the other two, can be seen right here, and it's such a blink and you'll miss it Easter egg that casual viewers would probably have no idea who this kid is. This was one of the character's first appearances in like 9 years, proving that somebody on the crew remembered that one-off joke and decided to include it. But let's keep it moving. As Plankton pursues the fortune cookie scheme, there's another sly cameo. In the chum bucket, we see a large green sea cucumber's leg among the crowd of customers, lured in by Plankton's fake fortunes. Well, that leg turns out to belong to Kevin C. Cucumber, the pompous leader of the Jelly Spotters Club from one of my favorite episodes and a classic banger episode, I'm Your Biggest Fanatic.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. What is your question?
Hi, Kevin.
Kevin hadn't actually appeared in the main series since that season 2 appearance, so this was technically his first return in nearly 15 years. The show only gives us like a quick shot of his lower body for some reason, I don't know why, but we know it's him because of staff confirming it, but also if we do a side-by-side, we can tell it's his legs. At the time Layman Fortune premiered, this cameo was a huge deal. Kevin was a fan favorite jerk character who many thought was long forgotten, but since then he does have more regular appearances, with him even being like a main character on Camp Coral. But yeah, at the time, this was a really cool Easter egg. Fittingly, Layman Fortune was also a milestone for the series production. This episode debuted a new HD opening sequence, and with it, a new technique, as it's actually the very first time a SpongeBob episode used a CGI model of Bikini Atoll, the tiny palm tree island seen in the show's opening, in place of the old filmed footage. For years since 1999, the opening shot of the island was a real static image shown at the start of each episode. But by 2016, with the transition to high definition, Nickelodeon switched to a crisp computer-generated island model for the intro. This meant Layman Fortune's premiere featured a subtle visual change, with us getting this cool 3D shot of the island. Now, the reason was likely to modernize the look of the show, and it definitely accomplished that. The Patrick Star Show spin-off is essentially a mini sketch comedy showcase, but it doesn't skimp out on SpongeBob references, Easter eggs, and meta humor. In Late for Breakfast, Patrick misses his family's breakfast and scrambles to fill his belly and airtime by hosting a cooking segment on his makeshift variety show.
Cook at 1,000 degrees for 1 second. It's ready!
Now, this whole sequence is a goldmine of Easter eggs and sly nods. As Patrick raids the house for ingredients, he tosses just about anything into his casserole, if that's what you want to call it, including a pair of delicious, I'm sure they would taste great, right? These right here, dirty sneakers. Longtime SpongeBob fans will recognize those beat-up black high-top sneakers, as they look identical to the shoes Plankton gave SpongeBob as part of his elaborate plan 20 years ago, like 20 plus years ago. Welcome to the Chum Bucket.
Wow!
So now do you have everything you need to make some Krabby Patties?
Well...
So seeing them here is really, really cool. Now, I will say this is most likely just a fun prop reuse by the artists, but it could also have been an intentional Easter egg. And if so, you know, props to the team, because this is a cool one. But if we keep it moving, as Patrick's chaotic cooking continues, with him adding stinky socks and used napkins, delicious, his little sister Squidina encourages him to work with what he's got. Eventually, Patrick cooks the monstrosity at 1,000 degrees for 1 second. But more importantly, the real Easter eggs come when the casserole is done, and Patrick's show rules its credit sequence. In universe, these are fake vanity credits for Patrick's imaginary production crew. Like, as you guys know, a big element of the Patrick Star Show is that it's like a show within a show. But back to the point, every name on this scrolling fake credits right here is a pun on a real SpongeBob production staff member. For example, the credits list Mark C. I'm not gonna try and say his last name, but this is actually a spoof of a real person, executive producer Mark C. And I'm not gonna try and say his last name again, but here's both names side by side, and you can see this is intentional. There's also Vincent Walla, clearly referencing SpongeBob veteran Vincent Waller. Andy Badman stands in for writer Andrew Goodman. That one's actually funny. Louis K. Shire for writer Look Brookshire. And there's a couple of more, but you guys get the point. Another interesting Easter egg from this episode is a specific line that Patrick sings. Take a look at this clip and it might be familiar to you guys. Like I said, you may have heard that before, and it's because this is like a classic gag for Patrick. He said the same line back in the episode Shanghai from season 3, right here. And he also says a similar thing in the episode You Don't Know Sponge, if we fast forward to this scene right here and I'll play the clip.
Oh, it's Patrick!
In the episode Making Waves, Mr. Krabs desperately needs a vacation away from the Chum Bucket's madness, which makes sense. I mean, he has to deal with Plankton doing all sorts of ridiculous stuff all year long, so he sets off on a luxury sea cruise, only to discover that Plankton has also booked the exact same trip. And worst of all, they're actually forced to share a cabin due to there being a mix-up on the cruise. As Mr. Krabs explores trying to find his room, the episode greets fans with a gallery of background Easter eggs, and they're all really cool. Like, for instance, a wanted poster on the bottom floor right here features a very rare character, none other than Iron Eye, one of Mr. Krabs' old Navy buddies from the season 4 episode Shell of a Man. Iron Eye hasn't been seen since that 2005 episode, where he was a part of Mr. Krabs' Tough Guy reunion. In that story, SpongeBob, disguised inside Krabs' molted shell, met Iron Eye at a Navy reunion, where Iron Eye did this to Mr. Krabs, or well, I guess he technically did it to SpongeBob.
Fire the torpedoes!
Later in the episode, Iron Eye also revealed that his intimidating metal eye was actually made of formica, while he and the other macho sailors confessed their own insecurities. Well, seeing Iron Eye's face on a cruise ship poster in Making Waves is a deep-cut reference, especially for nerds like me, who watched the show growing up, as it playfully implies Iron Eye might be up to no good, hence the wanted part. It'd be cool to see what the dude's been up to after nearly 2 decades off screen, but let's head over to another Easter egg. Real quick though, guys, I just want to say I'm one of the only non-AI SpongeBob sleep channels on YouTube, so please subscribe. I'm like a real person. This is my real voice. You can actually probably hear that I'm kind of sick right now. I just played a show. Here's a picture from my concert. That's me right there. So my voice is a little shaky, but please subscribe. I'm more showing that so you guys know I'm a real person. I'm not one of those crappy AI cartoon channels. So yeah. And if you're wondering why I sound so sick, that's why I got sick after the show. But anyways, back to the Easter eggs. Entering the cabin hallway, Mr. Krabs fails to notice a pair of creepy grinning toddlers holding hands in the corridor. And if they look familiar, that's because they are. Longtime viewers will recognize this spooky duo as a nod to the toddler from the episode Escape from Beneath Glove World. In that season 12 episode, SpongeBob and Patrick encountered a little boy, notably the youngest inmate in Glove World's underground jail, who kept wandering off and leading them on a chaotic chase throughout the crazy theme park. It seems the Making Waves team brought back that character model not once, but twice, as they appear here as eerie twin children, standing ominously in the hall. This moment is more than just a SpongeBob reference, it's also a horror movie homage. The image of the 2 kids holding hands, and them being twins, is a direct spoof of the ghostly Grady twins from the 1980 film The Shining. In fact, the show originally storyboarded an even stranger sight in this scene, a fish in a bear suit trying another fish's shoes. This very random and bizarre clip is actually another reference to the same film and a very bizarre moment from The Shining. However, in the end, the episode went for the twin scene instead, cutting what I just played you entirely from the episode. But there's actually more, as to drive the parody home, the cabin Mr. Krabs ends up in is room 237, another reference to The Shining, more specifically the infamous haunted room 237 from the Overlook Hotel, a location from The Shining. It's a clever multi-layered Easter egg, as within SpongeBob's universe it brings back minor characters, like the Glove World toddler, but it also plays homage to a classic horror film movie. So whoever wrote this episode, or whoever put this in here, is definitely a big horror movie fan. But let's keep it going, as there's more Easter eggs in this one episode. Once Mr. Krabs and Plankton realize that they must share a cabin, both of their worst nightmares, they spend the cruise trying to one-up each other in various shipboard activities. This montage is packed with quick cameos. For example, at one point, the rivals hit the pool, and as Mr. Krabs wipes out at the end of a wild water slide ride, dragging Plankton along with him, let's take a closer look at the poolside crowd. As if we zoom in right here, we'll notice Squilliam Fancy Son, Squidward's wealthy, rich arch rival, lounging luxuriously by the pool, which is very fitting. You all probably know who this is, but for the few of you who don't, Squilliam hasn't appeared physically in the main series for years. years, with his last major appearance being all the way back in season 7. So seeing his distinctive unibrow in the background of this shot is a treat. For those who don't remember him though, let me jog your memory. Here's a clip of him from his most infamous episode, Band Geeks.
Squill, you fancy son from band class?
I hear you're playing the cash register now.
Yeah, that guy. And honestly, he needs to appear again. I think he does actually in season 16. But for now, let's stay on track of this episode making waves because I've got even more Easter eggs. As later, when Mr. Krabs and Plankton attend the ship's dance club party, yet another veteran character makes a subtle comeback. In the throbbing neon atmosphere, we can see a DJ Fish spinning records in the background. This guy right here, I'm zooming in, and older fans will actually recognize him as the DJ from the Thug Tug scene in the original 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
DJ, time for the test.
This tall sunglasses wearing DJ was ordered by the Thug Tug's owner, Victor, to crank up the Goofy Goober song in an attempt to expose any bubble-blowing babies in the bar. More specifically, SpongeBob and Patrick. Now, for the most part, the DJ's only appearance had been in this movie, but that was only until now. As in Making Waves, he's finally been incorporated into the series, with him being seen in this scene right here. It's a blink and you'll miss it Easter egg, as he's only seen briefly when Mr. Krabs and Plankton hit the dance floor, but it's a satisfying one, as it turns out the Thug Tug DJ has found a new job. He's got a new gig. Now here's the thing with this episode. Not every planned reference made it to air. For example, Making Waves had a particularly dark visual gag that got cut during production. In an earlier storyboard, Krabs and Plankton's rivalry escalated to them riding on firework rockets, which ultimately crashed into a family on deck. I mean, considering that they could have literally just killed that family, this joke was deemed too morbid by Nickelodeon and was removed from the final episode. It's very understandable, but let's head over to another episode, guys. I've got more Easter eggs in another episode. The episode Mall Girl Pearl from season 9 has a bunch of really cool Easter eggs. In this one, Pearl Krabs is determined to snag her first job at the Bikini Bottom Mall, a mission that turns into a chaotic tour of the mall in hidden SpongeBob lore. As Pearl bounces between stores trying to get hired, the background fills up with familiar faces and references for longtime fans. For example, as Pearl passes by Scorched Coral, this store right here, keep an eye out for the Diggery-Doo player from the season 2 episode, Something Smells. If you're wondering who the heck I'm talking about, it's this character right here.
Hi, Tambourine Girl. Hi, Timbali Man. Hi, Didgeridoo Player.
It's been like 20 years since we've seen this character. That all changed in Mall Girl Pearl. The character would also pop up in the season 13 episode Sea Urchin and Snail Fail during this scene, making his second appearance in like 20 plus years.
Look at all those people.
I know he seems like a random background SpongeBob character, but he's a very rare character. Heading back over to Mall Girl Pearl, there's other random characters that pop up in the background that we have not seen in a long time. Other rare characters. For example, Carl, the overzealous manager from the episode Selling Out.
Hi, gentlemen, I'm Carl. I'll be your new manager.
New manager?
I think you'll find working at the Krabby-O Mondays to be both a learning experience and an enjoyable one.
Yeah, that guy right there, he's spotted twice at the mall. Once outside the Bangles and Dangles store, and later in the food court right here. Carl's cameos nod to his infamous stint running Krabby-O Mondays in season 4, so it's pretty cool to see him pop up again, even though it's also very random. But there's more. At one point, we see this graffiti door during the fight between Pearl's bullies and the crazy grandmother. As we can see right here, we can see Squidward smells and Krabs is a blank, a direct throwback to this scene from the SpongeBob episode Sailor Mouth.
Squidward smells. Good. Krabs is,
Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
well, sometimes, but not recently.
Even SpongeBob himself only shows up in a blink and you'll miss it moment. He has just 3 quick cameos, which is kind of crazy that he was making cameos in his own show, but I guess it makes sense. This episode is all about Pearl. And there's more background cameos as well, by the way. If we look over here, we can see Mermaid Man, Barnacle Boy. If we head over to this scene, we can see Bubble Buddy. And if we take a look right here, we can find the health inspector from the iconic episode Nasty Patty.
I'm going to need you to bring me one of everything on the menu.
Excellent choice, my darling. Coming right up!
Whoever wrote this episode definitely knows their SpongeBob lore, because it's really cool to see all of these characters that we have not seen in a long time popping up. In this episode, Midnight Snack Attack, Plankton schemes to turn his fellow campers into mindless mutants with a secret midnight snack experiment. The mini-villain imagines using the campers as the first step in a quest for world domination, but it's the tongue-in-cheek references that truly feed fans. Early on, Plankton monologues about his plan, with him saying the following.
First, I'll take over this camp and then go to college, get my bachelor's degree in world domination science, and then take over the world!
This is a hilarious over-the-top line that riffs on classic cartoon villains, but also winks at Plankton's own academic pretensions. Karen dryly suggests he might need a certain secret formula to succeed, prompting Plankton to scoff, "Secret formula? Don't be ridiculous."
There must be some simple way to world domination. Maybe an equation, a theory.
A secret formula?
Secret formula? Don't be ridiculous.
I think the reference here is pretty clear. As you guys know, in regular SpongeBob, like the original SpongeBob SquarePants show, Plankton's #1 goal is to get the Krabby Patty secret formula. And this is a clear reference to that. What's really funny here is Plankton doesn't even know it yet. He doesn't know that that's his life goal. I'm sure if future Plankton could hear younger Plankton saying this, he'd give him a good schmack in the head. And there's actually more when it comes to this episode. Another interesting Easter egg that, to be honest with you, at first I was like, is this actually an Easter egg? But it is if you really think about it. So if we go to the movie, we can see that Plankton has this filing cabinet right here, which is kind of why I wasn't going to include this one. Like, it's just a random file cabinet, but there is some good continuity here, because if you look in Midnight Snack Attack, when we look at Plankton's laboratory in this episode, look, the same filing cabinet appears right here. And yeah, it's the same thing. So I guess this is a reference. I don't know if it was actually intentional, but it's a reference. Normally I find a lot of these Easter eggs myself. This one's from the wiki, so if you don't agree with it, blame the wiki. But also, I love the SpongeBob wiki. Shout out to the moderators. The Season 8 episode, Move It or Lose It from 2012, presents a high-stakes premise. Bikini Bottom passes a law that 2 restaurants cannot operate within 100 feet of each other. Well, unfortunately for Mr. Krabs and Plankton, the Krusty Krab and the Chum Bucket sit a mere 99 feet apart.
So, which one of us is gonna get bulldozed?
That's for you two to decide.
I'm not going anywhere. You're the one who's moving.
You are moving.
Oh, no.
You have 24 hours to decide which of you moves.
This absurd dilemma, one of the few Krabs vs. Plankton showdowns not centered on the Krabby Patty secret formula, drives the rivals into a frenzy, with each trying to save their own restaurant and one-up each other. Like, they really get committed to this, and you can't blame them. You know, they don't want their restaurants to get shut down. Though, I'm sorry, Plankton, I don't think people would even notice if the Chum Bucket got shut down. You don't got no customers. I love you though, Plankton. As SpongeBob scrambles to collect petition signatures to save the Krusty Krab, the animators sneak in some clever in-jokes amid the chaos. When Plankton gets desperate and resorts to paying folks to sign his petition, there's a close-up of the signature sheet right here, and sharp-eyed viewers may notice that if you read the names on Plankton's petition, they're not random at all. They are, in fact, the names of SpongeBob's real-life production crew members. For example, you'll spot signatures like Steven Hillenburg, SpongeBob's creator, rest in peace the GOAT, Vincent Waller, a longtime writer and producer, and other names scribbled among the list. This Easter egg doesn't affect the story, but it's a delightful treat for nerds like me. Just like all the other Easter eggs here, you know, some of them are kind of minor, like this one, but I want to mention every single Easter egg that I can find, alright? Cartoon Corey's the Easter egg hunter. Mr. Krabs has quite the misadventure in the episode My Two Krabses from season 12. It all starts with Mr. Krabs sneaking in a tanning session without his shell in his office before a date with Mrs. Puff. It's crazy to think that these two have been like on and off dating since like season 2 or 3, but anyways, eventually SpongeBob walks in to deliver some ice cream, but instead of finding Mr. Krabs, he only finds this.
Mr. Krabs, are you okay? Speak to me.
We're gonna get into the Easter eggs, don't worry, but you guys need the context of the plot for them to make sense. But from here, SpongeBob literally assumes that Mr. Krabs has melted.
Oh, look at that! And right before his big date tonight. What a shame.
A date? Oh, must love die meltily in my arms too.
In a panic, SpongeBob and Patrick take the empty shell, determined to basically bring Mr. Krabs back to life, Frankenstein style. Meanwhile, the real and shellless Krabs realizes his shell is missing and rushes home to find something or anything to wear, really. And this is where we can find a really cool Easter egg. As he flings open his bedroom closet, and in this frantic scene, the show sneaks in a treasure from Mr. Krabs' past. I'm gonna play the clip and let's see if you guys can spot the Easter egg.
Okay, I knew that spare is in here somewhere. Aha!
Let me explain. So among the tossed outfits is this bright pink flower print cuddly crab uniform, and this is specifically from the episode Bossy Boots, a season 2 episode. Longtime fans will recall that in this episode, Mr. Krabs briefly transformed the Krusty Krab into the cutesy cuddly crab. Well, actually, it was more that Pearl did this. Mr. Krabs was kind of just forced to do it, and as you can see in this clip I'm about to play, they had to wear these exact same outfits.
Only a fool would wear that.
Avast, ye shipmates! Don't these just shiver your timbers?
Seeing this ridiculous attire resurface here, only to be deemed unwearable by Mr. Krabs, is a delightful Easter egg. It confirms that Mr. Krabs hung on to the old uniform, and it adds a layer of irony to his wardrobe scramble. But the closet gag doesn't stop there. Mr. Krabs also tosses out a chicken costume, the same one that SpongeBob once wore in the episode Cephalopod Lodge. Here's a side-by-side, and yeah, I think that that's a reference. And we've got more. Let's head over to another episode. The episode Pablum Plankton puts a spotlight on our favorite one-celled villain and peppers the story with references that you guys are going to love, spanning SpongeBob's history and beyond. Premise is already tongue-in-cheek. Plankton accidentally wins a cutest baby contest and becomes the mascot for a popular baby food brand. The opening scene finds Plankton in his lab, concocting explosive chemicals. When he overhears SpongeBob and Karen, I don't know why SpongeBob is at Plankton's house by the way, but he overhears his wife and SpongeBob giggling over a certain something. And this is where the first Easter egg comes in. To Plankton's horror, they're paging through his baby photos.
I was never adorable. These photos have gotta go.
You were such a cute baby.
Now, here's the thing. This image and all of these different images of baby Plankton that Karen shares are drawn in the exact same way that baby Plankton was drawn back in the season 5 episode Friend or Foe, making for some really cool continuity here, especially considering SpongeBob is a show that is very lazy with continuity sometimes. In other scenarios, they probably would have just done an entirely new design, but if you look at side-by-sides right here, you'll see that it's like almost identical, meaning the animators deliberately pulled from Friend or Foe's character model sheets. It's possible the artists reused it as a handy asset, but I don't know, it also kind of feels like an intentional Easter egg to me. Pretty cool, but let's keep it rolling and continue this episode. Plankton, of course, is mortified by the baby photo display, but the humiliation isn't over. SpongeBob, endeared by Plankton's cuteness, enters one of those baby pictures into the Baleen baby food contest. Shockingly, Plankton wins the contest. Actually, it isn't very shocking, I'm being rude. Look at these baby photos. He's a cute baby, but he wins the contest without even knowing it. And suddenly, he's thrust into fame, with him becoming the new face of the baby food brand.
Blipping butt cracks!
I say Bailey's baby!
Now, eventually, when SpongeBob and Plankton arrive at the contest awards ceremony, we get a look at the event's host, and it's a familiar character that's gone through a bit of a character redesign. This right here is the announcer fish. Longtime viewers should be able to recognize this character, but you might not be able to due to the character redesign. But to jog your memory, he's the same unnamed announcer who's popped up whenever Bikini Bottom holds a competition or an event. From the Goo Lagoon surfing contest in ripped pants,
there goes SpongeBob, ripping his pants again,
to the snail race in The Great Snail Race.
Seriously, I'm just a fan. I was on my way to my seat, the door was open.
Hey, what are you doing?
No.
Sorry about that, folks.
However, observant fans also noticed this character design had been updated. In the earlier seasons, as you just saw, the announcer fish was a short, lilac-colored fish with black hair, and he'd wear this outfit as you can see here. But in Pablum Plankton, he appears taller and is a completely different color. He's like light green now, sporting a gray suit and a purple tie. The announcer fish declares Plankton the winner of the cutest baby contest and hands over an enormous prize check, $1 jillion. But yeah, this was a fun fact I kind of wanted to point out here, that they completely changed the fish's design. Here's a side-by-side, and I don't know why they did it, but they did it. Keeping it going though, becoming a baby food mascot is a dream come true for Mr. Krabs. However, it's a nightmare for Plankton. This leads to a brilliant series of references to Plankton's long-standing fear of whales. Now you're probably asking, Cartoon Corey, how is this an Easter egg? This is just a random thing that Plankton's scared of whales. It isn't actually very random. This is actually like a running character trait of Plankton. Fans will recall that Plankton is terrified of Pearl, Mr. Krabs' whale daughter, and whales in general, a character trait that we first seen in One Course Meal from season 7, where Mr. Krabs realizes that Plankton is for some reason scared of Pearl and takes advantage of this, dressing as a whale and scaring Plankton any chance that he gets.
Call off your daughter, Krabs! Call her off! Stay back, whale! I'm privy to what you do to organisms like me. I've seen those documentaries!
This also happened in the episode Plankton's Intern. In this one, Pearl actually interned at the Chum Bucket, and Plankton spent the whole time just tweaking out, convinced that she wanted to eat him. And this in itself, by the way, is an Easter egg, as in like real life, whales eat Plankton. That's why Plankton's so terrified of her, is like, that's just how it goes in real life. If you're a plankton, whales are going to eat you. So this is a fun little like real life gag right here. Not a real life gag, but you know what I mean. This is a scientific joke right here. But yeah, in Pablum Plankton, this entire thing is referenced. For example, once Plankton realizes his face is on a baby food jar for whale consumption, he's horrified in this scene right here.
Baleen baby food is made of 100%
Gulp? What the heck is gulp? Plankton!
One other thing I noticed during this episode, by the way, is that a very rare character makes another reappearance. And it takes place when Plankton's at the grocery store. As if we look over here and we zoom in, we can see that Squilliam Fancy Son makes another cameo. Lately, a lot of his appearances have been more background ones, and they're very blink and you'll miss it, where it's not like he has any dialogue, he's just literally chilling right there in the background. But yeah, it's cool to see him again, and like I said, I want him to have like a full-on episode soon. But as this episode continues, eventually, Plankton's anxiety drives him to sabotage. In a very dramatic and darkly funny turn, he steals all of the different baby baleen mascots and toys and drags them out to the desert to bury them, hoping to free himself from the contract. And it's here that this episode drops one of its wild Easter eggs or references, and it's especially weird because it's a joke that only an adult viewer would catch. As SpongeBob and Plankton dig a grave for all of the different toys, you can see in the background a striped RV with 2 lawn chairs set up beside it, an unmistakable recreation of the makeshift desert lab from the TV drama Breaking Bad. The RV's coloring and placement, plus the folding chairs, make this reference crystal clear. It's an edgy nod to a very non-kid-friendly TV show, but also just saying Breaking Bad is one of the best shows I've ever watched, so I guess it's pretty cool to see it. In the episode Pardon My Wand, another one from season 16, by the way, let me know what you guys think in the comments about season 16. I feel like there's been some really good episodes this season. But yeah, in this episode, SpongeBob comes into possession of a misplaced magician's wand. And of course, as you can imagine, SpongeBob doesn't give it back. He proceeds to cause absolute magical mayhem across Bikini Bottom, just like he does in this clip right here. Roll it.
Gary, did you redecorate the living room while I was out?
This episode is jam-packed with rapid-fire gags, as SpongeBob accidentally transforms and enchants everything in sight. And many of those gags are sly callbacks to SpongeBob's past antics. The first Easter egg appears on stage, including a very large snail with a bushy brown body. Longtime fans may recognize this creature as the elephant snail from the episode Don't Feed the Clowns, a one-off character from that episode. In that episode, the elephant snail was a circus animal that roared like an elephant and balanced on a beach ball. Well, Pardon My Wand brings the elephant snail back for an encore, making for a really cool Easter egg, as this character has not been seen since, and I don't think he's going to be seen again for a while after this. But yeah, as the episode continues, SpongeBob inadvertently casts a hiccup spell on himself, and this is where another Easter egg comes in. The uncontrollable hiccups SpongeBob makes throughout the scene might sound exactly like you've heard them before, and that's because the audio recordings of SpongeBob hiccups are literally reused from the episode Hiccup Plague. In Hiccup Plague from season 12, SpongeBob was afflicted with a citywide contagious hiccup outbreak, and Tom Kenny's ridiculous hiccup sounds in that episode were apparently so perfect that Pardon My Wand lifted them wholesale for this magic mission. Here's the Pardon My Wand version. And here's the Hiccup Plague version. And yeah, as you notice, they're like literally the exact same sound. Again, this might be a reference, but this might also just be the team being lazy. Tom Kenny is very old now, guys. He's aging, and honestly, if you even listen to his voice in the most recent SpongeBob movie, you can hear the age. So I imagine that they save certain sounds that he has to make so he doesn't have to redo them when he comes into the studio. That's just my theory, but who knows? As SpongeBob gleefully skips through town wielding the unruly wand, Pardon My Wand turns into a rapid montage of magical callbacks. For example, SpongeBob accidentally transforms a couple's boatmobile into a gigantic orange sea snake. If it seems familiar, it's because that very same slithery creature appeared in the season 14 episode Squidiot Box, when Squidward's imagination turned against him. If we look at a side-by-side, I'd say that these two are the same snake. They're the same color, and yeah, I think it's the same character. But the surprises continue as SpongeBob prances past familiar locals. For example, he skips by the exact same bench from the episode Something Smells. Here's a side-by-side, and yeah, I think they're the same. I mean, this old bench is drawn and placed exactly as it was in that season 2 episode, making it a little piece of SpongeBob history plunked into the background. Moments later, SpongeBob twirls past the ice cream parlor from the episode Hall Monitor. Here's another side-by-side, and it's definitely the same. And yeah, longtime viewers have seen this ice cream shop multiple times now. It's where SpongeBob caused mayhem as a Hall Monitor, and where Patrick got severe and comical sunburn back in the episode Sun Bleached. So its presence here further cements the idea that all these episodes share one connected lived-in world, a point that I've been pushing for the past couple of videos. Finally, Pardon My Wand caps off its reference parade with a brilliant deep cut. In the mayhem, SpongeBob accidentally shrinks Squidward, very similarly to the way he did back with Mermaid Man's belt. But yeah, this leaves Squidward tiny in his own garden. As if on cue, the same cockroach from the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4 appears, towering over Mini Squidward and proceeding to rough him up.
Huh? Why is everything all tiny?
This is a direct homage of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4 from season 3, making for another really cool reference. Moving from Bikini Bottom to the bonkers world of the Patrick Star Show, the episode Patathon serves up Easter eggs in rapid fire. Here's the setup. Patrick is hosting a live telethon from his living room, aiming to raise money for snails who can't dance. Now, this variety-style show and this episode is framed as Patrick's wacky family putting on stunts and answering phones for charity. But despite being a spin-off, Patathon does not shy away from referencing the main SpongeBob series. In fact, it revels in it, weaving classic SpongeBob elements into Patrick's surreal TV marathon. As the telethon kicks off, Patrick's sister Squidina introduces a roster roster of neighborhood volunteers. Manning the phone bank, eagle-eye viewers will spot Squidward unhappily taking calls, but the real treats come during the outrageous performances. One standout segment is a cutaway to a black and white old movie-style scene featuring Plankton and Patrick in a Frankenstein parody. In this segment, Plankton's a mad scientist, known as Dr. Plankenstein, and Patrick plays his hunchbacked assistant, Patgore, a play on the actual character from Frankenstein, Igor. They have SpongeBob laid out on an operating table, playing the role of the yet-to-be animated monster. Now, for those who haven't caught it yet, this whole sketch is a loving spoof of Universal's Frankenstein, complete with thunderclap and lightning as Plankton shouts.
Ring! Ring! Give my phone life!
But it also sneaks in a SpongeBob-specific Easter egg. To jolt SpongeBob's Frankenstein body to life, Plankton uses a pair of whirly brains as the makeshift electrodes. We see two whirling pink brains with propellers attached to SpongeBob's head, spinning furiously as the electricity flows. And this is really cool, as these devices are a direct callback to the season 10 episode Whirly Brains. These toys right here.
Attach the propeller and watch your brain soar hundreds of feet into the air as you control the action.
These were one of the more bizarre gags in the series for sure, but it's cool to see Patathon resurrected. As I always say though, keeping it going, the telethon format of this episode allows for a lot of other random cameos. For example, another blink and you'll miss it gag is during one of Grand Pat Star's Daredevil stunt segments, as throughout the ride you can see blindfolded boxers slugging it out as part of like the obstacle course. And you may recognize one of them, as one of them is Reg, the tough tattooed doorman from the iconic episode No Weenies Allowed.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you?
I had a bowl of nails for breakfast this morning.
Yes, so?
Without any milk.
In that memorable season 3 episode, Reg was the bouncer of the Salty Spittoon and famously denied SpongeBob entry for being too weak. Seeing Reg appear years later in Patathon, still buff and now randomly boxing in Patrick's backyard, is a hilarious deep cut. He doesn't have any lines and it's purely a visual cameo, but for fans, the image of Reg is unmistakable. Even SpongeBob himself makes an appearance in this episode, despite it being Patrick's show, and he comes dressed for the occasion. When it's SpongeBob's turn to perform a brief dance number to encourage donations, he shows up wearing a pink tutu-like outfit called a mantu, a male version of a tutu. And longtime viewers might recall SpongeBob excitedly buying this exact same garment years in the past in the episode Toy Store of Doom.
Hey, Patrick.
Hey, SpongeBob, what's with the tutu?
It's not a tutu, it's a mantu. You can tell because it has
extra support.
It was a quick joke back then, but apparently SpongeBob held onto it, because here he is twirling in the same costume on Patrick's stage. It turns out that Patrick Star sometimes needs a break, or so he decides in the episode Patrick's Staycation. Feeling overworked from his grueling routine of sleeping and snacking every day, probably just chilling at home in his rock playing Fortnite. This guy has no life. I love Patrick, but seriously, I've watched almost every episode of the show, and Patrick is one of the laziest characters ever. But yeah, despite being the laziest character ever, Patrick longs for a vacation, but he can't afford one. Going on vacation's really expensive. You gotta pay for your flight, you gotta book a hotel, it's pricey. So enter SpongeBob, ever the problem solver, who comes up with the idea to give Patrick a luxury staycation right at home. As I always say, don't worry, I'm gonna get to the Easter eggs soon, I just gotta explain all this, that way they make sense. Now eventually, we get a scene where Patrick plans his fake vacation, and it takes place at the Bikini Bottom travel agency, and it hides a fun visual reference.
So, you'd like a vacation?
Oh, great! Another thing for me to do.
Yes, he'd like a vacation.
It all depends on your budget.
On the travel agent's wall, SpongeBob and Patrick admire a framed photo of a fancy cruise ship. But this isn't just any old cruise, it actually foreshadows the very cruise ship that'll appear in this episode's sequel episode, Walking the Plankton. That's the same ship. Walking the Plankton's like the next episode after Patrick's Staycation, so this is an interesting Easter egg. It's not what we would normally cover, but it's interesting. In Walking the Plankton, Plankton lures Mr. Krabs onto a luxury ocean liner as part of a scheme, so the travel agency agency's Glamorous Cruise poster is effectively an Easter egg planting the idea. It's a clever bit of continuity between the back-to-back episodes, and is something that SpongeBob's never really done before. There isn't usually continuity between episodes like this, so yeah, it's interesting. In the season 16 episode Pigskin Pearl, Pearl Krabs joins her high school football team and unexpectedly becomes their new star player, leading Bikini Bottom High into a championship game. I personally really like episodes like this because they're not as focused on SpongeBob and are giving other characters a chance to shine, like Pearl. This has actually happened a couple of times now. Like, we had a whole episode Mall Girl Pearl, which was all about Pearl getting a job at the mall. I think SpongeBob only appears for like a second in that episode, and there's plenty of others, but this episode in particular celebrates Pearl's athletic prowess, while SpongeBob and Patrick enthusiastically cheer her on from the sidelines. As the game unfolds, the animators slip in nods to earlier SpongeBob adventures that eagle-eyed fans will definitely recognize. For instance, when Patrick scrambles up the towering bleachers to reach the announcer's booth, he suddenly dons a familiar getup, a Swiss mountaineer's outfit complete with an alpine hat and gear. Does this look familiar to you guys? Longtime viewers will remember Patrick wearing a nearly identical Swiss mountain climbing outfit back in the season 3 episode New Student Starfish. During this gag right here.
Come in, SpongeBob!
It seems the Pigskin Pearl team gave Patrick's old costume a bit of a redesign here, but the homage is definitely clear. Another fun reference comes via Pearl's fearsome opponents in the episode. I mean, just listen to this clip right here and listen to what they call the rival football team, like the team's name.
The New Kelp City Delinquents. Their entire team has been held back in school for decades.
As you just heard, the rival football team is called the New Kelp City Delinquents, a team name that in itself is an Easter egg. New Kelp City is a location introduced in the special SpongeBob episode, Whatever Happened to SpongeBob, also known as Who Bob What Pants, which is actually a much cooler title. But yeah, this is the first time we heard of New Kelp City.
Citizens of New Kelp, come out of the shadows! Cause Cheese Boy kicked the bubble poppin' gang right out of town!
This is an historic day for New Kelp City. You have rid this city of the bubble poppin' boys.
It's a rare location that is very rarely brought up, and originally was kind of exclusive to Whatever Happened to SpongeBob. The location was made just so that SpongeBob could go missing and end up in New Kelp City. So it's really cool to see it referenced in season 16 so many years later. This is like a deep cut. Also, by naming the rival football team after that city, the episode is like subtly connecting Pearl's high school sports story to SpongeBob's broader universe. And again, I've said this in the past couple of Easter egg videos, this is something Nickelodeon has been doing a ton in season 16. But yeah, let's keep it going. There's some more Easter eggs in this episode. So the climax of Pigskin Pearl delivers perhaps the most heartwarming one though. When Pearl is down and doubting herself, SpongeBob steps in to give her a confidence boost. And if you take a look at this clip, it's somewhat of a reference to an older SpongeBob episode.
You look nervous. I'm gonna share a special cheer with you. My grandma taught it to me. When days are tough and things go bad, grandmas help you not feel sad. Remember to just be you.
As you just seen, SpongeBob performs a sweet cheer that Grandma SquarePants taught him, advising Pearl to just be you when times are tough. Well, this entire scene mirrors an older scene from the episode Rock Bottom. Now, they're not identical, but it's more the fact of SpongeBob quoting something from his grandmother. Take a look at the clip and you'll see what I mean.
I guess Grandpa SquarePants was right. Don't run for a bus. Especially one that's going up at a 90-degree angle.
If you listen closely, SpongeBob does that same high-pitched voice that he did in Pigskin Pearl, showing that these two are a little bit of a reference. Either way, the fact that Grandma SquarePants was brought up in general is somewhat of a cool reference. She isn't in the show very often anymore and had a big appearance back in the episode Grandma's Kisses. She was actually a lot more present if you remember, like back in season 1, 2, and 3, so seeing her being referenced in season 16 is really cool. Next up is an episode filled to the brim with Easter eggs, and that's Plankton Gets the Boot from season 10. After an argument with Karen, he insulted her screensaver, Plankton finds himself kicked out of his own house, and throughout this episode we see him couch surfing at SpongeBob's place, which is kind of crazy, you know, like Plankton's tried to do a lot of crazy stuff to SpongeBob. Like one time he literally invaded his body and controlled him like a robot, but SpongeBob doesn't care, he's a chill guy, and still lets him sleep over. Now this is where the Easter eggs come in, as during this scene right here where the pair are eating popcorn, dude, there's like 15 plus Easter eggs in this one scene. So let's dive into all of them. First things first, who remembers Whirly Brains? SpongeBob and Patrick buy these things at the Bikini Bottom toy shop after watching an advertisement in that same episode, Whirly Brains. And it's usually used to play pranks on other Bikini Bottomites.
Found him!
Yep, that's him. Hi, Squidward!
Well, if we look at that shot from Plankton Gets the Boot, they're right here. We can also see Pretzel Pals, which is another cool reference. It actually references the episode Buried in Time, specifically this scene right here. Roll the clip.
It's our favorite game! Pretzel Pals!
Also, if we rewind to the episode Have You Seen This Snail?, there was this Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy paddle ball set. Well, it reappears years later in that same shot from Plankton Gets the Boot. And there's more. If you guys remember, there was an episode in the past where Patrick makes his own board game. It was called Patrick the Game.
Welcome, gamers, and behold! My game.
It's beautiful.
Well, Patrick the Game appears in this episode right here. And there's some more board games. For example, if we go back to the episode Arg, Mr. Krabs played this board game right here.
The Flying Dutchman's Treasure Hunt.
Based on a real treasure map.
This right here is the Flying Dutchman's Treasure Hunt, and it seems that the writers haven't forgotten about it because it's right here in Plankton Gets the Boot. And you guys may have noticed eels and escalators right here, which needs no introduction. This board game is iconic, and if you're a SpongeBob fan, you know exactly where it's from. But let's keep it moving, there's more. We can see this Mermaid Man action figure right here, which also appeared in the episode Mermaid Man vs. SpongeBob in this scene, and in the episode Toy Store of Doom. And we're still not done yet. There's the Pin the Tail on the Seahorse, which, to refresh your memory, is from this scene in the episode Opposite Day.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday cake! Happy birthday! Pin the tail on the seahorse!
It also appeared in the episode Party Pooper Pants right here as well. So really cool to see it appearing in Plankton Gets the Boot. If we look over here, we'll see Rocky Road, which made its original appearance in Goodbye Krabby Patty. But more importantly, if we look over here, guys, there's a Krusty Krab pizza, which references the iconic episode Pizza Delivery. And for those who don't know, it also appeared in this scene in the episode I Heart Dancing. We're close, but we're not done yet. If we look over here, we can see a certain set of balloons. They're kind of spread out throughout the room. The F is over here, the N is over here, and then the U is over here. And of course, guys, this is referencing the episode Fun. That is a lot of Easter eggs in one scene, guys. Like, whoever wrote this episode is a major fan, maybe even a bigger fan than me. You know what's crazy though, guys? There's even more Easter eggs in later scenes. For example, during SpongeBob's makeover sequence, he dresses Plankton up with various props. But more importantly, if we look at SpongeBob's outfit, it's actually something we've seen before. It seems to be a recolored version of the exact outfit he wore while on a pretend date with Squidward in Love That Squid.
Sometime today would be nice.
I'm ready!
Neptune!
Missed the spot.
Here's a side-by-side, and this one I guess is a little bit more of a reach. Like, I guess you could argue that they just reused the design and it's not intended to be an Easter egg, but who knows? And to be honest, considering the fact that there's like 15 plus other Easter eggs in this episode, I do think that this was intentional, who knows? But there's even more. When SpongeBob scans Plankton's body composition with a high-tech analyzer, the readout seems to mirror a scene from Plankton's very first appearance back in the episode Plankton.
Plankton, 1% evil, 99% hot gas.
Our next episode is Sanitation Insanity. In this episode, Mr. Krabs' penny-pinching ways lands the Krusty Krab in trouble with the law, forcing him, or rather Squidward and SpongeBob, to clean all of Bikini Bottom's trash. Now, we're gonna get into the Easter eggs and trivia, of course, but I gotta be honest with you, Mr. Krabs is definitely in the wrong here. I mean, look at just how nasty the Krusty Krab is in the start of this episode.
Get in the bed, filthy trash!
Fresh juice!
Hey, maybe we should use another garbage bag, Mr. Krabs. This one's kind of full.
Forget it, boyo! I'm not paying for another garbage bag!
You know, I used to fantasize about being able to try a real Krabby Patty, not like a fast food collab version, but a real one from the Krusty Krab. But after this episode, I'm good, I don't want one. But anyways, what starts off as a riff on Keep Bikini Bottom Beautiful, another littering themed episode, quickly turns into a chaotic adventure with a garbage truck mech. Along the way, Sanitation Insanity crams in nods to past SpongeBob episodes and broader pop culture overall. For example, early in the cleanup, SpongeBob uses his porous nature to his advantage.
Oh, all this fresh air feels great in my holes.
Now, if that sight and that sound feel familiar, it's because it's deliberately a reference to the episode Spongehenge, where wind blowing through SpongeBob's holes produced music that attracted jellyfish. This clip from Sanitation Insanity is also a callback to another older episode, Earworm, where SpongeBob's body became an instrument for a catchy song.
Keep your trap shut. But it wasn't my trap!
In fact, the brief melody SpongeBob whistles here in Sanitation Insanity is actually a familiar song, and you guys should already know. I mean, come on, it's the SpongeBob theme song itself. But as the trash collection escalates, the garbage truck SpongeBob and Squidward use actually transforms into like a full-on robotic transformer, sprouting arms and legs in parody of Transformers. This was confirmed by the production team. It's really cool. I mean, even the transformation sequence is a nod to Transformers. And supposedly, according to the team, it's also meant to be a reference to the Megazords from Power Rangers. I gotta say, seeing a mundane garbage truck become a literal robot battle monster is really cool. And there's more going on here. During the Robo Rampage, the show slips in a cameo that made any veteran fan cheer, including me. I'm a nerd and I was very happy. As the garbage bot smashes through various locations, one scene shows a shady-looking used boat dealership. And if you look closely, there's a familiar character here. If you guys didn't recognize him, the salesman right here is actually the same con man fish from Chocolate with Nuts. This character, also known as Incidental 118C, is famous for swindling SpongeBob and Patrick by faking an injury in that season 3 episode.
No self-respecting candy bar salesman would be caught dead without one of these. It's a candy bar bag, you knucklehead. Suckers.
Well, in Sanitation Insanity, he appears in New Grift, selling boatmobiles to an unsuspecting customer named Carl, only to have SpongeBob's runaway trash truck demolish his entire inventory. It's a perfect little Easter egg reimagining the con man as a sleazy used car or boat salesman, which is actually like spot on for his character. Well, we're actually gonna switch up the flow a little bit, guys, and we're gonna talk about a video game. We're gonna be talking about SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom and a bunch of references in this game that reference the actual show. For example, one of the most fascinating Easter eggs you can find in this game comes in the Krusty Krab kitchen. Fans notice that the kitchen's layout in this game is mirrored incorrectly. As you can see, the frying stove is positioned on the opposite side from where it normally is in the actual cartoon. It's really weird. Now, at first glance, this might seem like a simple developer error, but it turns out to be a case of life or game imitating art. The developers likely modeled the kitchen using these reference shots from the show and unknowingly copied an animation mistake that the show itself made in a few episodes. In early episodes like Nature Pants, Your Shoes Untied, and My Pretty Seahorse, all banger episodes by the way, they're such good episodes, the Krusty Krab grill was inconsistently drawn on the left side of the kitchen instead of the right. In any other episode of SpongeBob, the kitchen's drawn correctly and looks like this, with it normally being on the right, the stove. So yeah, a fun fact for you right there, that the kitchen in Battle for Bikini Bottom is incorrect, and it's incorrect because it's based on incorrect shots from the show. Crazy. Next up, we're gonna switch up the flow a little bit, and we're gonna talk about a SpongeBob video game, as even SpongeBob video games are not immune to Easter eggs. The Yellow Avenger, a 2005 video game for the PSP and DS, is an interesting one, where it sends SpongeBob on a superhero superhero quest. While its plot stands apart from the TV episodes, the game's developers clearly did their homework on SpongeBob history, as all throughout the game's environments, they planted tons of references to classic episodes, effectively turning Bikini Bottom into a museum of SpongeBob moments. And this is what I love about the games. I'm probably going to start talking about more SpongeBob games in these videos, as there's tons of cool Easter eggs, like when SpongeBob visits Mrs. Puff's boating school in the game, he can find the famous Good Noodle board hanging on the classroom wall. We've talked about it in a few other Easter egg videos, just saying, but for those who don't know, this star chart board first appeared in the episode New Student Starfish from season 3. That's an old one. And it was used as a way for Mrs. Puff to track student behavior, with SpongeBob of course being the ultimate good noodle. In the Yellow Avenger video game, not only is the board present, but it's interactive. SpongeBob gets a mission to collect fallen Good Noodle stars to prove to Officer Nancy that he's a Good Noodle student. This is a direct callback to the episode where SpongeBob bragged about his Good Noodle stars to Patrick, and players familiar with this episode will definitely appreciate the continuity. I know I did, and when I seen it in the game, I was like, that's a cool reference. It's like a clever way to make the game feel connected to the SpongeBob universe. But I've got more. Entering Squidward's house in the game yields another treat, as there's a pixelated picture on Squidward's wall that on close inspection is actually a screenshot from one of my favorite episodes, Just One Bite. And this episode, as some of you probably know, it's revealed that Squidward has never ever eaten a Krabby Patty before. What a psycho. But once he tries one, he realizes that he loves them.
But it doesn't make any sense. The Krabby Patty is an absolute good. Are you sure?
Does this look unsure to you?
As you can see right here, this shot is from Just One Bite, and it's known as the unsure Squidward meme. Fans will recognize this face not only from the episode, but from the internet. Like, you've probably seen this meme before. But seeing it framed in Squidward's house in-game is really cool, and the developers likely included this as a tongue-in-cheek homage to one of Squidward's most iconic scenes. But the game's attention to detail continues in SpongeBob's bedroom, as if we look under Gary's food bowl right here, there's actually a newspaper partially peeking out. It's labeled Town Scare, which is actually a reference. This is the same fictional newspaper seen at the end of the episode Pranks-A-Lot. In that episode, the season 3 finale of SpongeBob and Patrick read this after terrorizing Bikini Bottom with their invisibility spray. The headline reads, "Town Scared as Ghosts Attack," as a result of their pranks, where they use the invisible spray and they look invisible and then they prank people, as you can see in this clip right here. Well, in the Yellow Avenger, that very same newspaper clipping is hidden under Gary's bowl, but it implies SpongeBob kept a souvenir of that ghostly adventure. And we're still not done yet. Another nod comes in SpongeBob's newfound powers. With Mermaid Man's belt, SpongeBob can shoot water balls in the game, essentially globes of water that he hurls at enemies. And this ability is a direct reference to the water balls used to throw in the TV show. For example, in the first Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode from season 1, and I'm still not done yet. Beyond those highlights, the game's trivia list is busting with other references. For example, the Sea Needle location is explorable, the same one from the episode pre-hibernation week. Bubble Bats and Flats the Flounder were mentioned as cut content, so they didn't make it into the game, but they were planned. But more interestingly, when you complete the game, it unlocks a character viewer that includes even more obscure characters, and a adorable touch, as if you idle for too long, SpongeBob will explain to the player how to make jellyfish jelly. So yeah, lots of cool stuff in this game, man. I really recommend giving it a play. To be fair though, it's a PSP game, so it's going to be very dated, but I think SpongeBob should play into the whole superhero thing more often. Like, even for the next SpongeBob movie, they should do something where they all adapt their superhero personas, like the Quickster, Miss Appear, etc. But yeah, let's head into another episode. Next up is the episode Squidward's Sick Days from season 13. And in this one, Squidward ends up faking being sick just so he doesn't have to go to work, which is very Squidward. He's a very lazy guy sometimes. Just as you can imagine, this doesn't go as planned, and Mr. Krabs sends a certain somebody to look after Squidward.
Oh, you are in no condition to be alone. That's why I brought you some help. Take one of these and call me in the morning.
The doctor is in.
Now, there's actually quite a few Easter eggs in this episode, but for them to make sense, I gotta give you guys some context. So at the start of this episode, it's Squidward at work, and as you can see, he isn't having a very good time. Everyone's yelling at him, but it turns out that this is a nightmare. However, during the nightmare, he actually makes a certain face that is a reference to an older episode. For example, take a look at this clip right here. This face right here that Squidward makes when he screams is almost identical to this face that he made in the episode Graveyard Shift.
The sash ringing! The flash singing! The bash pinging!
The hash slinging slasher!
Here's a side-by-side, and let me know in the comments. I think that this was a pretty clear reference, or maybe it was just a happy accident. But either way, it's really cool. And if we fast forward a little bit, we'll get to this scene in the episode where Squidward is fantasizing about the perfect day, which includes him diving into a beautiful waterfront, jumping off of a waterfall, and along the way, we see his favorite snack. These right here are bonbons, and this is another reference. This bonbon snack first appeared in the episode Good Neighbors during this scene right here, and they're actually one of Squidward's favorite snacks. They're more of like a luxury treat, it seems.
This is gonna be a heavenly day. Oh, I almost forgot. Bonbons. Hello there, heaven's little wonder.
So yeah, it's cool to see them in Squidward's daydream. He really likes bonbons. I wanna try a bonbon right now. But before I can do that, I gotta finish this video, so let's do some more Easter eggs from this episode. Well, before an Easter egg, here's a very weird fun fact I found out while researching this video, and that's that in the original storyboards for this episode, SpongeBob was going to paint a painting and give it to Squidward, and it was going to feature SpongeBob and Squidward standing behind a heart of love. Now this was drawn by storyboard revisionist Dylan Houston King, and when he posted it on Instagram, he included a certain tag, that being SquidBob, which is actually a reference to the character shipping of SpongeBob and Squidward, which pretty much features SpongeBob and Squidward in a romantic relationship. So I'm just pointing out that one of these storyboard artists literally referenced this, not in the show, but on their personal Instagram. So I thought I'd point that out. It's kind of funny. But back to the Easter eggs, as throughout this episode, SpongeBob helps, quote unquote helps. He doesn't really do a good job, but he tries to help Squidward feel better. And by the end of the episode, when he returns to work, Squidward goes through a bit of a transformation, as look.
I used to be sick of everything, but I'm not sick anymore. I've been plagued by toxins and stress built up over the years at this job, but SpongeBob washed those away.
As you can see, Handsome Squidward makes a reappearance in this episode. Handsome Squidward first appeared back in the episode The Two Faces of Squidward, where his face got all messed up and then he became beautiful. He actually looks very handsome. And it seems that the animators or writers intentionally referenced this at the ending of this episode. And there's actually a nice touch here, as this is like a double entendre, all right? This is like a double Easter egg. As if you look, Handsome Squidward has long blonde hair. And this itself is a callback to another episode of the original Fry Code, where Squidward had long hair in the past until he lost it on the day that Jim quit working at the Krusty Krab. So yeah, two references in one, and that's really, really cool. One last fact I'm gonna mention before we wrap up this episode is that there's some reused audio here, as Patrick's scream when he falls from the window is actually reused from the episode Farmer Bob. Here's a side-by-side, here's the scream from Squidward's Sick Days.
Now to get rid of the other monkey on my back.
And here's the scream from Farmer Bob. And as you can see, they reused the same scream. It's not a big deal, but yeah, let's keep it moving. More Easter eggs. Next up is the episode Squidward's Sick Days from season 13. And in this one, Squidward ends up faking being sick just so he doesn't have to go to work, which is very Squidward. He's a very lazy guy sometimes. Just as you can imagine, this doesn't go as planned, and Mr. Krabs sends a certain somebody to look after Squidward.
Oh, you are in no condition to be alone. That's why I brought you some help. Take one of these and call me in the morning.
The doctor is in.
Now there's actually quite a few Easter eggs in this episode, but for them to make sense, I gotta give you guys some context. So at the start of this episode, it's Squidward at work, and as you can see, he isn't having a very good time. Everyone's yelling at him, but it turns out that this is a nightmare. However, during the nightmare, he actually makes a certain face that is a reference to an older episode. For example, take a look at this clip right here. This face right here that Squidward makes when he screams is almost identical to this face that he made in the episode Graveyard Shift.
singing, the bash pigging,
the hash slinging slasher.
Here's a side-by-side, and let me know in the comments. I think that this was a pretty clear reference, or maybe it was just a happy accident. But either way, it's really cool. And if we fast forward a little bit, we'll get to this scene in the episode where Squidward is fantasizing about the perfect day, which includes him diving into a beautiful waterfront, jumping off of a waterfall, and along the way, we see his favorite snack. These right here are bonbons, and this is another reference. This bonbon snack first appeared in the episode Good Neighbors during this scene right here, and they're actually one of Squidward's favorite snacks. They're more of like a luxury treat, it seems.
This is gonna be a heavenly day. Oh, I almost forgot. Bonbons. Hello there, Heaven's little wonder.
So yeah, it's cool to see them in Squidward's daydream. He really likes bonbons. I wanna try a bonbon right now. But before I can do that, I gotta finish this video, so let's do some more Easter eggs from this episode. Well, before an Easter egg, here's a very weird fun fact I found out while researching this video, and that's that in the original storyboards for this episode, SpongeBob was going to paint a painting and give it to Squidward, and it was going to feature SpongeBob and Squidward standing behind a heart of love. Now, this was drawn by storyboard revisionist Dylan Houston King, and when he posted it on Instagram, he included a certain tag, that being SquidBob, which is actually a reference to the character shipping of SpongeBob and Squidward, which pretty much features SpongeBob and Squidward in a romantic relationship. So I'm just pointing out that one of these storyboard artists literally referenced this, not in the show, but on their personal Instagram. So I thought I'd point that out. It's kind of funny. But back to the Easter eggs, as throughout this episode, SpongeBob helps, quote unquote helps. He doesn't really do a good job, but he tries to help Squidward feel better. And by the end of the episode, when he returns to work, Squidward goes through a bit of a transformation, as look.
I used to be sick of everything, but I'm not sick anymore. I've been plagued by toxins and stress built up over the years at this job, but SpongeBob washed those away.
As you can see, Handsome Squidward makes a reappearance in this episode. Handsome Squidward first appeared back in the episode The Two Faces of Squidward, where his face got all messed up and then he became beautiful. He actually looks very handsome. And it seems that the animators or writers intentionally referenced this at the ending of this episode. And there's actually a nice touch here, as this is like a double entendre, all right? This is like a double Easter egg. As if you look, Handsome Squidward has long blonde hair. And this itself is a callback to another episode of the original Fry Cook, where Squidward had long hair in the past until he lost it on the day that Jim quit working at the Krusty Krab. So yeah, 2 references in one, and that's really, really cool. One last fact I'm gonna mention before we wrap up this episode is that there's some reused audio here, as Patrick's scream when he falls from the window is actually reused from the episode Farmer Bob. Here's a side-by-side, here's the scream from Squidward's Sick Days.
Now to get rid of the other monkey on my back.
And here's the scream from Farmer Bob. And as you can see, they reused the same scream. It's not a big deal, but yeah, let's keep it moving. More Easter eggs. Set in the Camp Coral spin-off series, Squizzery is a campfire side adventure that teams up a young Squidward and Patrick. The title itself hints at a parody. It's a riff on the Stephen King story, Misery. Fittingly, Squidward breaks his ankles and is stuck being cared for by Patrick, which is very similar to the Stephen King story itself. But don't worry, we're not going to be talking about that boring stuff. The episode strands Squidward and Patrick in the woods, forcing the unlikely pair to survive together overnight.
Your legs look funny. Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. Look at me. My ankles are more twisted than a pretzel.
Pretzel.
This prequel setting allows for some playful continuity twists and Easter eggs that cross-reference the main SpongeBob timeline. For example, one early gag in this episode quietly contradicts a beloved classic episode. Patrick is distracted by a boot and ends up tying up this boot.
Patrick!
Sorry again, Mr. Tentacles. Just tying my shoe. Ready!
Now, this is kind of a problem, guys, as if we rewind back to the iconic SpongeBob episode, Your Shoes Untied, there's something from that episode that the writer of Squizzery clearly missed. In that season 2 episode, neither SpongeBob nor Patrick knew how to tie their shoes at all. It's like the main plot point. I know that it is technically an alternate universe, as I established earlier, but it's still technically a prequel, so it's just very weird that Patrick in the prequel knows how to tie his shoes, but then doesn't know how to tie his shoes in the regular SpongeBob show. This was likely just a fun oversight, but for me personally, I can't imagine Patrick forgetting how to tie his shoes by adulthood. But anyways, let's get to the Easter eggs and references. Those are more interesting, as there are also hints of Patrick's future living situation. While stranded and needing a place to stay, Patrick cobbles together a shelter made out of wooden planks that's shaped exactly like his iconic rock home.
Check it out! I built us a rock!
You built a rock.
Uh-huh.
Out of logs.
Yep.
Right next to an actual rock.
Correct.
This is a really cool bit of continuity and a cool reference to the original SpongeBob show. But keeping it moving, meanwhile, Squidward's misery in the woods gives rise to a brilliant pop culture reference. As Patrick cheerfully prevents Squidward from escaping, for Squidward's own good, of course, according to Patrick, Patrick responds to Squidward's orders with a deadpan line that may be familiar to some nerds out there.
Just leave me alone!
I'm afraid I can't do that, Mr. Tentacles. Until you're all better, I'm going to do everything for you. See?
This is actually a direct parody of Hal 9000's famous line where he says the following.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So yeah, this is a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey, a really cool reference for sci-fi fans. But visually, Squizzery keeps the Easter eggs coming. We're not done yet. At one point, a completely out-of-place landmark appears during Squidward and Patrick's trek back to camp. The Brooklyn Bridge can be glimpsed in the background right over here. It's a surreal blink-and-you'll-miss-it detail, implying the camp might be nearer to the surface world than we thought. But more likely, it's just a funny gag. Once the pair finally return to Camp Coral at sunrise, with Squidward tied to Patrick's back, they stumble into the boys' cabin. And this is where we can find some more Easter eggs, but we need to keep our eyes peeled, okay? For a split second, we can see SpongeBob inside reading this Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy comic book, which makes perfect sense in this timeline. Of course, young SpongeBob would be a huge fan of superheroes, especially the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy series. And there's a few more things here, alright? When everybody leaves and Squidward and Patrick dance, we can see the camper rules list right here, and one amusing rule reads, all jazz must be smooth. This is also a reference. It's a wink to the SpongeBob episode Smooth Jazz at Bikini Bottom, the episode where Squidward obsesses over smooth jazz legend Kelpie G.
So nice to be surrounded by such kindred spirits.
You can say that again. It's a rare treat to mingle with true diehard smooth jazzes.
You said it, lady! I've been a diehard since 10 this morning!
Clearly, even as a kid, Squidward is already enforcing jazz standards in their shared space, with him demanding that any jazz in his dorm must be smooth. Very funny. The Patrick Star Show episode, Stair Wars, is a standout episode of the Patrick Star Show that begins innocently enough, then free falls into utter silliness. The premise, Patrick and Grandpat get into a stubborn standoff on the staircase of their house, each refusing to let the other pass.
I'm sorry, Grandpat, but Dad always told me.
Son, the best advice I could ever give you is never back down from a stare-off.
I told you that! That's my advice!
Now what starts out as a minor inconvenience escalates into an epic, over-dramatic war spanning the entire episode, complete with battle montages and war cries, all over a staircase. Well, admit this over-the-top staircase duel, Stair Wars is jam-packed with references both to SpongeBob's wider franchise and to pop culture in general. Early in the episode, as Patrick slides up the impossibly long banister to charge at Grandpat, a train suddenly whooshes through the scene. It's a quick gag. The Star family home seems to have a full locomotive running through it. But if we pay close attention, there's a marquee that says its destination, that being Camp Coral. For those in the know, this is a delightful nod to Camp Coral, another SpongeBob spin-off that honestly is kind of overhated. Camp Coral's not that bad. This is a fun little bit of self-promotion. But more importantly, what's really cool about this is it connects everything together. SpongeBob has really been trying to expand the universe in the most recent years, where they've introduced these spin-offs and spin-off movies where Plankton has his own movie, Sandy has her own movie, Patrick has his own show, and then there's Camp Coral. So stuff like this shows that the world is connected and that it all comes together, and I love that. Now, on top of Easter eggs like that connect the world together, we also have a nostalgic character cameo in this episode. This right here is Mr. Sun, the smiling, alive sun that SpongeBob famously serenaded in the classic Best Day Ever song. He looks like this. He's had many different designs over the years, but what makes this a reference is this design right here, the one that we've seen in Best Day Ever. Well, in Stair Wars, Mr. Sun appears with the exact same design, making for a cool reference as we haven't seen this design in years. This was his first appearance in the Patrick Star Show, and indeed a rare appearance in the franchise overall. The episode begins with the sun waking up groggily at dawn, pouring a cup of coffee from the Star family's kitchen, and perking up for the day. And this is a direct visual reference to Best Day Ever, where the sun was personified as a part of SpongeBob's morning routine. In Season 12 Swamp Mates, Patrick and Bubble Bass get lost in a murky kelp swamp during a playdate gone wrong. Now, before we get into the Easter eggs, I actually want to talk about a deleted scene for this episode. Originally, there was supposed to be a scene where Bubble Bass and Patrick were sucked on by leeches. More specifically, their butts. As his butt was getting sucked on, Bubble Bass was going to say, "Leeches, my cheeks, I'm nothing without my bubbly orbs." However, it was revealed that this scene was eventually cut. There are the images of it that I've been showing, especially this one right here, where they're literally sucking his butt. The joke isn't really inappropriate, but I can understand why it was cut considering it is a kid's show. Here's a couple more fun facts before we get into the Easter eggs for this one, because there's some interesting stuff here. For one, have you guys ever wondered how old Bubble Bass is? Well, it's confirmed in this episode during this clip right here.
So your mother has scheduled a play date for you.
I'm not 23 anymore, Mother. You'll just have to cancel it.
Well, if Bubble Bass isn't 23, then that means he's 24. So yeah, if you've ever wondered his age, yeah, he's 24. He kind of reminds me of myself, a grown man collecting collectibles and liking nerd stuff. But okay, Easter eggs, and here's the first one. If we go back years in the past to Season 3, there was the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5. And this episode's really cool because it's like an Avengers-style SpongeBob episode, where SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Sandy team up with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy to form an Avengers-style team, with them each getting their own superhero moniker. SpongeBob is the Quickster, Sandy is Miss Appear, she can turn invisible, Squidward is Captain Magma, and Patrick is the Elastic Waistband. Together, they're the International Justice League of Super Acquaintances, and they report to the Chief, this guy right here.
Our sources last saw Evil harassing teenagers up at Makeout Reef. You know, Makeout Reef?
Now, we haven't seen this wacky character for a long time. He really only appeared in this episode. But this all changed in Swamp Mates, with Martin Olsen reprising his role and making his first appearance in like 20 plus years. It's also worth noting that if you look on his desk, there's a bunch of like fake SpongeBob toys or altered or bootleg SpongeBob toys. And this is for a reason. This is due to FCC regulations prohibiting the advertisement of merchandise related to a children's program within or during the same programming block as that program, which makes sense. It basically means that you can't advertise other SpongeBob toys or merchandise while the show is actively airing. But yeah, if we look at his desk, we can see a bootleg SpongeBob piggy bank or coin bank, a fake version of the original SpongeBob Funko Pop, and 2 other fake figures of unknown origin. Let's keep it moving though with more Easter eggs from this same episode. And to do that, we have to rewind back to the episode Goons on the Moon. And In this episode, we were introduced to the action dog figure, the teenage action boy figure, and the teenage action girl action figures. Now, we haven't seen them since Goons on the Moon, and they seem to be pretty rare collectibles. And it seems that they're referenced in Swamp Mates, as look, right here, we can see all 3 figures. Really pushing the point that Bubble Bass is a major dork. If you guys could see my bedroom, I'm very similar to Bubble Bass. But let's keep it going even more, as during Bubble Bass's imaginative description of him capturing Man Ray, for one, it shows that Man Ray is a member of Evil, another reference to the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5. Like I said, in that episode, SpongeBob, Sandy, and the crew, they form their own Avengers Justice League style group. But so do all of the villains, with them forming Evil, which, as you guys should know, stands for every villain is lemons. I mean, come on. But there's more. For one, it also says that Man Ray is allergic to tartar sauce, and this is actually a fact. If we go back to the episode, Back to the Past, we can see that this is a fact.
Now prepare for a heaping helping of quick-drying tartar sauce.
And last but not least, it also shows that Man Ray hates the tickle belt, and this is another direct reference, this time to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3. More specifically, this hilarious scene where Man Ray just cannot stop laughing.
Frequency rising! Belt out of control! Belt up too high! Tickling my DNA! Make it stop!
In the episode Tag You're It, it's a rainy day at Camp Coral, which means everybody can't really play outside. I mean, you could, but you're gonna get wet. It's better to avoid it. So everybody finds a way to entertain themselves indoors, specifically with a crazy game of tag. It's an alright episode, but what we're really here for, guys, you guys know what we're really here for, and it's Easter eggs. And the first one can be found during this scene, where we see Sandy flush her helmet almost like it's a toilet or a drain. If that looks familiar, it's because this is another direct reference, okay? This is a direct reference to OG SpongeBob, specifically the episode Texas. In this episode, Sandy starts missing her home state of Texas, and she gets very emotional. We get a couple scenes of her crying, and in one scene, she has to empty out her water bowl. Roll the clip. This is kind of like a deep cut reference, and it's cool to see that the creators of Camp Coral also knew to include this type of stuff. And there's more in Tag You're It. I really like this one, but if we go to the point in the episode about 13 minutes in and 40 seconds, if we pause at the right frame, you'll notice that there's a jar of mayo on Patrick's shelf. And this is most likely a reference to him asking if mayonnaise is an instrument in Band Geeks. Patrick seems to have some sort of obsession with mayo, which is also why it might be there. But yeah, who knew that Camp Coral actually had some cool Easter eggs like this? The episode Teacher's Pests from season 11 has a ton of Easter eggs. In this boating school episode, Mr. Krabs and Plankton are forced to attend Mrs. Puff's class alongside their favorite person, SpongeBob, after a road rage incident. The premise sets up plenty of nods to past SpongeBob lore, so let's get into that, as I know that's what you guys clicked on the video for. Early on, Mrs. Puff shows an instructional boating safety video that pretty much gives tips and is a guide on how to drive a boat. And if this seems familiar to you, it's because this entire tutorial video is very similar to another video we got in another episode, season 5's Boat Smarts. That entire episode, Boat Smarts, is about Mrs. Puff hosting a boating safety documentary that stars SpongeBob and Squidward. So it might not be a direct reference here, but they're very similar. They have the same like vignette effect on, and it's really cool. But if we keep it moving, there's even more Easter eggs. When class begins, SpongeBob excitedly introduces something special, with him explaining how students earn gold star stickers for good behavior.
Did you know that every time you do something good, Mrs. Puff gives you a star sticker?
Stickers? I'm an adult. I don't care about stickers.
If you're a true SpongeBob fan, then you know that this is a direct callback to the iconic episode New Student Starfish, where SpongeBob was the star pupil with a whopping 74 stars to his name across the episode.
And those drinks are recorded here on the Good Noodle Board.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Whoa!
In a funny bit of continuity error, here, SpongeBob has 0 stars on the board. But to be fair, this might be good continuity. It might be because it's been so many years since New Student Starfish. Maybe the board got reset. Plus, there's still boating school episodes, but we don't see SpongeBob in boating school like we used to, so maybe that's why. But nonetheless, SpongeBob has 0 stars in this episode, despite having a bunch back in New Student Starfish. But yeah, let's keep it moving. Mr. Krabs and Plankton become immediately obsessed with this reward system and begin competing by showering Mrs. Puff with fruit to earn stars.
Oh, is someone hungry? Ta-da!
Ooh, a grapefruit.
How about some melon?
Mrs. Puff soon realizes that they're bribing for stickers and snaps, exclaiming, "None of you will get any stars," effectively ending the contest. But this rivalry escalates through the driving test, leading to a chaotic finale. Notably, SpongeBob himself drives perfectly fine during the test, which is actually really weird considering the fact that SpongeBob is like unteachable. As you guys know, there have been so many gags throughout the show where SpongeBob just cannot drive. And he's tried, but he's just not very good at it. But yeah, I wanted to point this out because this is a really funny inconsistency. But let's get back to the Easter eggs, as there's a ton during the mayhem. When Mrs. Puff has had enough of Mr. Krabs and Plankton's antics, she uproots an entire apple tree and whacks them with it, shouting a very specific line.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
So this one's really weird, but this line is actually a sneaky reference to the video game Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, in which protagonist Jill Valentine says the exact same phrase before defeating the final boss.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
This is a very surprising deep cut, an M-rated game quote tucked into a SpongeBob episode. But hey, it suits Mrs. Puff like pretty well considering she's a crazy character. I guess whoever wrote this episode or somebody on the art team or just somebody is a fan of Resident Evil and found a way to sneak it in. They were probably in the middle of a Resident Evil 3 playthrough and were like, I'm just gonna find a way to put this in SpongeBob. The scene even shows cartoon stars circling the dazed Plankton's head. Teacher's Pet also plays with long-term continuity, but they also made a little bit of a mistake. Weirdly enough, Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff act like complete strangers in this classroom setting, despite having met and fallen in love back in Krusty Love, and having dated for 16 years as of the episode Whirly Brains.
Mrs. Puff, we've been dating for 16 years now, so I was sincerely hoping that today might finally be the day that...
Yes, Eugene?
That I steal a little kiss?
Oh!
There's no on-screen explanation for this memory lapse, and was most likely an oversight by newer writers, who maybe didn't know this bit of SpongeBob lore, but hey, I'm an old school fan and I could not help but notice. The episode is packed with visual callbacks as well. In the background is a very familiar billboard. This right here is the Barnacle Chips billboard, representing the cholesterol-free snack from the iconic episode Chocolate with Nuts, which is where this billboard made its first appearance.
Eat Barnacle Chips, they're delicious.
They are most certainly not delicious.
Not the way I use them.
This exact same billboard also appeared in a later episode, Burst Your Bubble.
You got on the freeway by mistake! Look out!
So its inclusion here, making a third appearance, is a clear wink from the staff to eagle-eyed viewers like myself. This isn't just like a random billboard, I want to make this clear. This is 100% an Easter egg or reference from the production team, and it's really cool. But later, when a driving mishap fuses SpongeBob, Plankton, and Mr. Krabs into one grotesque body, Plankton ends up occupying one of Mr. Krabs' eye sockets.
Mr. Plankton, you were in a horrible boat accident. It's a miracle that you're alive. However, there were some complications.
Hey, what's all the screaming up there? Forget class. Now we can be together forever.
And this might not be a direct reference, but it's a bizarre sight that's directly reminiscent of a gag in another episode. The episode being The Other Patty, where the two rival restaurateurs also combined into a single being. It's an obscure reference, but side by side, as you can see here, the scenes are very, very close. Finally though, this episode actually had a scene that didn't make it into the final airing, or even just the final version of the episode at all. A deleted scene, where during the last session, SpongeBob unknowingly runs over a line of fake pedestrian cutouts on the test track. I actually was able to find the clip that was cut because Cartoon Corey goes so hard for you guys. And I mean, also shout out to the SpongeBob wiki. And yeah, this moment isn't necessarily that dark, but it seems that it was later deemed too edgy for modern SpongeBob, and thus was removed from the episode, which honestly is actually a telling sign of changing standards. In earlier seasons of SpongeBob, a throwaway gag like this definitely would have flown under the radar. Like if you think of SpongeBob seasons 1, 2, and 3, there are tons of jokes like this in those episodes. But it seems that today, Nickelodeon is playing it a little more safe. However, if we go back in time, there are still some gags from earlier SpongeBob that were too inappropriate. And this brings us to our next episode, Just One Bite from season 3. This classic episode centers on Squidward's secret love for Krabby Patties, where basically he acts like he hates them, but once he tries one and takes like the smallest bite you could humanly take, yeah, that was the smallest bite ever. But after this, Squidward becomes addicted to Krabby Patties. And this episode, Just One Bite, is actually famous amongst fans for a scene that vanished after its original airing. This is another deleted scene. The deleted scene in question occurs during Squidward's midnight break-in. In the uncut version, shown only during the Totally Twisted telly premiere back in 2001, Mr. Krabs had set up a booby trap in the Krusty Krab for intruders to prevent people from breaking in when the stores close. But instead of a regular alarm system, he does something pretty crazy. Squidward sneaks through the door only to have a bucket of gasoline tip over and drench him. And what happens next is pretty crazy considering this is a kid's show.
Hey, this isn't water. This is gas.
This over-the-top trap, a bucket of gas, and a robot arm is oddly high-tech for Mr. Krabs, just saying, who usually isn't very tech-savvy, but it certainly shows the lengths that Mr. Krabs would go to protect his secret formula. But here's where the controversy comes in. By early 2002, Nickelodeon removed this gasoline trap scene from all reruns and future releases. They just cut that chunk out of the episode pretty much, so it just jumps. And also, I want to point out, if you're from Canada, this didn't actually happen overseas or in Canada, and let me explain why. You know, I try to keep my content as accessible as possible. That way kids can watch it, and people my age, older people who grew up with the show, can also enjoy these videos. So just a heads up, this part is controversial, but it's also educational as well, I guess. As eventually, the official reason for this scene being cut came out later. The reason it was cut was in part out of sensitivity due to the episode airing shortly after 9/11, and largely due to standards and practices concerns about kids potentially imitating the dangerous gag with matches and fuel. And this isn't just speculation. Writer Jay Lender confirmed that even though the scene initially passed Nickelodeon censors, the network reconsidered after the September 2001 attacks. But yeah, like I said, if you're a Canadian boy like me, that's why you remember seeing this scene still, as Canadian airings on YTV still kept the scene in. But yeah, there's a little fun fact for you guys. I know that wasn't necessarily an Easter egg, but in these videos, I'm probably going to start covering trivia and facts as well, and you gotta admit that was interesting. The episode Teacher's Pests from season 11 has a ton of Easter eggs. In this boating school episode, Mr. Krabs and Plankton are forced to attend Mrs. Puff's class, alongside their favorite person, SpongeBob, after a road rage incident. The premise sets up plenty of nods to past SpongeBob lore, so let's get into that, as I know that's what you guys clicked on the video for. Early on, Mrs. Puff shows an instructional boating safety video that pretty much gives tips and is a guide on how to drive a boat. And if this seems familiar to you, it's because this entire tutorial video is very similar to another video we got in another episode, Season 5's Boat Smarts. That entire episode, Boat Smarts, is about Mrs. Puff hosting a boating safety documentary that stars SpongeBob and Squidward. So it might not be a direct reference here, but they're very similar. They have the same like vignette effect on, and it's really cool. But if we keep it moving, there's even more Easter eggs. When class begins, SpongeBob excitedly introduces something special, with him explaining how students earn gold star stickers for good behavior.
Did you know that every time you do something good, Mrs. Puff gives you a star sticker?
Stickers? I'm an adult. I don't care about stickers.
If you're a true SpongeBob fan, then you know that this is a direct callback to the iconic episode, New Student Starfish, where SpongeBob was the star pupil with a whopping 74 stars to his name across the episode.
And those drinks are recorded here on the Good Noodle Board.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
In a funny bit of continuity error, here, SpongeBob has 0 stars on the board. But to be fair, this might be good continuity. It might be because it's been so many years since New Student Starfish. Maybe the board got reset. Plus, there's still boating school episodes, but we don't see SpongeBob in boating school like we used to, so maybe that's why. But nonetheless, SpongeBob has 0 stars in this episode, despite having a bunch back in New Student Starfish. But yeah, let's keep it moving. Mr. Krabs and Plankton become immediately obsessed with this reward system and begin competing by showering Mrs. Puff with fruit to earn stars.
Oh, is someone hungry? Ta-da!
Ooh, a grapefruit.
How about some melon?
Mrs. Puff soon realizes that they're bribing for stickers and snaps, exclaiming, "None of you will get any stars," effectively ending the contest. But this rivalry escalates through the driving test, leading to a chaotic finale. Notably, SpongeBob himself drives perfectly fine during the test, which is actually really weird considering the fact that SpongeBob is like unteachable. As you guys know, there have been so many gags throughout the show where SpongeBob just cannot drive. And he's tried, but he's just not very good at it. But yeah, I wanted to point this out because this is a really funny inconsistency. But let's get back to the Easter eggs, as there's a ton during the mayhem. When Mrs. Puff has had enough of Mr. Krabs and Plankton's antics, she uproots an entire apple tree and whacks them with it, shouting a very specific line.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
So this one's really weird, but this line is actually a sneaky reference to the video game Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, in which protagonist Jill Valentine says the exact same phrase before defeating the final boss.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
This is a very surprising deep cut, an M-rated game quote tucked into a SpongeBob episode. But hey, it suits Mrs. Puff like pretty well considering she's a crazy character. I guess whoever wrote this episode, or somebody on the art team, or just somebody is a fan of Resident Evil and found a way to sneak it in. They were probably in the middle of a Resident Evil 3 playthrough and were like, I'm just gonna find a way to put this in SpongeBob. The scene even shows cartoon stars circling the dazed Plankton's head. Teacher's Pet also plays with long-term continuity, but they also made a little bit of a mistake. Weirdly enough, Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff act like complete strangers in this classroom setting, despite having met and fallen in love back in Krusty Love, and having dated for 16 years as of the episode Whirly Brains.
Mrs. Puff, we've been dating for 16 years now, so I was sincerely hoping that today might finally be the day that...
Yes, Eugene?
That I steal a little kiss?
Oh!
There's no on-screen explanation for this memory lapse, and was most likely an oversight by newer writers, who maybe didn't know this bit of SpongeBob lore. But hey, I'm an old school fan and I could not help but notice. The episode is packed with visual callbacks as well. In the background is a very familiar billboard. This right here is the Barnacle Chips billboard, representing the cholesterol-free snack from the iconic episode Chocolate with Nuts, which is where this billboard made its first appearance.
Eat Barnacle Chips, they're delicious.
They are most certainly not delicious.
Not the way I use them.
This exact same billboard also appeared in a later episode, Burst Your Bubble.
You got on the freeway by mistake! Look out!
So its inclusion here, making a third appearance, is a clear wink from the staff to eagle-eyed viewers like myself. This isn't just like a random billboard, I want to make this clear. This is 100% an Easter egg or reference from the production team, and it's really cool. But later, when a driving mishap fuses SpongeBob, Plankton, and Mr. Krabs into one grotesque body, Plankton ends up occupying one of Mr. Krabs' eye sockets.
Mr. Plankton, you were in a horrible boat accident. It's a miracle that you're alive. However, there were some complications.
Hey, what's all the screaming up there? Forget class. Now we can be together forever.
And this might not be a direct reference, but it's a bizarre sight that's directly reminiscent of a gag in another episode. The episode being The Other Patty, where the two rival restaurateurs also combined into a single being.
Show ya.
It's an obscure reference, but side by side, as you can see here, the scenes are very, very close. Finally though, this episode actually had a scene that didn't make it into the final airing, or even just the final version of the episode at all. A deleted scene, where during the last session, SpongeBob unknowingly runs over a line of fake pedestrian cutouts on the test track. I actually was able to find the clip that was cut because Cartoon Corey goes so hard for you guys. And I mean, also shout out to the SpongeBob wiki. And yeah, this moment isn't necessarily that dark, but it seems that it was later deemed too edgy for modern SpongeBob, and thus was removed from the episode, which honestly is actually a telling sign of changing standards. In earlier seasons of SpongeBob, a throwaway gag like this definitely would have flown under the radar. Like if you think of SpongeBob seasons 1, 2, and 3, there are tons of jokes like this in those episodes. But it seems that today, Nickelodeon is playing it a little more safe. However, if we go back in time, there are still some gags from earlier SpongeBob that were too inappropriate. And this brings us to our next episode, Just One Bite from season 3. This classic episode centers on Squidward's secret love for Krabby Patties, where basically he acts like he hates them, but once he tries one and takes like the smallest bite you could humanly take, yeah, that was the smallest bite ever. But after this, Squidward becomes addicted to Krabby Patties. And this episode, Just One Bite, is actually famous amongst fans for a scene that vanished after its original airing. This is another deleted scene. The deleted scene in question occurs during Squidward's midnight break-in. In the uncut version, shown only during the Totally Twisted telly premiere back in 2001, Mr. Krabs had set up a booby trap in the Krusty Krab for intruders to prevent people from breaking in when the stores close. But instead of a regular alarm system, he does something pretty crazy. Squidward sneaks through the door only to have a bucket of gasoline tip over and drench him. And what happens next is pretty crazy considering this is a kid's show.
Hey, this isn't water. This is gas.
This over-the-top trap, a bucket of gas, and a robot arm is oddly high-tech for Mr. Krabs, just saying, who usually isn't very tech-savvy, but it certainly shows the lengths that Mr. Krabs would go to protect his secret formula. But here's where the controversy comes in. By early 2002, Nickelodeon removed this gasoline trap scene from all reruns and future releases. They just cut that chunk out of the episode pretty much, so it just jumps. And also, I want to point out, if you're from Canada, this didn't actually happen overseas or in Canada, and let me explain why. You know, I try to keep my content as accessible as possible. That way kids can watch it, and people my age, older people who grew up with the show, can also enjoy these videos. So just a heads up, this part is controversial, but it's also educational as well, I guess. As eventually, the official reason for this scene being cut came out later. The reason it was cut was in part out of sensitivity due to the episode airing shortly after 9/11, and largely due to standards and practices concerns about kids potentially imitating the dangerous gag with matches and fuel. And this isn't just speculation, writer Jay Lender confirmed that even though the scene initially passed Nickelodeon censors, the network reconsidered after the September 2001 attacks. But yeah, like I said, if you're a Canadian boy like me, that's why you remember seeing this scene still, as Canadian airings on YTV still kept the scene in. But yeah, there's a little fun fact for you guys. I know that wasn't necessarily an Easter egg, but in these videos, I'm probably going to start covering trivia and facts as well, and you gotta admit that was interesting. In the episode Terror on Tape, the Star family spend a spooky day watching a collection of haunted VHS tapes, a collection that they got from the Flying Dutchman. Again, this is really cool, another example of them kind of building up the SpongeBob world and bringing it all together. Back in the day, if you guys remember, the Flying Dutchman was like a rare character. Like, it's not like he never appeared, but he didn't appear in every episode, and he wasn't a background character. If he did appear, he was a big part of the plot. So it's cool to see that he's just like a normal character in this episode. But anyways, this episode goes on to essentially be an anthology of mini horror spoofs, with each cursed take telling a different creepy tale, starring Patrick and his family. The episode crams in homages to famous horror tropes, and even a legendary sound effect, one that only sharp-eared and sharp-eyed fans will catch. During a chaotic scene, a hapless background fish falls overboard from the ship Fancy, and take a listen to what happens next.
We're off the menu!
If you've heard that little scream before, it's because it's a very iconic sound effect, the Wilhelm scream. The scream, a classic stock sound effect used in countless films since the 1950s, is a beloved inside joke among sound editors and movie buffs. And hearing it pop in Patrick's haunted tape is a treat for fans. But yeah, its appearance in Terror on Tape is both a cheeky nod to horror cinema and a self-aware gag about the rarity of that scream in the series. But let's keep it going, there's more. Each cursed tape Patrick watches is a send-up of a different horror genre, and the episode's artists take the opportunity to reference a beloved horror anthology film. Slayground is presented in a vivid, stylized color scheme that horror fans might find familiar. In fact, the color design of the Slayground, with its lurid reds, deep blues, and comic book style shading, is directly inspired by the 1982 horror comedy film Creepshow. Creepshow, directed by George Romero and written by Stephen King, used bold comic book panel visuals and dramatic lighting to emulate old EC horror comics. And Terror on the Tape lovingly imitates that look. In Slayground, when Patrick and Squidina explore a cursed playground, the frames occasionally freeze into drawn comic panels with saturated colors and eerie lighting, just as Creepshow did. And yeah, this is a really good episode, especially if you're a fan of like Halloween and horror. I know it isn't very fitting right now. Go give the episode a watch, it's a good one. Our next episode is The Donut of Shame, a very short episode from season 5. This bite-sized episode opens with Patrick groggily waking up on SpongeBob's ceiling after what appears to have been a wild night of partying. Who knew that Patrick got so crazy, man? Like, dude was probably staying up all night eating ice cream.
Would you like another spot of tea, Ms. Nibsy? Oh, you would?
From here, Patrick notices SpongeBob still asleep, clutching a delicious-looking donut. A beautiful specimen of donuthood, as Patrick pretty much calls it. Ever impulsive, Patrick liberates the pastry from SpongeBob's hand and sneaks it home for himself. And this is where we can find some Easter eggs, or well, some references. The animators slip in a sweet nod to the show's early days. I'm gonna roll the clip and let's see if you guys can spot it.
A beautiful specimen of donuthood. A donut this nice deserves to be served on fine china.
If you didn't catch it, let me explain. Hanging on Patrick's wall is a framed picture of SpongeBob drawn in his season 1 art style. This is very important here. It's not a modern looking version of SpongeBob. At the time, this episode was from season 5, and he doesn't even look like his season 5 design. It's very clearly his season 1 design. This deliberate background detail contrasts with the episode's season 5 visuals, playfully reminding longtime fans of SpongeBob's classic look. Now, aside from that nostalgic little Easter egg, the Donut of Shame peppers in a couple of other fun touches. For example, the way Patrick awakens in this scene is a spoof of horror film tropes, mirroring a similar scene from Saw of all things. Here is a side-by-side, and what an interesting choice for a children's cartoon. But yeah, some cool little references in this episode and some facts, but let's keep it moving and head over to a different episode. Next up is the episode The Jellyfish Kid, and this is actually the very first episode of Camp Coral, a 3D animated animated SpongeBob spin-off that I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with. I'm not the biggest fan of this show, I'm not gonna lie. I think the Patrick Star Show is much better, but you're not here for my opinion, you're here for Easter eggs, and there are some really cool references in this episode. For one, if we take a look at this scene and we pause at the right frame right here, we'll notice that there's this photo on Mr. Krabs' drawer. And if we zoom in, we'll see that it's him holding Pearl as a baby. Now, if this shot looks familiar, it's because this photo is a direct reference to an older SpongeBob episode. If we rewind all the way back to the episode Selling Out, we can find this exact same photo right here. Let's do a side by side. Yeah, this is a reference, and a really cool reference. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of Camp Coral, but I love that this reference is here. But there's also more. One of my favorite episodes is the classic SpongeBob episode Sailor Mouth, where SpongeBob and Patrick come across swear words and they start swearing. Something they shouldn't do, you know, they shouldn't be swearing.
Hi, Squidward! How the are ya?
Nice day, isn't it, Squidward?
Every time they swear, though, it's referred to having a sailor's mouth, and this is also referenced in the Jellyfish Kid. In Camp Coral, it's basically like a summer camp, right? So every person has their own dorm, and in SpongeBob's dorm, we see this list of rules right here. And as you can see, one of the rules is no sailor mouth, making for another really cool reference. Our next episode is called The Other Patty. When a shady new restaurant called the Flabby Patty threatens the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob becomes determined to get Mr. Krabs and Plankton to set aside their rivalry and work together.
If you work together, the Flabby Patty recipe would be yours.
Okay, fine. We'll work together.
Yeah, I don't see that working out.
In this episode, SpongeBob poignantly reminds the two feuding restaurateurs of something fans learned in the special episode years in the past, Friend or Foe, with him saying the following line.
There was a time when Plankton and I were best friends. Friends at birth, you might say. Even as wee ones.
Go.
SpongeBob references that Mr. Krabs and Plankton at one point in time were best friends, holding up an old photograph of Krabs and Plankton during happier times. Well, this is a direct callback to the episode Friend or Foe, which revealed that the two enemies were childhood best friends before becoming like mortal enemies, all over like a smash burger secret formula. Imagine switching up on your homie just over a Krabby Patty secret formula. I don't know, it's crazy, but roll the clip.
Why are you two always fighting? You were best palsy-walsies once. Can't you two make up and be friends?
Yee! Those days are over, SpongeBob.
Krabs and I are bitter enemies.
And that's the way we like it.
By invoking their past friendship, SpongeBob is essentially referencing the events of Friend or Foe within the story, hoping that nostalgia will fix their friendship. It's a neat bit of continuity that rewards viewers who remember the 2007 special. And in the end, as you can imagine, they figure everything out, so it's a good episode. But let's head over to another one with more Easter eggs. Let's talk about the episode Unreal Estate next. It's from season 10. In this one, Squidward tricks SpongeBob into thinking his pineapple house is dangerous to live in, hoping SpongeBob will move away. Well, as SpongeBob daydreams about new homes, the episode pays homage to SpongeBob's history in many subtle ways. Right from the title card, Unreal Estate telegraphs a hidden gag, with its background art being pretty much the same as another episode's background art, Sentimental Sponge. Both cards share a bold, colorful geometric pattern. The only difference is the color, with it being pink in Unreal Estate and yellow or orange in Sentimental Sponge. And while it's possible that they may have just reused the asset, SpongeBob writers and producers and artists in the past have done this, where they use a similar piece of art in the title card to pay homage to an older episode. I am rambling though, and this one definitely sounds like a little bit of a reach, but let's head over to more interesting Easter eggs. In the episode Visiting Vikings, Patrick and SpongeBob celebrate Leif Erikson Day by embarking on a time-traveling journey to the actual Viking times. Courtesy of some of Patrick-style nonsense, they wind up in the era of real Vikings, complete with long beards and Norse helmets.
Who are you? We are from the future, where you are a fearsome Viking warrior. But it looks like we got here a little early. So I guess it's up to us to mold you from Meatball Boy into a real Viking warrior.
This zany premise is itself a deep-cut reference. Leif Erikson Day has been mentioned in SpongeBob before, and this episode goes out of its way to honor that legacy. Early on, as Patrick gears up for the holiday, SpongeBob makes a special appearance wearing a traditional Viking helmet and a big red beard. It looks good on him. right? Like, what do you guys think? I think it looks good on him. But yeah, SpongeBob cheerfully exclaims, Hinga Dinga Durgan. And you know what? Me saying it didn't do it justice. Play the clip of SpongeBob saying it.
Hi, SpongeBob, hi!
Happy Leif Erikson Day! Hinga dinga durgan.
Now, longtime fans should instantly recognize this costume and catchphrase from the classic Season 2 episode Bubble Buddy, as we get a very similar scene. This is 100% a reference. In Bubble Buddy's opening, SpongeBob wished everyone a happy Leif Erikson Day, and to do this, he dresses up in a very specific outfit and says something very, very specific. Roll the footage.
Hey, everybody! It's Leif Erikson Day! Hinga dinga durgan.
As you guys just seen, SpongeBob dresses up as a stereotypical Viking while uttering that same goofy Norwegian phrase, Hinga Dinga Durgan. This is another one that's connecting the universes, as this episode, Visiting Vikings, is technically a The Patrick Star Show episode, but what was just referenced is from old school SpongeBob, thus connecting the two shows even more. I know I keep on rambling on about that, but it's clear that like Nickelodeon is being very intentional about this. I might do a whole video just on this topic. It's stand-up comedy night in our next episode at Camp Coral, with a legendary joke-telling sea kraken, the Wise Kraken, headlining a show for the campers. This episode, Wise Kraken, doubles as a tribute to SpongeBob's comedic past, both in content and in cheeky references. For one, the outdoor comedy venue is dubbed the Comedy Canteen, which immediately rings a bell, at least for me. It seems to be a sly spin on the comedy Crab from the classic SpongeBob episode Squirrel Jokes. In that episode, Mr. Krabs briefly turned the Krusty Krab into a comedy club called the Comedy Crab.
Okay, everybody settle down. Welcome to the Comedy Crab.
Here at camp, the Comedy Canteen serves as a similar role. There's a bunch of other similarities between the Comedy Canteen and the Comedy Crab, and it's been theorized that originally it was supposed to be the Comedy Crab. However, I think that the writers forgot that this is a prequel show and that the Comedy Crab wouldn't have existed yet technically. So they had to do a swap and turn it into the Comedy Canteen. This is something I've read on Reddit, but I don't know if this is actually true or not. And to be honest with you, it sounds like a stupid fan theory, so. But before we move on to another episode, here's a fun fact about this one. So as you guys know, Lady Upturn recently has become more of a regular character on the show. She originally was like a one-off character, but since Camp Coral, even in regular SpongeBob like season 13, season 14, 15, and 16, Lady Upturn is in a ton of episodes. There are some episodes where she's like a prominent character, and sometimes she's even the antagonist. And it all started with this episode, as this is the one that introduced her main catchphrase, I am offended.
Why did that sea captain flush the toilet?
Why?
Because it was its duty!
I am offended! Oh!
It's not that big of a deal, but it's cool to see that this is where the catchphrase originated from. Let's switch up the flow on this next one and talk about Camp Coral, the SpongeBob spinoff that is completely overhated, guys. Like, this show is not that bad. It's for kids. It's meant to be like a SpongeBob spinoff for kids, but I'll see grown adult men like me like complaining about the show. And it's okay, we can agree to disagree. If you don't like Camp Coral, it's fine. Don't hate me just because I don't hate it. But anyways, we're gonna talk about Camp Coral, more specifically the episode Cabin of Curiosities, as Easter eggs aren't just limited to regular SpongeBob, they're also in the spin-offs as well. In Cabin of Curiosities, young SpongeBob and Patrick are trying to earn a friendship badge and venture... You hungry, buddy? Good boy. My dog decided to take a bite of his food while I was doing voiceover, and I love him for it. He's looking at me right now. Here's a photo of him. See, that's how you know I'm really not an AI channel, as who would stop in the middle of a video to shout out their dog? And that's not an AI dog. Okay? So yeah, please subscribe. Anyways, though, this has been the longest intro ever, but basically in this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick end up like veering off into the eerie woods at night by accident and end up inside this mysterious cabin where they meet a crew of creepy, cute characters. There's a vampire kid and other monster-themed campers who only come out after dark.
That is my web. I spun it this morning.
Oh, nice work!
Do you do free alterations?
This lead little vampire introduces himself as Kid Furatsu, a name that immediately rang a bell for me because I love SpongeBob. For those who don't know, this is a playful spin on Nosferatu, the classic horror vampire who made an unforgettable cameo in the SpongeBob episode Graveyard Shift.
Nosferatu!
In that infamous Season 2 scene, a live-action Nosferatu flickered the lights of the Krusty Krab, surprising everyone and becoming a long-time gag within the show. In the SpongeBob SquarePants prequel, Camp Coral, Nosferatu's legacy lives on as we meet a kid version of Nosferatu, or maybe a distant relative. Nonetheless, Nosferatu appearing in Camp Coral is a cool Easter egg here. He's pretty much like a random SpongeBob character, so the fact that the writers and art team remembered to include him here is awesome. And there's actually another thing I want to discuss when it comes to this episode. As it continues, the Monster Cabin kids spend the night scaring and then befriending SpongeBob and Patrick, showing them a frightful fun time until dawn approaches. In a scene that mirrors vampire lore, Kid Furatsu and his creepy cabin mates disintegrate when the first rays of sunlight hit them. They literally crumble into dust as the sun rises, much to SpongeBob and Patrick's shock. Here's the issue. This dramatic exit seems to imply the monster kids are creatures of the night only. However, dedicated viewers of Camp Coral noticed a funny continuity hiccup. These very same characters later appear in broad daylight in like other Camp Coral episodes. The production team definitely made a little bit of a mistake here. But fortunately, that mistake is interesting, thus turning it into a fun fact. And I've got more fun facts, trivia, and Easter eggs to come, so let's keep it rolling. In the Season 11 episode, Chef Bob, Mr. Krabs installs a viewing window and turns his fry cook into a live performer to boost business. Kind of a smart idea. You essentially make SpongeBob put on a cooking show for the customers, which, as you would imagine, SpongeBob would be really good at. Well, the normally outgoing SpongeBob is actually struck with a case of stage fright, and his anxiety while cooking for an audience leads to some hilarious scenes.
If you don't come out, you're fired!
Now, when SpongeBob tries to make a Krabby Patty under pressure in this episode, we get this scene where he slaps a shoe onto the bun instead of a pickle. Longtime fans will recognize this as a callback to the episode Pickles. In Pickles, SpongeBob lost his confidence in cooking thanks to Bubble Bass lying. And during a very memorable scene where SpongeBob botches making a Krabby Patty, he tops the patty with a shoe, among other absurd ingredients. Chef Bob recreates this gag in a very similar way, making for a cool Easter egg, but also this could be a coincidence. I don't think it is though. I think this is like intentional. Back to the plot though. This pressure of having to perform for everybody eventually is too much for SpongeBob, and he ends up cowering under the grill, which is where this episode's next Easter egg sneaks in. As well hiding under the cooking station, we can see this sea urchin right here. This isn't just a random critter. It's actually a sly nod to the Season 8 episode Eek an Urchin, in which the Krusty Krab was infested by a sea urchin that SpongeBob and Squidward had to remove.
Sea urchin! Mr. Krabs!
This is cool, as the presence of a sea urchin under the grill in this episode implies that maybe not all of those spiky pests were cleared out. It's a subtle bit of continuity that connects SpongeBob's current problem to an earlier adventure, and also suggests that Mr. Krabs needs to like clean his kitchen, bro. It's been like multiple seasons since those sea urchins. Like, what's this dude doing? No wonder the health inspector has been called on his butt so many times. The Bikini Bottom Better Business Bureau needs to get their butts down here, just like they did in that other episode we covered the other day. Also, I'm just gonna say this one is also potentially a coincidence, so let me know what you think in the comments. It's still pretty interesting. Eventually, SpongeBob's stage fright and Chef Bob drives him to a desperate solution. He creates a puppet doppelganger, a literal talking sponge hand puppet named Chef Bob, to do all of the cooking and entertaining for him. This absurd scenario is very funny, you know, it's a good plot for like comedy in an episode, with the puppet Chef Bob even insulting customers at times.
Hey, what dirt on your neck? Oh, it's your head.
But it also highlights a really weird character inconsistency that's like really freaking weird. Historically, SpongeBob has never been shy about performing. Quite the opposite, actually. He's been in the spotlight numerous times in episodes like Culture Shock or Squirrel Jokes, relishing in performances on stage, and even leading a stadium of thousands in band geeks. Like, remember when he literally headlined the Bubble Bowl? Given that track record, seeing SpongeBob paralyzed by stage fright in this episode is some weird writing. It seems to contradict his established character. I mean, he's usually a born performer who loves to make others smile, to the point where like he's kind of annoying about it. It doesn't necessarily ruin the episode's fun, but just a weird situation, and this is another one where whoever wrote this episode or whoever wrote this scene needs to educate themselves on SpongeBob lore, alright? When I know more about SpongeBob lore than a writer, then there's definitely something wrong. In the episode Feral Friends, a mysterious anatomical event called Neptune's Moon causes all of the residents of Bikini Bottom to revert to wild versions of themselves. The story itself is a tongue-in-cheek homage to classic monster movie tropes, but more importantly, it's chock full of SpongeBob lore and Easter eggs. As chaos erupts and our beloved characters turn into real-world sea creatures, two notable absences are Plankton and Karen. Well, not really Karen because she's a computer, but especially Plankton. They never appear in the final episode, which made fans like me wonder what would happen if Tiny Plankton got zapped by Neptune's moon, and we got to see the real-life sea creature version of him. Well, this was actually answered for us, and it came from a deleted scene revealed in a storyboard animatic. In the cutscene, Plankton is waiting for Karen to bring him his dinner, and that's when Neptune's moon hits. He transforms into a feral, microscopic copiapod and skitters off. But when Karen returns with his meal, she mistakes Mini Plankton for a legitimate pesky bug and splats her husband before casually flicking away the gooey remains. Damn, Karen's a savage. To be honest with you, I can kind of understand why this scene got cut because it's not necessarily the most like graphic scene. There's been some worse stuff in SpongeBob. I mean, especially if you've seen the episode The Splinter, but this was pushing it for a kid show. But deleted scenes isn't the only thing I want to talk about. Don't worry, there's some actual Easter eggs coming up and lots of interesting facts as well. With the town in crisis, Sandy Cheeks deliberately calls on somebody who might understand what is going on. This leads to the surprise reveal of the French narrator. And not just the voice that we hear all the time, but in person. Sandy contacts the narrator, and we can actually see him in his undersea submarine. And fun fact, this is actually only the second time that we've ever seen the French narrator on screen. The first was all the way back in season 2's No Free Rides, during this clip right here.
It means another whole year of boarding school! What happened?
Well, Feral Friends brings him back after over a decade, which honestly is pretty cool. As the scene progresses, the narrator explains that Neptune's moon is a rare event that happens once every century, explaining what's been going on here. But if you pay close attention, you'll notice that the narrator has actually gotten a costume update. In his 2000s appearance, he wore sleek modern scuba gear. But if we look at it side by side with a shot from his original appearance and this one, he's now decked out in like an old-fashioned brass diving suit. It's pretty fresh. This retro suit, complete with a round metal helmet, is itself an Easter egg, as producers have confirmed that it was supposed to bear some sort of resemblance to the Cyclops from the original SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I mean, the French narrator's new look isn't exactly identical, his helmet is a bit different, and there's some other differences, but hey, if the creators are saying it's a reference, then I'm not going to argue with them. But there's actually some more references here with the French narrator, as speaking of his submarine, the vehicle itself hides a historical reference, as the submarine he pilots through Bikini Bottom's waters strongly resembles a German U-boat from World War II. Feral Friends is also special for bringing back Patchy the pirate and his iconic pet, Potty. Patchy, the live-action pirate played by Tom Kenny, SpongeBob's voice actor by the way, was a staple of early SpongeBob specials, but they kinda did away with those after a while, and he hadn't been seen on the show for about 5 years prior to this cameo. The episode frames Patchy and Potty as observers of the Neptune's moon incident, corresponding with the French narrator from land. And this marks their first live-action appearance within the series since Legends of Bikini Bottom. Fans welcomed Patchy's return, but there's another Easter egg hidden in plain sight, or rather in earshot. If Potty the parrot sounds a bit different, it's because he's now voiced by somebody new, or actually somebody old. Doug Lawrence, Mr. Lawrence, and the person who voices Plankton actually took over Potty's voice acting role in this episode. And this is actually a pretty full circle moment, as Doug Lawrence is the person who created Poddy's character as a writer. And I mean, this voice change is something I never even noticed, but it's actually happened 3 times. In early seasons, Poddy was originally voiced by SpongeBob creator and legend, the GOAT, Steven Hillenburg, before Steven Hillenburg was replaced by Paul Tibbitt. And now, of course, Lawrence has taken on the role. So let's compare all 3 voices. Let's hear how Steven Hillenburg sounded when he voiced the character.
Poddy want cookie dough.
Poddy, no!
And now let's also take a listen to Paul Tibbitt's version of the character.
Look, Patchy, a Rolodex. Why, it's probably full of celebrity phone numbers. You don't need SpongeBob. You can call him yourself.
And last but not least, let's hear how Doug Lawrence does the job.
Okay, so we're looking for some fields then. No, Patchy. The directions to the North Pole are in the song There Goes Santa Claus. There goes Santa Claus. There goes Santa Claus. Left on Santa Claus Drive.
Let me know in the comments, who do you think does the best job when it comes to Poddy? But let's talk about even more references and Easter eggs. As Neptune's moon sets and things get even crazier, Patchy and Poddy have their own hilarious reaction on the surface. In the climax, an event called Neptune's Sun, the antidote to Neptune's moon, rises, and its rays revert everyone not back to normal, but to prehistoric forms for a brief time. Suddenly, Patchy the pirate is transformed into a primitive caveman version of himself, and Poddy fittingly becomes a pterodactyl. This entire sequence is one giant love letter to the season 3 special, UGG, also known as SpongeBob BC, the prehistoric themed SpongeBob episode hosted by Patchy. In this episode, Patchy daydreams about dinosaurs, and at one point wishes that his parrot was a pterodactyl, a gag that finally comes true, and that the writers finally pay off here in Feral Friends. And to make the moment extra special and even more of a clear reference, the show underscores a lot of Poddy and Patchy's scenes by using the same exact background music that played throughout Patchy's caveman adventure in SpongeBob BC. It's pretty much like the same song. Like here, I'm gonna try and play it and not get destroyed by copyright. Here's the version of the song from SpongeBob BC.
I told you prehistoric times were fun. Hey, how's about I teach you kids how a caveman makes a fire with 2 sticks?
And here's the version of the song from Feral Friends. To drive this Easter egg home even more, Patchy's behavior once he becomes like the prehistoric version of himself mirrors that of the character Cavey, the friendly primitive character that Patchy thought from Ice in this special.
I called him Cavey.
And he jumped in. It's okay, Katie.
In Feral Friends, as soon as Patchy devolves, he starts grunting, stomping, and acting like a caveman himself, just like Cavey did. And honestly, it's a great multi-layered reference. The episode Friend or Foe is an ambitious half-an-hour special that dives into the childhood of Mr. Krabs and Plankton, explaining how the two became bitter rivals and giving them like a whole backstory. This is another episode that I highly recommend. It's one of the better season 5 episodes, but more importantly, this episode actually has a ton of interesting trivia, facts, and Easter eggs. I mean, even its production history became a bit of SpongeBob lore back in 2006. Over a year before the episode actually aired, an anonymous Wikipedia user claiming to be voice actor Tom Kenny's nephew leaked details about this then upcoming special. In that early leak, they even revealed the working title, Between Friends. This actually turned out to be accurate information about the episode's first half. I know it sounds very like my uncle works at Nintendo, like it sounds like that type of situation, but it's crazy that the kid was actually right. I wonder if Tom Kenny, SpongeBob's voice actor by the way, had to talk to his nephew about the leak, as if you really think about it, something like this could have gotten his uncle in some serious trouble with Nickelodeon. But then again, you can probably get away with a lot when you're like the voice of Nickelodeon's most profitable character. I mean, what are they gonna do? Replace Tom Kenny? Moving on though, within the episode's story, the writers made a little mistake with Mr. Krabs' backstory. In Friend or Foe, we learned that Mr. Krabs grew up extremely poor.
Yeah, where'd you do your clothes shopping, the trash can?
'Twas true. I did get me clothes from the trash.
But here's the thing, this isn't necessarily true. If we rewind back to one of my favorite episodes, Krusty Krab training video, there was a flashback scene where we learned that the child version of Mr. Krabs was actually just as greedy and cheap as he is in the modern day. I mean, I guess he could have been cheap because he was broke when he was younger, but I don't know. This just seems like the writer of Friend or Foe isn't super familiar with older SpongeBob episodes, and they haven't seen the episode Krusty Krab training video. And because of this, they got the backstory slightly incorrect. But I'm also admittedly nitpicking. So let's switch it up and talk about some interesting facts about this episode. And the first one can be found when Mr. Krabs and Plankton concoct their very first burger together. As they argue over the failed recipe, Mr. Krabs blurts out an ingredient.
Well, it was your fault the patty was tainted. You're the one who put too much seaweed sauce in the burger.
This is really interesting, as for the first time, the show drops a hint about the legendary Krabby Patty secret formula. Krabs essentially confirms that seaweed sauce is one component of a Krabby Patty. I know this recipe technically failed, but Mr. Krabs says that he put too much. So it does seem like seaweed sauce would be in a Krabby Patty, or on a Krabby Patty. Just Plankton puts too much. Pretty cool though, right? Now we just need to find out all of the other ingredients and find out if Mr. Krabs uses crab meat, as it's been hilariously rumored for years. Who's heard that one before? But another interesting fact about this episode revolves around Karen, Plankton's computer wife, of course. Friend or Foe actually marked the first ever TV show appearance of Karen's mobile robot form. Before this, Karen was always depicted as a screen in the chum bucket. But in Friend or Foe, Plankton wheels Karen around in a robot body.
In those days, I was just starting out as a security system. Plankton and I met when he installed me.
It was only our third day.
This probably seems like not a big deal at all right now, but at the time, this was a pretty big change. And honestly, it was a really smart one from like a writing perspective, as it let Karen as a character evolve. Like she really turned into the Karen we know after this, due to the fact that she wasn't confined to Plankton's lab anymore, allowing her to interact with other characters other than Plankton. And this gave us many memorable moments. But yeah, some interesting trivia, but how about an actual Easter egg? Well, the Patchy the Pirate segments carry their own hidden gems, as in one scene, Patchy is in his kitchen, and if you look closely at the background right here, there's a large wooden barrel labeled SpongeBob SquarePants sitting in Patchy's clutter. If it looks familiar to you, it's because this barrel is a direct prop from the opening of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, where a similar barrel with the show's logo appears on the pirate ship. It's almost as if Patchy salvaged that movie prop for his own use. All told, Friend or Foe is a great episode. One of my favorites from season 5, other than Jim, the original fry cook, that's also a banger season 5 episode, but I highly recommend watching Friend or Foe after you're done watching this video, because I've got more Easter eggs, lore, facts, trivia coming up. In the season 13 episode, Goofy Scoopers, SpongeBob and Patrick are obsessed with this like animatronic band that performs regularly at the Goofy Goobers ice cream party boat. Now I really want ice cream. But yeah, this place is a kiddie restaurant that fans may remember from the first SpongeBob SquarePants movie. The episode opens with the duo gorging on triple gooberberry sunrises. These delicious sundaes right here, which in itself is kind of like a cool nod to the 2004 film.
And here's your triple gooberberry sunrise, sir.
Also, if you listen to SpongeBob's voice at the very start of the episode, he sounds drunk, which in itself is another reference to that 2004 SpongeBob movie. As throughout that whole film, well, the intro of the film, SpongeBob and Patrick are pretty much drunk off of gooberberry sunrises. But yeah, SpongeBob and Patrick love this place so much that they even refuse to leave despite it being time for the place to close. They are true Goofy Goobers, and they're probably like the #1 fans of the Goofy Scoopers. Well, in a cheeky musical nod, the Goofy Goobers manager looks at his watch and pointedly says,
"Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here."
Which may just seem like a random line of dialogue, but this is actually a line directly quoting the famous Semisonic song, Closing Time, as that exact line is a lyric from the song Closing Time. And just saying, like, Closing Time is a famous song usually played to let people know, like, it's time to leave. Like, if you're ever at a bar or you're at a party or something and, like, somebody plays that song, it's usually a sign that it's time to go. I mean, not that I ever even leave my bedroom. I'm just in here researching SpongeBob videos all the time. But yeah, a cool little reference right here, but back to the plot. Soon, SpongeBob and Patrick learn that the Goofy Scoopers band has been fired and replaced by this futuristic DJ right here.
Sorry, but the Goofy Scoopers are the only ice cream-themed musical robot act we'll ever love.
Poor Goofy Scoopers. Here's the thing though, this whole forced retirement storyline thing is actually somewhat of a meta gag. For one, the Goofy Scoopers trio, Clem Clam, Rock T-Puss, and Bongos are clear parodies of a real-life animatronic pizza parlor band, like the Rock-a-Fire Explosion or Munch's Make-Believe band from Chuck E. Cheese. In fact, the plot of them being retired and replaced by a modern DJ references how Chuck E. Cheese has been phasing out its animatronic band during recent restaurant remodels. Pretty cool, but let's keep it going as there's even more trivia and Easter eggs in this episode. Which I'm just saying, you guys probably have noticed in these videos, we don't just talk about Easter eggs, we also talk about like fun facts about the episode and trivia. But I don't just talk about random trivia, I make sure it's like entertaining stuff. Like you gotta admit, I cover entertaining stuff. But yeah, this episode is also packed with cameos, as SpongeBob and Patrick go on a mission to find and reunite these scrapped robots. When they search the Bikini Bottom dump, you may be able to notice that Filthy Muck appears right here in the background at the ending of the scene.
Hey, what are you doing to my precious junkyard?
Filthy Muck is actually Patrick's dirt-covered alter ego from the season 12 episode, The Ballad of Filthy Muck. Essentially, it's Patrick so grimy, he becomes a walking sludge pile. Just imagine how bad that would smell, dude.
There's no stink that ever stank so rank, no stagnant mildew have the stank, as the stinky stank of Filthy Muck.
Seeing Filthy Muck get referenced here is pretty cool. It makes for an awesome Easter egg. It also somewhat ties this episode to past lore. Usually SpongeBob episodes are like one and done, but I love when there's actual continuity. Later, at the circus tent, SpongeBob and Patrick search for each Goofy Scoopers band member and eventually track down Clem Clam, the former keyboardist, only to find him terrified of clowns.
Just get me out of this crazy circus. I'm terrified of clowns, man.
In a quick gag, one of the evil clowns from the episode Don't Feed the Clowns pops up in the clip I just played. And this is an interesting Easter egg. Well, it's more of a blink and you'll miss it cameo, I guess, but it's also like a major deep cut here. Those clowns are not the most noteworthy characters. Kind of random and they were pretty forgettable, so I'm surprised to see them referenced as an Easter egg. Who knows, maybe one of the writers or art directors or something on this episode also did that episode, Don't Feed the Clowns, and snuck the clowns in as a reference, I don't know. But nonetheless, it's pretty cool, it's a cool reference. But even the voice casting actually contains some interesting lore or trivia here. I doubt you guys noticed, but if the character Clem Clam's voice sounds familiar, it's because he's voiced by Christopher G, the same actor who voiced SpongeBob's cousin, Stanley S. SquarePants, all the way back in season 5. Here's a clip of Clem Clam talking from this episode, Goofy Scoopers.
You can cool it, cats. Whatever your scheme is, I'm in.
And here's a clip of Stanley S. SquarePants talking back in season 5.
Uncle Sherm said I should come visit you. I have a note from him somewhere. Oh, right, it's in here. Here it is.
Well, that does it for Goofy Scoopers, but decent episode. It's not the best episode, but it's not the worst. And hey, all of those references and like all the trivia was really cool, but I've got more, and let's head into another episode. In the episode Happy Krabby Birthday, SpongeBob and Squidward scramble to find a birthday present for their very greedy boss, Mr. Krabs, which if you really think about it is kind of funny because I don't think Mr. Krabs would even get SpongeBob or Squidward anything for their birthday. I don't even think this dude even pays SpongeBob, and he's also like worked both him and Squidward to death many times. But anyways, this isn't an audit of Mr. Krabs as a boss. This is an Easter eggs video, and there's tons of Easter eggs in this episode, and the first few can be found when SpongeBob and Squidward head over to Lady Upturn's store, Upturns, hoping to find Mr. Krabs a gift there, with the duo eventually stumbling into this dangerous pets section of the place, and dude, there are so many really cool Easter eggs here. And I want to just give myself some credit. This episode technically didn't fully release in the US yet. It's only been released in New Zealand. So there's actually a bunch of these Easter eggs and references here that I found myself completely on my own, and I even matched them myself. As Squidward rushes through the entrance of the Dangerous Pets department, two posters can be seen right by the doorway, each featuring a familiar friend or animal from SpongeBob history. On one side is a poster of the purple sea monkey, a very specific one from the season 11 episode, The String. The dude is even depicted making the exact same like angry face that he made just before he attacked Bubble Bass back in The String. So yeah, seeing that same purple primate right here is a really cool nod to that moment. On the opposite side of the doorway, another poster showcases one of the deadly monsters from Delivery to Monster Island. It's the weird purple monster from that episode, one of the many gigantic weird creatures that SpongeBob and Plankton encountered. The inclusion of this poster is an awesome reference to a fairly recent episode, but it also hints that Upturn sells some truly outlandish pets. It may also be a wink at the animation team's own history with the series. Michelle Bryan, the animation director of Happy Crappy Birthday, this episode we're talking about, also closely worked on Delivery to Monster Island. And this is interesting as there's a ton of references to Delivery to Monster Island, in particular in this episode. Once SpongeBob and Squidward head inside, Squidward eventually gets inked up by this giant spider right here. But just as this happens, if we look behind him, in a background tank lurks the two-headed eel monster, the same one from Delivery to Monster Island. This double-domed creature was one of the deadly monsters, another deadly monster. And here it's caged as a dangerous pet. I definitely don't want to take him home. Also, just saying, I know we can only see one of his heads here, but if we look at a side-by-side of it from this episode and from Delivery to Monster Island, I mean, come on, it's the same character. The coloring of the white is slightly off, I guess, but it's the same character. But yeah, back to that spider, which sends Squidward flying into the next room, which leads to Squidward crashing into this large aquarium tank, which frees another familiar character, the sewer snake, specifically from the episode The Sewers of Bikini Bottom. This is the same massive green sewer-dwelling serpent that tried to devour SpongeBob and Squidward all the way back in that season 9 episode. It's crazy to think that even season 9 is kind of old now. Just to give you an idea of how old season 9 is, it came out when the first Avengers movie came out in 2012. So yeah, we're getting old, guys, and season 9 is clearly old enough now for it to have references in newer SpongeBob episodes. And there's actually a ton more in this room if you guys haven't already noticed, as in the same shot, we can also see several other aquarium tanks in the background, each containing more Easter eggs. Like if we go over here, we can see the woolly mollusk, which first appeared back in the episode in Security Guards during this clip right here. If we look at this aquarium right here, we can see the original snail monster, the same one from Food Con Castaways. You'll remember this creature from this clip right here. If we look over here, we can see this weird U-shaped pink deadly monster, which is of course also from Delivery to Monster Island. I really tried to find the name for this guy, but I could not find his name, so I'm just calling him the weird pink U-shaped deadly monster. We can also find the pink squid from Delivery to Monster Island right here in this aquarium, the same one who helps SpongeBob serve food. And hey, I'm just saying again, and look, I don't deserve a cookie for this. This is what all content creators should be doing. But if we go and look at the SpongeBob wiki, alright, and we go and look at episode references, you'll notice that a bunch of the ones I just talked about aren't here, and that's because I found them on my own. It may be updated, if you go to the website right now, it may be updated, but as of this video and in the footage, in the screenshots I'm showing you, it's not there. And again, I don't deserve a cookie for that. Every content creator should be doing that. I'm just highlighting this so you guys know that I do put the work in for my content. I love doing this, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it, so I'm not gonna go and be lazy about it. But anyways, if we head into the next shot, there's even more Easter eggs. If we take a close look and zoom in on the bottom left-hand corner, we can see the banana baby from Delivery to Monster Island. The same one who may look cute at first glance, alright? It's very cute, but it's actually pretty rabid. Yo, imagine some incidental fish going to Upturn's, alright? Lady Upturn's store to buy a pet and accidentally buys the banana baby, brings it home, and almost gets his head bitten off by that thing. This dangerous pet section should be closed. Why is this place open? Or just imagine if all of these aquariums got cracked open. We seen Squidward free the sewer snake, but imagine if they all got freed, Bikini Bottom would be cooked. And there's even more dangerous creatures in here, as right behind SpongeBob, we can catch a sight of Incidental 220, the round green rock bottom bus station fish. This thing is like a deep sea sea toad that you all probably remember from the episode Rock Bottom. In that one, SpongeBob tries to steal this dude's spot in line at the bus station, only to be scared off when the fish reveals its true form. This one's kind of weird because like Incidental 220 has always just been like a background incidental character and not a pet. Like he's literally waiting for the bus in Rock Bottom. So the fact that somebody like captured him and put him in an aquarium in this episode's actually like kind of disturbing. This dude could have had a whole life. Like we need to protest this shit or something, dude. Somebody free my boy Incidental 220. Like forget Mr. Krabs' birthday present. Like Squidward needs to free that guy. It also makes you wonder like what sets the difference between being like an actual citizen in Bikini Bottom and being a pet. Cause they're all like fish and like sea creatures, right? But anyways, this is getting too deep. That is an interesting topic for like another video though, right? In that same shot, right beside that sea toad's tank is another glass enclosure containing 2 fluttering jellyfish bats. These hybrid creatures appeared in the stop motion special, The Legends of Bikini Bottom, where SpongeBob's Halloween Dream featured jellyfish that turned into bat-like creatures. Their cameo here, flopping around together in a pet store tank, is yet another cool Easter egg. Moving upward to the top left of the scene, we can spot the spiky form of the squid urchin. This weird little creature debuted in Gary's Playhouse, an episode where Gary becomes friends with an urchin.
That garbage can looks like Squidward's house.
Here's a side-by-side, and yeah, the one in this tank right here from Happy Krabby Birthday looks nearly identical to the one seen in Gary's Playhouse. But finally, if we head over to the right side, we'll see a large algae-covered monster clam. And this is actually a green variant of the big clam monster from Plankton's pet. In that episode, Plankton's attempt to find a pet led him to an algae-coated giant clam.
You know, I can't say I'm surprised.
This is another interesting one, as if we look at the two side by side, there are some differences, right? For example, the colors are very different, but this is the first time that we've seen this big clam character since Plankton's pet. So even if it's not the same one, this is clearly a very sneaky reference to that episode. And yeah, that does it for all of the pet references, but just rewinding a little bit, like I mentioned earlier on in this episode, Michelle Bryan was the animation director for this one. And like I referenced earlier, I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of the characters that they clearly created back in Delivery to Monster Island appeared in this episode. So some fun trivia for you right there. I pay attention to everything, all right? Cartoon Corey's got the eyes of a hawk. Moving on though, this episode doesn't just limit itself to like background cameos, it also throws in a few continuity references and character callbacks during the story. For example, after surviving the pet department fiasco, SpongeBob and Squidward do eventually secure a present for Mr. Krabs, leading us to the final scene, where they present the gift to Mr. Krabs at his birthday party. When this happens, Squidward suddenly lunges to take credit for the entire thing.
Me old Krabby cart?
It was all my idea.
I left this cart at Goo Lagoon a long time ago. Because I hated it!
He gives Mr. Krabs a smug grin and tries to imply that he was the one behind the whole thing, which if you've watched the episode isn't very true. More importantly though, this moment is actually a cheeky callback to the episode The Lost Mattress, in which SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward bought Mr. Krabs a new mattress. In that story, Squidward likewise attempted to steal credit for the gift.
We noticed how miserable you were on your lumpy old mattress.
So I suggested we get you a new one.
I thought it was your idea.
So like I said, this is some good continuity, seeing Squidward do pretty much the same thing years later in Happy Krabby Birthday. Dude, my mouth is so dry today that I can't even say it right. Birthday. There we go. I can pronounce words correctly, guys. Only sometimes though, as you guys have seen in the past. But finally, the episode sneaks in a cameo from a character that we haven't seen in a decade. But for this, we have to rewind all the way back to the start of the episode. As Squidward readies himself, his reflection suddenly comes to life as alternate universe Squidward. This alternate version of Squidward originally comes from the episode The Algae's Always Greener from season 3, where Plankton's wishful alternate reality featured a Squidward who worked for Plankton instead of Mr. Krabs. He's also appeared in multiple other episodes, considering the fact that he's like an alternate version. For example, the character also pops up in season 9 Squid Plus 1, but it's heavily implied that all of these different alternate versions of Squidward are the same one. And this is why the character popping up again in Happy Krabby Birthday is actually like kind of interesting. And it's also the character's first appearance in like nearly 12 years. So yeah, welcome back, dude. The episode Out of the Picture is a very dark but very funny episode that pushes Mr. Krabs' greed to like an entirely new level. Now, we're gonna get into the Easter eggs, as I know that's what you guys actually want here. And just saying, there's some really cool ones coming up. There's another reference to Rock Bottom coming up. But let's get into this plot for a second because it's freaking wild. When an art appraiser tells Mr. Krabs that Squidward's paintings would be worth a fortune if the artist were no longer with us, Mr. Krabs takes the hint and devises a really crazy scheme, trying to cash in by sending Squidward on a series of like intentionally dangerous deliveries, all with the hopes that Squidward dies so that Mr. Krabs can make more money. Bro, Mr. Krabs is like the evilest cartoon character ever. Early in this episode, Mr. Krabs' first attempt to get rid of Squidward is relatively tame. He sends Squidward on a food delivery, but here's the catch, it's to the South Pole in Antarctica. Our boy is definitely gonna need a jacket, as the episode cuts to a frozen tundra, where SpongeBob, ever the helpful friend, has accompanied Squidward on the mission. As they blast through the snow, they encounter what appears to be a snowman shaped like SpongeBob, a cute little Snowbob figure. Well, this thing eventually comes to life.
SpongeBob. Oh, Squidward.
This gag is actually a direct reference to the classic SpongeBob Christmas special, Christmas Who. As in that beloved episode, like that's one of my favorite holiday episodes of SpongeBob, just saying, SpongeBob built a snowman, which also magically came to life for a brief moment.
Never trust a genie.
I'm showing both clips side by side, and let me know what you guys think in the comments. This one might have just been a coincidence. I'll always be the first to admit that, but they are very similar. At least the gag is similar. But yeah, this trip to Antarctica definitely ends up failing, and Squidward does not die, unfortunately for Mr. Krabs. So where does Mr. Krabs send Squidward next? It's a very familiar place, and that's Rock Bottom. Let's go, baby. For those of you who forgot, all of you casuals, Rock Bottom is the eerie deep sea town from SpongeBob Season 1. One of my favorite episodes, just saying. Back in that one, SpongeBob got stranded after taking the wrong bus and was just trapped down there and had a very stressful time.
Even the soil looks different.
Would you mind putting me down?
Well, Out of the Picture actually marks the very first trip back to Rock Bottom since its debut back in that 1999 episode. And that's what makes it special. Like, Rock Bottom has been featured a ton since this episode. Like, if you watch lots of modern SpongeBob, Rock Bottom appears every once in a while now. But at the time, this was the first time that we had seen Rock Bottom in the modern day. Here's a cool fun fact I found while researching this one. If we go back to the original Rock Bottom episode, you guys may remember this vending machine right here. It's a big part of the plot of the episode, with SpongeBob trying to get some chocolate and constantly missing the bus because of it. Well, this candy machine was actually intended to appear in this episode. We know this because of this image right here released by the SpongeBob crew, which shows Squidward wandering around Rock Bottom with the candy machine right here in the background. It's also from a storyboard and is labeled Scene 050, which makes it clear that it was ultimately cut and was planned to be in the episode. It sucks it was cut, but don't worry, there's still a lot of cool Easter eggs in this Rock Bottom section, with a ton of characters from that episode also appearing. At one point, Squidward descends this ladder into Rock Bottom and nervously calls out, only to be answered by several creepy angler fish-like locals, all blowing raspberries at him. These include Incidental 211, the dude who literally saved SpongeBob back in the original Rock Bottom episode, as well as some other familiar faces. For example, there's Incidental 204, the fish that comes out of the left bathroom, while SpongeBob and Patrick are confused about which bathroom to use. There's also Incidental 222. He appeared in Rock Bottom as the attendant at the Rock Bottom bus station window. And there's also plenty of other familiar faces from Rock Bottom as well, including Incidental 212 and Incidental 206. A really cool twist here is that SpongeBob seems to immediately recognize all of the locals, with him even calling them his friends. All of the Rock Bottom incidentals also seem to remember SpongeBob, with them greeting him very positively. So that's also some really cool continuity right there, that everybody remembers each other, and that SpongeBob now isn't scared of them, as if you guys remember, back in Rock Bottom, SpongeBob was terrified of all of these characters. So yeah, I love the continuity from the ending of Rock Bottom here. I'm rambling about it, but I love love that stuff in SpongeBob. Moving on though, Mr. Krabs frustrated that Rock Bottom didn't end up killing Squidward and actually was just a pretty cool reunion. Because of this, Mr. Krabs resorts to a final plan.
Why do I need a rocket? Where is this delivery to?
Mars.
Oh, Mars. Well, Mars!
This psycho wants to launch Squidward into freaking outer space, escorting Squidward to a rocket ship. And here's another Easter egg. Kind of. Not really, but let me explain. Some people think that this rocket right here bears a resemblance to Sandy's rocket from the season 1 episode, Sandy's Rocket. This is something that the SpongeBob wiki notes, but if we look at them side by side, in my opinion, they're not really that similar. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Like, I think that this one is a reach, and I'm like the king of reaching for Easter eggs. Like, come on. In the episode Patrick's Tantrum, Patrick Star develops a very weird problem. Whenever he hears the ringing of a bell, he flies into an uncontrollable destructive rage. Yes, even more uncontrollable than usual Patrick. The episode follows SpongeBob's attempts to cure his best pal's odd condition, and along the way it pays homage to pop culture and SpongeBob's own past. Right from the opening scene, the episode hits us with a clever musical Easter egg. SpongeBob gets covered in all of this black stuff and ends up with a mop top of hair. Striking a pose, he speaks in a British accent and says the following line.
I can still hear the ring. Go.
Now, if that made you do a double take, it's because SpongeBob is intimidating the Beatles. The mop top hairstyle and accent are a send-up of the Beatles' early days, when the Fab Four sported that signature shaggy haircut, and SpongeBob's line cheekily references drummer Ringo Starr. Also, if you pay close attention, as SpongeBob says this, a guitar riff plays in the background that closely mimics the opening of a Beatles song, the song Revolution. It's honestly a really cool surprise of a reference, essentially turning SpongeBob into an impromptu Beatle for a moment. But let's keep it going with more references. The core of this episode delves into Patrick's childhood to explain why this bell-triggering phenomenon happens. And to explain this, we get a flashback scene. We see a young Patrick with his parents, Herb and Margie Starr, at home. It turns out that whenever a bell rang to signal dinner, little Patrick would just tweak out and throw a massive fit. The story is bittersweet for SpongeBob aficionados, because it actually marked the final appearance of Herb and Margie within the series. These characters were first introduced in the season 2 episode I'm With Stupid, where Patrick pretended SpongeBob was the dumb one just to impress his parents. For many years, Herb and Margie were the canonical parents of Patrick. However, in 2021, Nickelodeon decided to launch the Patrick Star Show, a spin-off with a different continuity, and they redesigned Patrick's family. This would eventually carry over to the regular SpongeBob show. Starting with a season 13 episode titled A Skin Wrinkle in Time, Patrick's parents were retconned and were replaced by new characters, Bunny and Cecil, to serve the needs of the spin-off. So Patrick's Tantrum is effectively the swan song for his original mom and dad. The show doesn't draw attention to it, but knowing this context gives the flashback an extra layer. And it's kind of sad. I actually liked Herb and Margie, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, they just don't exist anymore. They were deleted from SpongeBob lore. But let's keep it going with even more references and Easter eggs. Back in the present day, SpongeBob tries a variety of wacky methods to cure Patrick's bell phobia. At one point, our optimistic sponge yells, "Through the power of friendship," and launches into a heroic motivational speech to snap Patrick out of his rage. While doing so, SpongeBob dramatically dons a superhero costume. And this time it isn't the Quickster like we've seen in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5. And if you think it looks familiar, it's because it's a very clear spoof of, Superman's iconic outfit. Another fun little reference. But as the chaos escalates, Patrick's bell-triggered tantrum spreads through Bikini Bottom. Others start reacting to bell sounds wildly too. And this leads to a scene of massive traffic accidents downtown. But amid that pileup is a blink and you'll miss it Easter egg by a very special vehicle, the Bass Blaster 3000. Die-hard fans will remember this flashy speedboat from season 4's Driven to Tears, a classic episode, where in that one, Patrick won this vehicle as a prize for being the 1 millionth person to pass his boating test. Much to SpongeBob's envy, as you can imagine. Like, SpongeBob's been trying for years and then Patrick just comes in and passes the exam. But yeah, the Bass Blaster was a sleek, high-tech boatmobile, which Patrick loved, until he ran out of gas because he thought E on the fuel gauge meant end.
It stopped working, so I threw it away. The needle was on E. I figured that must mean end.
Oh.
In frustration, Patrick abandoned the boat at the end of the episode. But I guess apparently someone in Bikini Bottom gave it a new life, because here in Patrick's tantrum, you can see a Base Blaster 3000 right here, with it crashing into another car. It's a deep cut Easter egg, since the Base Blaster hasn't been relevant in like years. And the implication's kind of funny. I mean, like, perhaps this is literally the same Base Blaster that Patrick threw away, and then these guys bought it used or something, who knows? I mean, we've literally seen used boat salesmen in SpongeBob before. For example, in the episode Sanitation Insanity, we see the con man, the guy who like tricked Patrick and SpongeBob with the chocolate bars back in Chocolate with Nuts. We see him selling used cars, so maybe he sold this used Base Blaster to this person right here who crashed it. But that's just a theory, a game theory. Thanks for what? Forget I ever did that. Let's head into another episode with more Easter eggs. I love you guys. In the episode Pinned, SpongeBob's latest workout goes horribly wrong. He adds a few too many plush toys to his barbell and ends up trapped underneath his own weight set. Stranded on the floor of his rarely seen home gym, SpongeBob desperately tries to free himself and get some help, kicking off an episode filled with nods to SpongeBob's history. So let's get into that, because I know it's why you clicked on the video. We're going to be talking about Easter eggs, trivia, and facts. As right off the bat, the setting of this intro of this episode is in itself an Easter egg. SpongeBob's exercise room hasn't appeared in the show for like years, and I'm not exaggerating, it's been a long time. In fact, this home gym was a one-off location mostly seen in earlier seasons. For example, when SpongeBob tried to train Gary in the episode The Great Snail Race, or even in the very first episode of SpongeBob Help Wanted, with its most recent appearance before this one being in the season 9 episode Sharks vs. Pods. Well, this returned in Pin nearly a decade later is a fun deep cut reference in itself. And it's something that's very easy to miss. Like, I know it seems like I'm making a big deal out of a room in SpongeBob's house, but what makes this an Easter egg is the fact that it would appear all the time in earlier seasons, and then it was basically just like removed from SpongeBob lore. So it's cool to see it back in Pinned. But let's keep it going with more references, trivia, and Easter eggs. SpongeBob's plan to signal for help goes wrong when a bottle containing his written plea slips from his window and bops Squidward on the head outside. This dude was just trying to sunbathe and chill, and then he gets bottled. I'm not gonna lie, I would also be kind of upset. And well, because of this, Squidward calls the police. Can you really blame him? From here, the scene shifts to the Bikini Bottom police station. And this is where we can find a bunch more Easter eggs, and they're all really cool. If we look over here, we can spot a wanted poster on the wall. There's actually two throughout the entire police station, both featuring two familiar criminals from past adventures. And just saying, these may seem like Easter eggs I've covered before, but they're actually new. They're just similar to other Easter eggs I've covered in the past, but we'll get to that. The first right here is Dennis, the very nostalgic character from the original 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie. And I discussed this in a previous video, but for years, characters from that film were off limits to the TV series. But this actually changed in the mid-2010s. Dennis finally made his first TV series appearance as a background Easter egg in season 11's Call the Cops, also visible on a wanted poster in the station. Well, Pinned is actually giving us like a double entendre. They're giving us like a double whammy Easter egg here. Like I said, this is like an Easter egg of an Easter egg. Like, it's referencing the 2004 movie, but it's also referencing the Easter egg that we've seen in Call the Cops. We can also see the Tattletale Strangler also in a wanted poster. And I mean, come on, you guys should know this guy. He's the dude from SpongeBob Meets the Strangler. SpongeBob snitches on him, and yeah, it doesn't go very well for SpongeBob.
Hey, that looks like me!
I mean, it works out in the end, but it could have gone pretty bad. But yeah, this one is also an Easter egg of an Easter egg, as if we go back to Call the Cops, he also appeared in that episode on a wanted poster. So really cool stuff right here. I love the continuity, and I love the callbacks to classic characters like these. As you guys know, I grew up watching the show like on TV. I'm a Canadian boy, so I was watching it on YTV, and these episodes in particular, like SpongeBob Meets the Strangler and that OG 2004 SpongeBob movie, are like literally definitely my childhood. But as I always say, let's keep it moving and talk about more Easter eggs. If we head back to SpongeBob's situation in Pinned, SpongeBob remains stuck under the weights as hours pass. But help finally, or so we think, arrives in the form of Patrick, who in typical Patrick fashion completely misses the crisis. Like, instead of rescuing SpongeBob, Patrick throws an impromptu surprise party in the house, inviting a horde of oddball guests who turn out to be a parade of Easter eggs themselves.
The coast is clear! Oh boy, this is gonna be the best surprise party SpongeBob's ever had!
Notably, Patrick shows up with a crew of pie-wielding pirates. Well, I mean, they're not wielding pies this time, but they did in the past, as you may recognize these scurvy characters as Captain Cruel and his band of pirate incidentals, originally from the Season 2 episode Dying for Pie. In that episode, Squidward encountered the pirates when they were loading their pirate ship with these explosive pies.
Oh, these aren't homemade. They were made in a factory. A bomb factory. They're bombs.
Over 20 years later, Pinned brings Captain Cruel back to Bikini Bottom, and Patrick somehow found him and his pirate gang and invited them to SpongeBob's party. And like I said, even a few of Dying for Pie's crew members reappear. Yeah, they were background characters back then, so it's really cool to see them back here in Pinned with Captain Cruel. And the guest list doesn't end there. Also present at SpongeBob's surprise party, if you want to call it that, are 3 tough-looking fish that should be very familiar to old-school SpongeBob fans. Specifically fans of the Season 3 episode No Weenies Allowed. We spot the hulking Bubba fish, this guy right here, the Popeye fish, a sailor-like muscular fish with anchor tattoos, and most unmistakably, Reg, the bouncer, the Salty Spittoon's tattooed tough guy doorman, who famously tells SpongeBob no weenies allowed. Poor SpongeBob. All 3 of these very nostalgic characters make cameo appearances at SpongeBob's party, dancing and hanging out in the background. But there's even more. This commotion leads to a blink and you'll miss it Easter egg beneath the floorboards. In one quick shot, we see Wally, this guy right here, the long-lost handyman from Season 13's Walhalla, lurking unhappily between SpongeBob's floors.
Welcome to Walhalla!
I mean, I guess he wasn't expecting guests to be over that day. But for those of you who don't know who this character is, this is actually like a really cool Easter egg. As in Walhalla, Wally was a repairman who got accidentally wallpapered into the interior walls of SpongeBob's pineapple home years ago, with him creating a whole secret world behind the drywall. He's basically lived there and continues to live there, which is why we see him so disturbed when everybody's partying. They probably woke him up. And just saying to the writers, just really nice touch. This is a nice touch. Sometimes with these Easter eggs, you can tell that they're just throwing nostalgia at us. Like they'll just have an old school character appear, but this one actually kind of ties into the writing. As if there was a party going on at SpongeBob's house, it probably would interrupt Wally. You know, it makes me wonder if we go back to Party Pooper Pants from the earlier seasons, where SpongeBob holds that whole party at his house. I imagine Wally wasn't a big fan of that party either. Now, I was going to wrap this section up, but while I was reviewing all of the Easter eggs and confirming them, making sure that they're legit, I came across another one, so we have to rewind back to the start of the episode, as we see SpongeBob watching a certain TV show that features a certain character. If we look at the episode Under the Small Top from Season 12, there's a scene where Squidward tried to follow along with an on-screen aerobics class led by a peppy, striped shirt fish.
And twist and kick. Higher, ladies. I said higher.
Well, if you look at the start of Pinned, SpongeBob is watching that exact same show. We can see that the same aerobics instructor fish is there. If we do a side-by-side with this episode and Under the Small Top, we can see it's the same character. So this is another Easter egg and some really cool continuity. In new age SpongeBob, you know, it's not as good as old school SpongeBob, but one thing that they do that I really like is world building. Like that TV show exists in the world of SpongeBob, which is why SpongeBob can be seen watching it in this episode, and then Squidward can be seen watching it in another episode. It's the same thing as like the Fancy Living Digest magazine. We've seen it introduced in Chocolate with Nuts, but we've also seen it in other instances, showing that that's like a real magazine within the world of Bikini Bottom. So yeah, really cool stuff. In the episode Plankton's Old Chum, Plankton faces a very messy and pretty disgusting problem. His usual dumping spot for rotten chum, the disgusting bait slop that he sells, is overflowing. With nowhere to dispose of his old chum, Plankton resorts to some slimy tactics, trying to trick people, and I mean, who's better to trick than the ever-helpful SpongeBob? This guy is so gullible, like he falls for everything. Plankton convinces SpongeBob that it's Chum Day, a special holiday where people exchange chum as gifts, and recruits him to secretly stash buckets of old chum all around Bikini Bottom.
Ooh, and does it snow chum on Chum Day?
Sure.
Do the kids make chum, man? What about icicles? Do you call them chumsicles?
Yeah, whatever.
Now I know what you guys are waiting for, and it's the Easter eggs and trivia, so let's get into that. As this episode is packed with cheeky references right from its opening seconds. As Plankton is about to illegally dump a barrel of chum, he's caught red-handed by a familiar authority figure.
Excuse me, are you responsible for all this chum?
Yes, that's right. You're welcome.
Well, as the health inspector, I've got something for you.
$1 billion?
This right here is the health inspector, a very nostalgic and iconic character from the classic episode Nasty Patty. The deep-voiced purple fish, known as Andy in later episodes by the way, who once nearly met his end eating a tainted Krabby Patty. Like Mr. Krabs nearly killed him, but yeah, he returns here in a cameo, still doing his job. In Nasty Patty, Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob thought this inspector was a fraud and served him that iconic Nasty Patty. Would you eat one of these? I definitely wouldn't. So it's really cool to see in Plankton's Old Chum that same inspector reappearing. Back to the plot though, and as you can imagine, SpongeBob helps Plankton, and their spree of hiding that disgusting chum yields a quick gag for observant fans. In one house they sneak into, a young boy sleeps peacefully with a poster on his wall, and that poster is actually of Quarter Guy, a minion character from the episode Slimy Dancing. Quarter Guy is a tall purple fish who, in Slimy Dancing, wowed the judges with a coin juggling dance before being disqualified later on.
The rulebook clearly states a single dancer must perform without any further assistance from a partner. Therefore, you're the winner.
Oh, man. The jig's up, Pedro. We're going home.
It's all right. I'll go call a taxi.
Here, the animators placed him as a pop culture figure in the world of SpongeBob. Like, it seems he's a celebrity in the world of SpongeBob, which is why he's on this kid's wall. Apparently, Quarter Guy's dancing career took off, at least enough to make him poster worthy, I guess. But nonetheless, this is a really cool Easter egg, and I'm very proud of myself for catching this one, just saying. As SpongeBob continues hiding chum in people's homes, we encounter another nod to continuity, as when he sneaks into Mrs. Puff's house, we can see that she has a framed photo of Mr. Krabs right here. This is a subtle reference to the long-running, if rocky, romance between Mrs. Puff and Mr. Krabs. It's not often like directly acknowledged in episodes, so including this photograph here is some cool continuity. We recently covered a very similar Easter egg to this, like from the episode Spot Returns. Just saying, but this is a different Easter egg. It also happens in the episode Plankton's Old Chum. And it's equally as cool, as moments like this reward nerds like me for remembering that a cartoon crab and a cartoon pufferfish are dating. Eventually though, Plankton's big plan backfires when all of the hidden chum starts to overflow and literally rain down onto Bikini Bottom like a sludge storm, or more like a snowstorm to be honest.
Merry Chum Day, everyone!
Panicked citizens gather outside their chum-covered homes. And in a really funny scene, Squidward leans out of his window to ask a passing child, the character Sprat Morty, by the way, a very specific question.
You, boy! What day is today?
Today?
Such an intelligent boy. What is today?
Why? It's Chum Day!
Then I haven't missed it. Wait a minute. Chum Day? That's disgusting!
For those of you who don't know, Squidward's dramatic, hopeful delivery of that question is actually a direct nod to Scrooge from the classic story A Christmas Carol. In that series, Scrooge wakes up on Christmas morning, a changed man, and calls out to a boy in the street to ask what day it is, with him overjoyed to learn that he hasn't missed Christmas.
What's today, my fine fellow?
What Christmas Day?
Do you know the poulterers on the corner?
I should hope I did.
What an intelligent boy.
Here, Squidward's line intentionally mimics that famous scene, only instead of snow on Christmas, it's disgusting, nasty chum raining from the sky. The Game Boy Advance version of the game SpongeBob Revenge of the Flying Dutchman is one of those SpongeBob games where the references aren't blink and miss it, they're the building blocks. The game's own documentation lays it out as a chaptered adventure that repeatedly lifts entire level concepts and occasionally direct footage and dialogue from specific SpongeBob episodes. And some of it is like really fun and interesting. Like there's some references in this game that are cooler than Easter eggs in actual SpongeBob episodes, so like let's talk about it a little bit. Our first example is this mini game right here that's based on the episode Jellyfish Jam. In the original episode, SpongeBob brings home a jellyfish and chaos spreads outward, with them literally throwing a party at one point. Well, the creators translated this into like a mini game in Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. Pretty cool. Also, the chapter titled Jellyfish Fields Forever features levels based on the episodes Hooky and Club SpongeBob, two of my favorites. If you really think about it, Hooky's premise with all of the hooks kind of like is just perfect for a video game, especially a platformer. Also, some more details here. At the start of this level, Mr. Krabs is there to tell you not to mess with the hooks, which is exactly what he does in that original episode. But also, some of the hooks themselves are directly influenced and lifted from the episode Hooky. The developers actually just pretty much use this one design for a majority of the Hooky level. They'll just change the color of this one a few times, but still, it's cool that the hooks are accurate to the episode. Next up is the Club SpongeBob one, and actually, to be honest, this one isn't entirely Club SpongeBob themed. It's more like kelp forest themed if you're a true SpongeBob nerd like me, but there is some Club SpongeBob references. For example, at one point we can see this one sign right here that says Club Squidward, which is a reference to the title of, Club SpongeBob and the title card. There's also a magic conch shell in the kelp forest level as well. Moving on, another chapter in the GBA game is titled Out and About, and this chapter centers around SpongeBob doing errands around Bikini Bottom, and it sneakily incorporates the episode Valentine's Day from season 1. Well, kind of. One of these sections features the carnival, which was exclusively featured in the episode Valentine's Day. Some people have thought that this is Glove World, but no, this isn't Glove World. This is the carnival specifically from Valentine's Day. Also, the icon for this stage seems to be a reference to the episode Life of Crime, as it features the same balloon stand as you can see in this side-by-side right here. This chapter, Out and About, also throws in a boss battle against none other than the Alaskan Bullworm, the same character from Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm. There's also another chapter that's named Walking the Plankton, and it features one level that is kind of a reference to pizza delivery, where at the start of the level, Mr. Krabs tells you that he needs you to deliver a pizza. We don't see the pizza, but the level is kind of similar to the scene where like SpongeBob and Squidward are walking in the desert area with the pizza, kind of similar. What 100% is a reference though is the entire rock bottom level, and there's a lot of attention to detail here, with it even featuring the exact incidentals from the episode. For example, we can see incidental 220 right here, poofing up just like he did in his original episode. In the game, we can also see that rock bottom sign and the bus station, both from the original episode. And lastly, the final level of this game is actually based on the episode Shanghai. As you can see here, lots of cool references in this game, which I mean is to be expected. If you're making a video game based on SpongeBob, you're gonna pull from the episodes, but these ones are especially cool because they're all from like the first 3 seasons. But yeah, let's talk about more Easter eggs. Let's talk about the first SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the 2004 one that went on to be a massive hit with fans. Like, this movie was huge back in the day. Now there's some really cool facts and Easter eggs I want to talk about here, but let me give you guys some context. This movie sends SpongeBob and Patrick on a quest to retrieve King Neptune's stolen crown, and this needs to be done to save Mr. Krabs, who's been frozen. Along the way, we meet Neptune's daughter, Mindy, and the villainous hitman, Dennis. But one thing that really puzzled viewers at the time was King Neptune himself. Longtime fans knew King Neptune from the TV series, where he first appeared in the season 1 episode, Neptune's Spatula. A really good episode, just say.
2 challenges.
Only 2.
3 challenges. Enough.
We'll settle for one.
Yet in the movie, he looked and acted completely different from what we've seen in Neptune's spatula. This redesign wasn't just a random decision though. It's actually connected to the behind-the-scenes negotiations and had a long-lasting effect on the SpongeBob universe, so let's dive into this. Back in the TV show, King Neptune was a green-skinned, muscular deity with flowing orange hair and a booming voice. Very much a god of the sea. Like, I definitely wouldn't mess with him. But in that 2004 movie, Neptune is bald, with a completely different face and physique, and a far goofier personality.
You go to Shell City?
If we look at them side by side, we can see that these are almost two completely different characters. And it begs the question, why the drastic change? Well, according to the SpongeBob production team, this redesign was done for legal and marketing reasons. It was done for money. To help convince Paramount Pictures to help fund the film, Nickelodeon agreed to create some new characters exclusive to the movie, and Paramount would basically co-own these characters, enabling Paramount to profit from the movie-specific merchandise. It's a very common thing. Essentially, the movie version of Neptune, along with new characters like Princess Mindy and Dennis, as I mentioned before, and this was done so Paramount could make toys and video games without sharing rights. For years after the movie's release, fans noticed that Neptune's movie design never appeared within the TV show. In fact, after the movie aired, the series quietly reverted to the original King Neptune design. For example, in the season 4 episode Krusty Towers, we can see this portrait right here on the hotel wall, which shows Neptune in his classic design, completely erasing the bald movie version from the regular SpongeBob show. And this wasn't a coincidence. It was a result of a content firewall between Nickelodeon's show and Paramount's movie. From 2005 until 2014, elements created for the SpongeBob movie basically couldn't be used in the TV series at all. Neptune's new look, along with the new characters like Mindy and Dennis, were essentially off limits. But here's the thing, once that firewall was lifted, which was around SpongeBob's 10th season, the show finally started to acknowledge the movie. For example, King Neptune's golden crown from the film suddenly showed up as a background Easter egg in the episodes Lost and Found, and later in the episode Insecurity Guards. For the record, I've covered those two Easter eggs in the past, so this section isn't about those Easter eggs, it's more about King Neptune. I'm just giving you guys the story. Just because back at the time when I covered those Easter eggs, I didn't even realize all of the history and lore here. To make things even better, in the 20th anniversary special, SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout, we finally saw Princess Mindy return to SpongeBob canon, with her making a guest cameo in that special, giving us another Easter egg, and her first appearance since 2004. The creative team even released an official anniversary poster that pokes fun at Neptune's dual designs, with it showing TV Neptune and movie Neptune back to back. Right here, this poster isn't really available in high resolution, so sorry if it's blurry, but how cool is this? If you really think about it, this poster kind of implies that the two might actually be separate characters in SpongeBob's universe. We might have two Neptunes. Things were made even more complicated in the SpongeBob movie Sponge on the Run, with them literally introducing another character that's King Poseidon, but things could have been even more confusing, as it was revealed with concept art that in the original plot for Sponge on the Run, it was supposed to be King Neptune who kidnapped Gary, with him having plans to clone Gary. As you can see in this concept art right here, this is who King Neptune was supposed to become. I guess we would have gotten a live action version, but thank goodness they didn't do this because we already have two King Neptunes. So think of how confusing this would have been. Dude, this next episode has so many Easter eggs, so get ready, it's gonna be fun. SpongeBob on Parade finds Bikini Bottom hosting its annual parade, and Mr. Krabs seizes the opportunity for free publicity, which is very fitting of our favorite greedy crab. He enters a Krusty Krab float into the parade, and honestly, this episode is like just built for Easter eggs. When Mr. Krabs informs SpongeBob and Squidward about the parade contest, Squidward claims that he has no idea what kind of float to build, so Mr. Krabs cheerfully tells him to use your imagination. And you guys can probably guess what's coming here, as upon hearing that magic word, SpongeBob instantly strikes a classic pose.
You get to be creative and use your imagination.
Imagination.
For the like two of you who don't know this moment is a direct reference to the beloved Idiot Box gang, where SpongeBob and Patrick use imagination to play in a cardboard box, much to Squidward's confusion and annoyance.
Squidward, we don't need television. Not as long as we have our Imagination.
On top of this, not only does SpongeBob form the rainbow above his head, but the rainbow itself drips and falls apart like liquid, which is also another reference, as this exact same thing happened during a musical number in Suction Cup Sympathy did I just say sympathy? I meant Suction Cup Symphony. Let me get it right. That's how you know I'm not AI, all right? But yeah, play the clip. This gag in Sponge on Parade is another 2-for-1 Easter egg, but this is like light work compared to some of the Easter eggs coming up, guys. Like, this episode has so many. Charged with building the float, SpongeBob goes into construction mode, which triggers another sly Easter egg. If we do a side-by-side, this is like the exact same construction worker outfit he wore back in the episode Stuck on the Roof. In that season 11 episode, SpongeBob donned the getup to fix a problem on the Krusty Krab's roof. The fact that SpongeBob is wearing the exact same outfit is really cool. What's also cool is the scene that follows, as the actual float building sequence continues with another like neat Easter egg, guys. So many in this episode. Squidward sends SpongeBob off to find materials to build the float, and the show highlights a dumpster overflowing with wood and junk by shining a single spotlight on it. I noticed this right away, but this is a clear gag to season 4's The Play's The Thing, as in that episode, there's a very similar scene. Squidward puts on a play at the Krusty Krab, and at one point, a heavenly spotlight highlights a dumpster.
Oh, the trash is full. I had better call the garbage truck. Beep, 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 beep.
Talent.
The true Easter eggs, though, really start to appear when it's time for the actual parade. Perch Perkins, the Bikini Bottom news reporter, is joined by the Ice Cream King, a very obscure character who first and last appeared in the season 12 episode Patrick's Coupon. Back in that episode, the Ice Cream King challenged Patrick to a series of contests, but in this episode, he's back as a co-host for the parade. And a funny bit of dialogue is that the Ice King expresses surprise that Perch Perkins is like a real person.
Hey, you that guy! How'd you get out of my TV, you bad little boy?
There's actually also another really cool detail going on here, as when the camera zooms in on Perch Perkins, he's wearing light purple face powder. There's like these splotches of purple on his face. And this isn't random. It's an Easter egg poking fun at Perch Perkins' inconsistent coloring throughout the series. From season 1 up until season 8, Perch Perkins was always colored as orange. For example, in the episodes Once Bitten, we can see it here, that he's orange. Or in the episode Blackjack, we can see him on TV, and he's orange. And here's one more example to show you. If we look at Computer Overload, he's orange. But this changed very randomly in season 9. Out of nowhere, starting with the episode Squid Plus One, look, Perch randomly became purple. This would go back and forth over the years. For example, in season 9's What's Eating Patrick, he's again purple, but in a later episode from the same season, in Goodbye Krabby Patty, he's back to being orange. Well, according to supervising director Dave C., the purple blotches on Perk's face in SpongeBob on Parade are a deliberate reference to this flip-flopping color scheme over the years. It's supposed to be makeup, so it's not just me speculating. This is confirmed by SpongeBob staff. In fact, Dave noted that Perch has recently been revealed to be permanently orange, and this was thanks to his CGI model in Camp Coral. They decided that if he's orange in the prequel show, he should remain orange throughout the regular show, which I definitely agree with. Another cool Easter egg can also be found during the same scene if we rewind a little bit, because if we look at the crowd of people, there's a ton of Bikini Bottomites. There is one person who's very notable, and that's right here. We can see Flats the Flounder. I'm zooming in on him. Flats is the infamous bully from the season 3 episode The Bully, known for basically threatening to kick SpongeBob's butt throughout the entire episode.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
Hi, SpongeBob. I'm gonna kick your butt.
He's not called out by name in this episode, but he makes a bunch of cameos. Moving on though, as the parade kicks off, the first act is another Easter egg. It's none other than the marching band led by Pearl Krabs, and the animators treat us to a wave of nostalgia during this scene, as those outfits they're wearing, I mean, come on, they're the exact same Bubble Bowl uniforms from the legendary season 2 episode Band Geeks. In that episode, Squidward's ragtag band wore red and black marching outfits for their awesome Bubble Bowl performance. And here, Pearl and all of her high school friends sport the exact exact same outfits. And dude, I love it so much. Band Geeks is like one of my childhood favorite episodes. Sweet, sweet victory, baby. During one of the scenes of Plankton's float, we can see another deep cut character. Patrick, not Star. The Patrick doppelganger from the season 7 episode Hide and Then What Happens. I'm sure a lot of you guys don't remember this character, so let me explain. SpongeBob's looking for Patrick and ends up running into this guy thinking that he's Patrick.
I can't believe it. Patrick, it really is you.
My name is Patrick. Patrick, not Star.
In SpongeBob on Parade, Patrick, not Star, appears in the same way that Flats the Flounder does, where he's just casually in the background sometimes, like he's in this shot right here if we zoom in. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this episode. I mean, Fred does show up and he has an entire float dedicated to like his leg breaking, which is like kind of, you know, an Easter egg. Also, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy show up despite not having any lines. So it's cool to see them, but that's pretty much it for references in this episode. And let's head into another one with more. When Plankton's beloved pet amoeba Spot makes an unexpected comeback in the episode Spot Returns, he brings a big surprise. Spot has had a litter of adorable puppies. They're really cute, but they also would be pretty slimy, I feel like, but that's just my opinion. Now, there's lots of Easter eggs we're going to be talking about, and some of them are crazy. Like, you want to stay tuned for these Easter eggs, but in order for any of them to make sense, I need to recap the plot a little bit and give you guys context. The episode's premise centers on Plankton trying to harness these new minions for one of his nefarious schemes. Well, chaos erupts as the tiny amoebas overrun the chum bucket. In the opening scene, even Plankton's computer wife Karen can't handle the cuteness overload. So she crashes and reboots when she sees how many cuddly cute puppies Spot has produced. And this is where we can find our first reference.
Cute overload.
Now, when this happens though, Karen makes a certain sound effect here, as you guys just heard. Attentive fans will notice that Karen's reboot sound is a nostalgic nod, as it mimics the classic Apple Macintosh startup chimes. Here's a side-by-side, here's the sound effect from Spot Returns. And here's the iconic sound effect that it's referencing. They're very close, right? I mean, this cheeky real-world reference fits perfectly with Karen's computer persona and immediately sets the tone for all of the other references and Easter eggs in this episode. But let's keep it going and talk about another Easter egg. As Plankton regains control, Karen helps name a few of the new amoeba, and the names themselves are actually like a huge Easter egg, as they hide tributes to SpongeBob's real-life creators.
No, I didn't name you Stephen and Karen and Clayton and Vincent and Cute overload.
Karen rattles off a few names in rapid succession. For example, Vincent is one of them, a wink to longtime crew member Vincent Waller, someone who's pretty much kept the series alive since Stephen Hillenburg's passing. But speaking of Stephen Hillenburg, there's even a reference to him, as she names one of them Stephen, another one of them Karen, and another one of them Clayton, which savvy SpongeBob nerds like myself will recognize as a homage to the Hillenburg family. Stephen Hillenburg, of course, is SpongeBob's creator, and the person that brought this entire series to life. Like, the show really has not been the same since he's passed away. Like, I mean, come on, seasons 1, 2, 3, and a little bit of 4 are the best seasons, and those are the ones that Stephen Hillenburg really contributed to. But yeah, he's referenced here, but also Karen and Clay are the names of his son and wife. So a really special Easter egg here. It's a heartfelt Easter egg subtly worked into Karen's dialogue that honors the people behind the show and made it what it is today. Also, a fun fact for context, this episode also marks Spot's first appearance since his debut in the season 9 episode Plankton's Pet. He was introduced in that episode in this clip right here.
Oh no, Plankton!
You know, I can't say I'm surprised. Hey there, little guy.
But then he kind of disappeared and became pretty rare. But Spot Returns, I mean, the title implies it, was his first time coming back. And at the time, it was a pretty big deal. But let's keep it going, I've got even more Easter eggs. The plot soon shifts to SpongeBob, who crosses paths with Plankton amid the puppy pandemonium. Just before SpongeBob discovers Plankton painting a free puppies billboard, with him trying to get rid of all of the new amiibos he has. I just called them amiibos by accident, but they're actually called amoebas. I've had to look up the pronunciation like 5 times in this video, just saying. But yeah, with Plankton having so many of them, he wants to give them away and makes this billboard. But this whole scene in general hides another Easter egg. Just before SpongeBob runs into Plankton, we see him blowing bubbles. And longtime fans likely will do a double take when you see this clip right here, as the bubbles SpongeBob blows take the shape of an elephant and a caterpillar. And this might seem random, right? Like, Cartoon Corey, what are you talking about? But this is a reference, as the elephant and caterpillar bubbles look exactly how they did all the way back in the season 1 episode Bubble Stand. In that season 1 episode, SpongeBob showed off his expert bubble blowing technique to Squidward, and even formed an elephant bubble to show everyone what he could do. He also did a caterpillar in that same episode.
It's a giraffe!
Well, Spot Returns recreates these whimsical bubble shapes as a really cool callback, dude, visually linking SpongeBob's early antics to the present day. It's a seamless reference that fits within the scene, and also rewards nerds like me with a cool little Easter egg or reference. And there's more. Later in the episode, SpongeBob agrees to help find homes for Spot's offspring, leading to a sequence where he delivers amoeba puppies to various Bikini Bottom residents. And we're gonna get an Easter egg here, but I'm just saying, would you guys take one? Like, if SpongeBob and Plankton were going around giving free amoeba puppies, these slimy things right here, would you take one? I think I would, but I don't know. Let me know if you would in the comments. I'm curious. But yeah, when this happens, one stop is Mrs. Puff's house, and this scene is packed with deep cut SpongeBob lore. As an overexcited amoeba puppy wreaks havoc at Mrs. Puff's place, we can see this very important photograph right here, which turns out to be Mr. Krabs. A cool nod and a nice little bit of continuity referencing their on and off relationship which spans the series. Longtime fans will recall episodes like Krusty Love, where Mr. Krabs courted Mrs. Puff.
You're a very sweet man, Mr. Krabs.
So seeing her keep a photo of them, like I said, is cool continuity and a cool reference to Krusty Love. And just saying, like, what makes this special is the fact that Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff's relationship isn't always acknowledged. It's more of a background detail, and it was actually pretty rare up until this point for it to be referenced. Nowadays, it's referenced all the time. Like in modern SpongeBob, there's an episode where Mrs. Puff starts flirting with Larry and Mr. Krabs gets jealous in the more recent seasons. But at the time, this right here in Spot Returns was a pretty cool and rare Easter egg. And believe it or not, there's another Easter egg in this exact same scene. Another picture on Mrs. Puff's wall shows a pet snail. And this one right here is a deep cut. This is actually an Easter egg that only the most dedicated nerds like me will catch, as this snail right here is Annette, Mrs. Puff's pet snail, who first and up until now only appeared in the season 3 episode, The Sponge Who Could Fly.
My snail is up a tree harder since I was a little girl. Gotcha!
Next time, try the elevator.
In that lost episode, SpongeBob rescues Mrs. Puff's snail Annette from a treetop. Now, we haven't seen Annette like in the flesh since then, but it's cool to know that, you know, the writers and the art team, and more importantly, Mrs. Puff hasn't forgotten about her snail. So yeah, lots of cool references in this episode, Spot Returns. I highly recommend it, but you guys already know what's gonna happen here. Let's head into another episode with more Easter eggs. We've talked about the TV show and the movies many times in the past, but Easter eggs aren't, my voice cracked so hard right there, holy cow, but Easter eggs and references aren't just confined to the TV show. Even SpongeBob video games often hide nods to episodes, and they're actually some of the coolest in my opinion. As a matter of fact, let me know in the comments if you'd watch an entire video dedicated to SpongeBob video game Easter eggs and facts. I feel like that would be really fun, but let's talk about SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge, as this is a prime example, with the game being jam-packed with callbacks to the first few seasons of the cartoon. In fact, entire levels are actually themed after episodes like Tea at the Tree Dome, Hooky, and my favorite, Rock Bottom, essentially allowing fans to play through scenes inspired by those stories. Beyond those broad strokes, the developers also slipped in some very specific Easter eggs. One of the coolest inclusions is the time machine from SB-129. In the season 1 episode SB-129, Squidward stumbled into a futuristic time machine.
Well, if SpongeBob exists in the future, I'd better go to the past.
Well, that same contraption appears in Super Sponge, though with a twist. In this game's canon, Plankton is the one who owns the time machine, with him using it during one of the levels. The game's nods to the actual series continue in the downtown Bikini Bottom stage. As in the Game Boy Advance version of this game, as SpongeBob navigates the streets, you can spot a very distinct vehicle among the traffic. This thing right here is the snail ambulance from the episode I Was a Teenage Gary. In that episode, an ambulance was forced to rush to SpongeBob's house after Gary fell ill from Squidward's neglect.
Therefore, a shot of snail plasma must be carefully administered.
Aren't you gonna do it?
Oh, no. I'm too squeamish.
Super Sponge recreates that little ambulance as part of the background scenery. Really cool. As SpongeBob progresses, he can collect power-up items, and even these are steeped in references. One power-up is none other than a pair of squeaky boots, which, yes, obviously is referencing the obnoxiously noisy boots from Season 1. In that episode, literally titled Squeaky Boots, Mr. Krabs gave SpongeBob a pair of old fishing boots, originally meant for Pearl, which caused endless squeaking until Mr. Krabs just literally tweaked out and went insane.
I'll take a...
What did you say?
I said I'll take a...
Huh?
He said he was.
In Super Sponge, the squeaky boots appear as an item you can pick up, complete with their trademark sound, which is another really cool reference. It's a deep pull that serves no plot purpose, but it's there to just simply reference the show. Another power-up in the game is SpongeBob's balloon from Rock Bottom. And for those who forgot, at the end of that episode Rock Bottom, a kind stranger, this red incidental character, gave SpongeBob a special balloon. Well, in the game, you can snag a red balloon that clearly alludes to that moment. And that is just this very sick. I'm not gonna lie, while I was playing through this game on my Steam Deck, I was like, yo, this is actually really cool. So like I said, let me know in the comments, should I do a whole video on SpongeBob video game Easter eggs? There is so many, guys. And there are even more references tucked into Super Sponge. For example, the Reef Blower item, this of course references the episode Reef Blower from Season 1. And the Magic Shop, which was first seen back in the episode Fun, can be found in this game. So another really cool reference. But yeah, let's move on and talk about more. In the episode The Checkup, Mr. Krabs faces one of his greatest fears, not sea monsters or competitors, or even losing money or going broke, but a simple physical examination, a checkup with a doctor.
Is there a Eugene Krabs?
Now the setup for this episode has the Krusty Krab due for employee physicals, and Mr. Krabs refuses this checkup, and because of this, the Bikini Bottom Better Business Bureau, the BBBBB, will shut down his restaurant.
Not the BBBBB!
You heard her.
Now the Easter eggs are coming, I'm just explaining all of this for context so that way the Easter eggs make sense, but this weird premise of an episode leads to SpongeBob and Squidward coming up with weird schemes to trick their boss into finally completing the exam. That way the Krusty Krab doesn't get shut down and they don't lose their jobs. To rewind a little bit though, at the start of the episode, as a nurse explains the situation, SpongeBob remains unnaturally optimistic, even making a rainbow shape with his hands, as he proclaims everybody wins.
We'll give Mr. Krabs his checkup over the weekend, and you just pick up the results on Monday. Everybody wins.
You may have already caught it, but this little moment is a clear riff on SpongeBob's famous imagination rainbow pose from one of my favorite episodes, the very nostalgic Idiot Box.
Squidward, we don't need television. Not as long as we have our imagination.
As you just saw in Idiot Box, SpongeBob used a handmade rainbow to teach Squidward about imagination. And here in the checkup, he reprises the jester, while also making a really cool reference to an awesome episode. But let's keep it going. As the episode progresses, poor Mr. Krabs is so terrified of doctors that he literally starts chewing on his own claws to cope. And this comical image mirrors a scene from another iconic episode, Graveyard Shift. In Graveyard Shift, SpongeBob once responded to a spooky story, the tale of the hash-slinging slasher, by nervously nibbing on his arms until they were stumps.
Finally, the hash-slinging slasher arrives in the ghost of the bus that ran him over. Then he exits the bus and crosses the street without looking both ways.
Well, years later in the checkup, Mr. Krabs does something insanely similar. And here's the thing, I don't know for sure if this was an intentional reference or if it was an intentional Easter egg. But when we look at the two shots side by side, there's a lot of similarities here, and who knows, maybe this scene in the checkup is a homage to the scene I just showed you in Graveyard Shift. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. As SpongeBob and Squidward scramble to get Mr. Krabs examined by any means necessary, the episode peppers in nods to both real life and SpongeBob lore. We already talked about it briefly, but for example, the nurse's warning about the restaurant being closed by the BBBBB is actually a obvious parody of the Better Business Bureau, the real-life organization known for raiding businesses and closing them down if they're not up to standards. So that's another reference right there. But if you've thought any of this is boring, don't worry guys, I've saved one of the craziest ones for right here. As one of SpongeBob's big ideas to finally get Krabs to get his X-ray is to set up a fake photo booth.
Step on up and marvel at the latest technological wonder, photography. Preserve your precious punum for generations to come.
Now, outside of this booth are sample photographs meant to entice customers. And these pictures hide like a treasure trove of Easter eggs, with each example photo actually being a cameo of a different SpongeBob character, many of whom are obscure or are rarely seen. For instance, one photo shows a goofy-looking SquarePants family member with a watermelon stuck in his nose. Well, this right here is a reference. This character is a reference to Sherm SquarePants, a very rare SquarePants family member and SpongeBob's uncle, whose only prior appearance was in a single gag photo in the episode Stanley S. SquarePants. Where in that photo we can also see him with a watermelon jammed up his nose. I don't know why he does this, but I definitely want some watermelon now. As a matter of fact, while I'm voicing this video, guys, I'm drinking one of those Arizona watermelon drinks. They're so good, just saying. But yeah, Sherm SquarePants is referenced in the checkup, a very rare and obscure reference right here, and it's really cool. And there's more. Another portrait features a sweet old lady fish that may be recognizable to some of you guys, as she's the snail grandma from the episode Have You Seen This Snail?
Come back, Miss Tuftsy. You don't want these to go to waste, do you?
The exact same lady who tried to adopt and overfeed Gary when he ran away. It's a delightfully deep cut to see her included among the snapshots. Really cool. And there's more, with longtime rivals and one-off characters popping up too. Squilliam Fancy Son, Squidward's arch nemesis, can be seen smirking in this photo right here. King Neptune appears in this photo, and even more minor, rare characters like Angry Jack. This dude from the episode Slimy Dancing can be seen right here, which alone is like a very random appearance. Like the dude was a judge in Slimy Dancing, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, he can be seen right here, as well as background regulars like Old Man Jenkins, Agnes, and even SpongeBob's own parents make blink and you'll miss it appearances on the photo booth. And there's even more references and Easter eggs going on here. As an extra layer of humor, one of the photo booth images parodies a famous painting called American Gothic. Here's the painting right here, which famously depicts a farmer and his daughter in a very specific art style. Here's a side-by-side and a really cool reference right here. So yeah, that's a lot of references in one shot, and I love it. And I'm gonna move on to more Easter eggs, so don't worry, but I really want to give like the production team of this episode some credit here. Whoever wrote or decided for all of these references to be in here is a true SpongeBob fan, as they weren't in the storyboard version. If we look at the storyboard version of this episode, which we're going to talk about more in this video, all of the photos during the photo booth scene are different. So I don't know who did it, but once they started like coloring and actually animating the episode, shout out to the person who decided to put all of these awesome references. And dude, there's more. In the end, that whole photo booth plan from SpongeBob kind of backfires, and it also gives us another callback, as when the phony photo booth malfunctions and sends Mr. Krabs on a very scarring ride, he yelps in pain about his underwear catching on fire.
It's kinda hot in here. Should my underwear be on fire?
This oddly specific complaint, "Me underwear is on fire," that was my Mr. Krabs impression. But that line right there is a direct reference to the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the original 2004 one, just saying. In that film, Mr. Krabs delivered that very same line during a similarly chaotic scene. It's not identical, but it's close enough where I think that this is a reference. Take a listen. Did you hear it? Well, it's very similar to what Mr. Krabs says in the checkup. This is another one where I don't know for sure if this was intentional. Like, this might have just been a coincidence, guys. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. But let's keep it rolling with even more Easter eggs, as after surviving the rogue photo booth and nearly dying, Mr. Krabs is subjected to SpongeBob's next plan to get him to get his checkup. And that's a fake massage therapist setup. SpongeBob dons another disguise to give Mr. Krabs a relaxing massage, and he looks like this rocking his kelp mustache. But if we go back to the storyboard version of this scene, SpongeBob's disguise is completely different. Here's a side-by-side, and SpongeBob's disguise originally included a more realistic looking beard, and just a different look overall. But in the final animation, they changed it to be a bushy green kelp mustache. So that's a fun fact for you right there, but this fun fact also is low-key kind of like an Easter egg, though it might not be an intentional one. The only other time SpongeBob has sported a kelp mustache was in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the same one we already talked about from 2004, where he and Patrick proudly wore seaweed mustaches as grown-ups. Seeing SpongeBob with a kelp mustache again, even in costume, evokes that memorable movie moment. And considering that we already have another reference in this episode that seems to be an Easter egg referencing the same movie, it's very possible that this was intentional. But you know what? Here's one that definitely was intentional, as after that fake massage parlor fails, SpongeBob moves on to another idea, with it being to get Mr. Krabs into shape by taking him to the beach for a workout, disguising himself as like a personal trainer this time. Now, here's the thing. Rather than the usual Goo Lagoon, the iconic beach location that we all know from Bikini Bottom, they go to a different beach. This is Muscle Beach, a very specific location that hasn't actually been seen since all the way back in the episode Muscle Bob Buff Pants from season 1. So like it's been like over 25 years, I'm pretty sure at this point. In fact, as another little Easter egg within the scene, keep an eye on the background muscle man, as one of them is incidental to 4D, who is last spotted lifting weights at Muscle Beach in that same Muscle Bob Buff Pants episode from over 20 years ago. Well, years later, this extremely rare character makes a reappearance in the checkup in the background right here. So like, seriously, dude, whoever wrote this episode like went all out. I guess it wasn't necessarily the writers, it would have been the art production team. And when I look at the credits for this episode, animation was done by Tom Usami, supervising was done by Sherm Cohen, and the supervising producers were Mark C. and Vincent Waller. So shout out to these lovely people for just cramming so much cool stuff in this one episode. In the Great Patty Capper, SpongeBob faces a Krabby Patty crisis that sends him on a crazy adventure. The episode opens at the Krusty Krab, where SpongeBob discovers they're all out of Krabby Patties.
Mr. Krabs! We're all out of Krabby Patties, sir!
That's nothing to fuss over, boy! We'll just whip up a new batch!
So, Mr. Krabs hastily brews a new batch of patty batter in the office. But in the process, Plankton attempts to steal it. So Mr. Krabs wants a more permanent solution to stop this from happening. So he mails the secret formula to a far-off vault for safekeeping, only to eventually realize he needs it back to continue cooking. From here, SpongeBob and Patrick board a high-speed train to go and retrieve the formula from a distant storage facility, while Plankton sneaks along to steal it for himself. This is actually like a half-hour special with a very interesting plot, but we're here for Easter eggs, trivia, and facts. So let's talk about that. Early on, as SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs attempt to recreate Krabby Patties from memory, the show slips in a rare bit of Krabby Patty lore. In their argument over the recipe, actual ingredients of the secret formula are mentioned, a very uncommon occurrence in the series. If you listen closely, you can learn that the formula includes flour, barnacle shavings, turmeric, and a debated type of salt.
Salt comes after barnacle shavings. Or was it lesions? Oh, but no, that doesn't sound right either.
Was it pustule?
Heavens no. That's disgusting.
As you just seen, these ingredients are revealed in a comedic way. But for fans, this is actually a really cool canonical detail, finally giving us some insight into the recipe. And just saying, if you've been keeping track and have been watching all my videos, we've actually gotten other ingredients. As for example, back in Friend or Foe, we learned that seaweed sauce is also an ingredient in the Krabby Patty secret formula. So we're almost there, guys. Maybe one day we'll figure out what the actual recipe is. And as I've joked about in the past, hopefully it doesn't include any crab meat. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this rumor to rest. It's actually been confirmed by Steven Hillenburg and other SpongeBob producers like Vincent Waller that Krabby Patties contain no animal products whatsoever, with Krabby Patties acting more as like a veggie burger. So yeah, if you've ever wondered if that whole rumor is true, it isn't true. Back to the episode though. When Mr. Krabs decides to hide the formula off-site, the story makes a quick detour to a Bikini Bottom news broadcast. Here we get a hilarious piece of SpongeBob trivia with news anchor Perch Perkins addressing his co-anchor, the up until now nameless, realistic-looking bass fish, often seen on TV. But this time he gives him a name, which is a big thing for SpongeBob canon, calling him Elaine.
We now go to Perch Perkins live on the scene.
Thanks, Elaine.
A fun fact is that this was the first time that this character was ever given a name. Before this, we just knew him as the realistic fish head. But also, if we take a look at the 2003 video game Battle for Bikini Bottom, the developers actually gave this character a name much earlier on, calling him Johnny. So the Great Patty Capper's actually rewriting a little bit of lore, but I mean, come on, who are we gonna take more seriously, the writers of the show or the writers of the video game? Johnny is a much cooler name though, just saying. But as SpongeBob and Patrick set off on the Oceanic Express train to recover the formula, viewers might notice a familiar face, or rather a familiar character model. We eventually meet the character, the Teller, and if we look closely, this character looks very similar to the Tattletale Strangler. It's been speculated by fans that the animators essentially reused the Strangler's design for this background character. And there's differences, but they're also very similar. Who knows, maybe the Strangler cleaned up and got a day job, but honestly this likely wasn't meant as a storyline like connection. It's probably the artists just reusing art, and you can't really blame them. Think of how many background characters and side characters there are in SpongeBob. But I still thought this was interesting. Halfway through this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick gear up, literally to search the speeding train for the missing vault key. And in a brief scene, Patrick snaps on a pair of rubber gloves. And this may give you deja vu, as these gloves look exactly like the ones he wore back in the episode Suds, if we do a side-by-side. Back in that nostalgic episode, Patrick infamously pretended to be a doctor to treat SpongeBob's cold, but he wasn't very good at being a doctor, as you can imagine. This is Patrick Star we're talking about here. But in that episode, he donned these gloves. And honestly, while some people think that this is like an Easter egg, I think this is more similar to that Tattletale Strangler one, where the art team just reused some assets. Nonetheless though, even if they didn't do it intentionally, this is technically a reference to an older episode. Just it might not be an intentional one. But yeah, I'm gonna head into another episode, but one thing I wanted to mention, another fun fact, is that this episode was originally going to be titled something different. It was originally going to be titled Krabby Patty No More. But yeah, that does it for this episode. Let's head into another one.